And the countdown timer has been and gone, so let's get back to it. It is Discworld Noir. Quite a change of tone from Discworld 1 and 2, but that's largely because we're playing as a private investigator and not a bumbly old Rincewind. And we have a lot less Eric Idle and a lot more, well, I don't know who's doing the voices, but some people do. And anyway, quick recap, we've been told to investigate a man named Mundy. If we find him, we get 200 Ankh-Morporkian dollars. That's a good enough motive for Lewton. He did eventually find Mundy. But then, Lewton was choked out, Mundy died, and now, well, we woke up on this bed being questioned by the Watch. But the Watch have let us go, for now. Sam Vimes does not like us, Nobby for some reason does. And we need to figure out what has happened. What does our notebook say?
Someone had tied Mundy up and gouged his eyes out. Whoever they were, I doubted they were anyone I wanted to be friends with. Vimes had mentioned the counterweight killings to me back in Mundy's room. Apparently there had been a string of weird ritualistic murders in the city.
There's something quite ritualistic about gouging somebody's eyes out, so maybe I can connect these two things together already.
The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings.
Yes it could. Are we gonna go with that in any way?
The murder...
No, it seems we will not. Okay, never mind. What else do we have going for us? We have our contacts and suspects. I really like this aspect of the game for what it's worth. Having your clues written down. It's really just an abstract of having items in an inventory. And you can combine them to make new items and show them to people, but the framing of it really improves everything. None of this has changed as far as I can tell, though we've crossed off some things like Therma since we found her grave, but it wasn't her.
Someone had tied Mundy up and gouged his eyes out. Whoever they were.
Yes, we covered that one, Lewton. Proto-contradiction. Contradiction. Right, so we have our cases. There's a Mundy case, the Therma case, the von Uberwalds, and then Sapphire. Why is Sapphire now a case?
Either Malachite was wrong, and that rubble was all that was left of Therma, or Sapphire had lied to me. I needed to find out which.
Okay, so we need to go and grind down Sapphire for better information.
Count Henning von Uberwald.
Just saying his name menacingly isn't much of a lead.
Either Malachite... I needed to...
That's just back on the Therma case. Okay, I think we're going around in circles here. Nothing new, but we should investigate the room.
The bed looked neither comfortable nor inviting. It hardly seemed worth searching the bed. The Watch had already searched it, and frankly, it was a pretty nasty bed.
He wasn't happy searching the beds in the boat.
Someone, either the killer or Mundy, had written Azil on the wall in blood. Mundy's blood, presumably. I had no idea what it meant. If I had an iconograph, I could have taken a picture of the message. But I didn't have one. And even if I did, there didn't seem much point. I didn't want to become too reliant on technology.
So one thing about this game is it's leaning a lot more into noir theming than it is Discworld. There's a lot less member berries, for lack of a better word, of all the stuff that goes on in Discworld series of books. Is that for the better or is it worse? I don't know. And I'm not sure I care.
On the wall of Mundy's room, someone had written the word Azil in blood. I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, but if it's not a clue towards us being ritualistic, I don't know what is. Oh, right, I think we need to double-click with this one. The interface on the notebook's a bit of a pain. Sometimes you click, sometimes you double-click, sometimes you right-click.
Perhaps if I knew what Azil was, I'd be able to draw more conclusions.
Ah, now that's pretty good. So if we figure out what this means, maybe we can tie this killing to the counterweight killings.
Mundy's corpse wasn't very attractive. I wasn't looking forward to telling Carlotta how Mundy died. There was nothing on Mundy's body worth taking. It seemed to be a cheap copy of Spinner's Rain, Cream and Speed. I could tell it was art, because I couldn't make out what it was supposed to be. I couldn't think of a good reason to steal the painting, even though it would have looked great on my office wall.
Isn't that reason enough, Lewton? Be reasonable. Right, I want to be quite thorough in the scenes because we got stuck for... Oh, and I'm already glad I did. We were stuck for quite a while because I didn't notice a little note that was under my door in my office.
Looking closely at the frayed rope hanging from the rafters, I knew that Mundy had been tied up by the legs and then hung from the ceiling. I didn't know why. Frankly, I wondered if I really wanted to know why. Something very strange was going on.
Okay, if that is not a clue to it being ritualistic, I don't know what is.
I didn't want to tamper with the evidence. Besides, there wasn't enough rope there to do me any good.
Yes, our poor broken grapple is no longer of much use, is it?
Since Mundy's killer had ruined my rope, the grapple wasn't much use.
Alan Schick saying, I like the actor's hard-boiled detective voice. It fits the archetype without being so self-serious that he can't make jokey lines work. Yes, it's a fine balance to tread, and I think it's doing it pretty well. Then again, I am not at all familiar with the noir theming.
There was some frayed rope in the rafters of Mundy's room. I hadn't completely fathomed its relevance.
But maybe, just maybe, it's from Counterweight Killings. Ah, crap. Again, I was meant to double-click, not single-click. Single-clicking takes a clue, double-clicking applies a clue.
My thinking was getting a little abstract. I preferred to stay in the concrete. Not literally, but you know what I mean.
Since I'm unfamiliar with the noir theme, perhaps there are some recommendations of noir films that I should watch to appreciate them more after my experience with this.
How does it feel to be a suspect, Mencken? What? You're an obvious choice of suspect because you called the watch. You were the first on the scene. Round here, that means it's practically a closed case. I don't see why. You were there when I got there. I was unconscious. Well, I heard a commotion. That's what made me check it out in the first place. Maybe Mundy managed to knock you out before he died. While he was tied and blind? Perhaps he said a particularly offensive word and I fainted. Well, I happen to know that the watch consider you a suspect. Well, don't forget that I know something that they don't. That you're a liar and you can't be trusted. Just because you can't trust me doesn't mean no one can trust me. So how do you think having a murder in one of your rooms is going to affect business? Pull in the goth crowd, do you think? Shut up, Lewton. I don't feel like engaging in small talk. Not with you, anyway.
Games need more thoroughly unlikable people.
I suppose I could have asked for some rope, but I still have some pride. Not much, but it was all I had. I wasn't about to flash the stolen tooth around. Someone might tell Lord Salachi, and the next thing I knew I'd have a blade in my back and a receipt from the Assassin's Guild on my bedside table.
Oh, we've got a lot to talk to you about.
I found some frayed rope in the rafters of the room where Mundy was killed. Congratulations. What's that got to do with me? I was hoping you could tell me. You're optimistic. Not at all. I figure you'd like me to stop asking you questions. It wouldn't be my first wish, but it'd be in my top 10. Tell me about the rope. Why don't you tell me about the rope? You found it, not me. Mencken wasn't going to risk incriminating himself under any circumstances. Once again, I'd have to worm it out of him. Does the word Azil mean anything to you? Leave me alone, Lewton. So why did you kill Mundy? What? I didn't lay a finger on him. You gotta be crazy. Do you have any idea how bad all this is for business? Why would I cause all this? I'd have to be crazy. Vimes told me that you're a suspect. Of course I'm a suspect. I'm half elf. We're always a suspect. No one trusts us. I found some frayed... Just leave me alone, Lewton.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could shake him down with some of the things I can interrogate him about. What about Sapphire? Where'd she go?
I need to speak with Sapphire. Try and imagine how much I care. Look, is she here or not? She's in her dressing room.
Okay, maybe that gives us access to the dressing room. What, a bar like this would have a dressing room?
Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald? I know a lot of people. That doesn't mean I want to talk about them with you.
Starting to get a lot of pages in my notebook here.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings? You mean, have I heard that there's an unstoppable assassin from the counterweight continent in Ankh-Morpork, and he's slaying everyone and everything that gets in his way? If you like, haven't heard a thing. So why did... What?
That might be it for now, but having access to the dressing room's a good start. I assume it's back here. Yeah, around half elves. Watch all of yourselves.
The door to Sapphire's dressing room was as 2-bit as the rest of this joint. It's really impolite to walk into a room without knocking, but who knows what you miss out on when you take the time to knock. Sapphire had a pile of money in her room, and I was glad I hadn't given her an opportunity to hide it.
Lewton, you startled me. Didn't Mother tell you not to walk into rooms unannounced?
Mother told me to walk into rooms with a crossbow. She was a sensible woman.
What you want?
That's quite a lot of money you've got.
What? Oh, yeah. Money, yeah.
Where'd you get it, Sapphire?
Oh, that. Well, see, I won it.
Won it?
Yes, at casino.
Which one?
Saturnalia. Sapphire go there often.
Really? Is it a good casino?
Oh, yeah. Good as casino get. You should go, Lewton.
Maybe I will.
Oh no, gambling with your friends is back. Oh, I thought I could poke around the room. But if you don't talk to Sapphire, you just
I've got some more
throw it out.
questions for you, Sapphire.
Sapphire busy. Leave her alone.
So, how have things been?
Things way they always been. Slow, dull.
But you've kept yourself amused, haven't you?
Don't know what you mean.
I suppose I could have asked for some rope. Not... I wasn't about to...
Could I ask her for some of her money?
I suppressed the urge to ask for money. I was broke, sure, but I wasn't that desperate.
If you're going to use your limited computing power on anybody's frame rate in this game, Ion Chicks, it should probably be your main character.
You lied to me, Sapphire. Strung me along with that Madame Lodestone story.
What? No. Sapphire told truth.
The trawl in Madame Lodestone's grave wasn't Therma.
How you tell?
Malachite told me.
You trust him?
He's too stupid to lie, and you're too smart not to.
Sapphire not smart. Big dumb troll, like all the other trolls.
Don't play games, Sapphire. I know you're smarter than the average troll, although I could say the same about some mushrooms.
Look, Sapphire don't know why someone would switch bodies. Sapphire just trying to help.
She was lying to me. I could feel it. She was obviously hiding something, but it was apparent I needed to know more if I was going to worm it out of her. So, you won this money at the races.
No, not at races. At casino.
Oh, yeah, that's right. At the casino. When I burst in on Sapphire, she was playing with a huge pile of money. Now, I'm not a suspicious person, Well, that's not true, is it? I'm suspicious as hell. And a troll with a lot of money was as suspect as cut-me-own-throat Dibbler's sausage in a bun.
Oh, hang on, I haven't even spoken to her about the killing, which is probably a good idea.
I've got some more questions for you, Sapphire.
Never know, she might know something. Yeah, Onshix, this could certainly do with some kind of indexing.
How does it feel to be working underneath where Mundy was horrifically murdered?
People die, honey. It happens.
Do you know anything about Mundy's death?
Sapphire know that you prime suspect.
Word travels fast, doesn't it?
Small town, Lewton.
It's not so small. Anyway, gossip spreads faster the more people there are to hear it. It's funny that way. You heard of the counterweight killings?
Yeah?
What do you know about them?
Sapphire know they called counterweight killing. Sapphire know people kill. That all Sapphire know.
Okay, thanks for the illumination, Sapphire. Now that it's Act 2, I imagine there are plenty of things changed in all locations. Let's start out in our office. After all, missing an item here cost us a lot of time before. Although there appears to be a fat lot of nothing new here, which suits me just fine. Wonder if Malachite's back at Rodan. He is! Oh, and thank God Rodan is gone. The less we have to talk to him, the happier I'll be.
Well, I'm back. For a brief moment, I considered trying to make small talk with Malachite. Then I came to my senses. You just can't get talk that small. Do you know anything about the murder of a man named Mundy?
Find Therma.
Yes, I'll get right on that. I can't imagine I'm going to get anything out of you, since the only thing you care about is finding Therma.
I'm trying to find out why a troll named Sapphire would lie to me. Any thoughts?
Don't know nothing about that.
I struggle to think of anything we can get out of this man.
You don't happen to know how a troll singer might end up with a lot of money by any chance?
Find Therma.
Okay, the real reason I came here was because this man may have a replacement bit of rope for the grappling iron since I got it off of him initially.
I wasn't about to hand the grapple back to Malachite without a reason.
Oh, damn.
I wasn't about to flash the stolen tooth around.
In that case, I think we're already done here, which is good. I'm only too happy to... Hold on. For a split second there, it thinks Rodan is there. Oh, that makes me more than a little curious. If I click it fast enough, can I interact with the invisible Rodan? No? Okay.
Saturnalia was almost legendary. The upmarket casino was situated on the King's Way and was frequented by the rich members of Ankh's high society and hopeful social climbers from Morpork. It was a temple to pride, greed, and avarice. And like any temple, anyone with money was welcome.
Casinos. Cashinos, we would call them. Does it have Pingu gambling? I could check.
The River Ankh. Probably the only river in the universe on which you could chalk the outline of a corpse.
Have you played any more of that, Young? Maybe not specifically the Pingu gambling part.
The last person I wanted to see was Death himself, waiting to take me to whatever hell awaits a failure like me. But after Death, Ilsa was a close second. My eyes were drawn to her the moment I entered the room, and I decided then and there that I wasn't going to talk to her. The next thing I remember, I was talking to her.
Hello, Lewton. Still mad at me?
As soon as I learn how to offer forgiveness, you'll be the first one to receive it.
This is my companion, Two Conkers.
Pleased to be meeting you. You are Remora Salachi. Not the last time I checked.
This is Lewton. He's an old friend of mine.
Why did he think I was Remora Salachi?
We're supposed to be meeting him here.
What do you want with an assassin like Remora?
What are you talking about?
I looked around to see Remora drawing a weapon. Assassins are damn good at what they do, but they're not allowed to kill innocent bystanders. I didn't know if it was bravery or stupidity, but I decided to stand between Remora and his target. Interrupting an assassin while he was working was a risky business. So I decided to ambush Remora with the old only answer questions with questions routine. Why did you try to kill that woman?
Why does any assassin try to kill someone?
Who put a contract out on Ilsa?
Don't you know better than to interfere in official guild business?
Why would anyone want to kill Ilsa?
Do you expect me to discuss a confidential case with you?
What do you want from me, Remora?
A swift death and a cheap funeral.
Ha! You lose! That wasn't a question, that was a statement. You're getting sloppy.
You're lucky we're only allowed to kill for money, because I'd take you out for free, Lewton.
I'd managed to embarrass Remora in front of a crowd of social notables, and that was bad news. It was bad enough that I had the watch breathing down my neck without the Assassin's Guild baying for my blood. Fortunately, there was nothing they could do to me unless someone paid for a contract on me. Actually, that wasn't strictly true. They could tie me up and torture me for days if they wanted to, just as long as I didn't die. It wasn't a comforting thought.
Who was the woman?
Carlotta, what are you doing here?
I like to take risks. Isn't that what life is for?
I've taken enough risks to last a lifetime.
You didn't answer my question, you know. Who was the woman?
Ilsa, why do you want to know? Jealous? Afraid you might have a rival?
All women are rivals, Lewton.
She's not important.
I see. If you decide to be honest with me, I'll be around.
It was the most unsettled I'd seen Carlotta get. I guess there was a heart in that cold chest after all.
That was a pretty sloppy routine, wasn't it? What was that animation of stopping the assassin? Oh well, judge it by the time that it's from, and what was this, 99?
A roulette table sat in one corner of the casino, but it didn't keep my attention. Carlotta didn't strike me as the gambling kind, but then with her look, she could probably gamble with other people's money. Personally, I thought that took the edge out of the experience, but I doubt she cared. The game Whirl was croupier for used a Carrack deck, the distilled wisdom of the ancients painted onto cards. The croupier at the truncheon table was a man named Whirl. Whirl didn't give anything away for free. I didn't need any of the cards, although I would have liked a few to decorate my office. Maybe the Ace of Octograms, the Inquisitor, the Exquisitor, and the irritating habit of finishing off other people's sentences. What's the game? Truncheon. Interested, stranger? The name's Lewton. What are the stakes? Minimum stake is $1 a hand. House limit is 10,000 per hand. I'm in. Here's my dollar. Hey, big spender. Whirl told me how to play the game. Something to do with the Major Arcana and the Private Arcana. The Major Arcana had strange names like the Fool, the Pyrophant, and the unbelievable expense of a slice of cheese. Essentially, it seems I just had to stay under 21 and get as high as I could. It all seems pretty whimsical to me. It's a whimsical world. What happens in a tie? I win. That doesn't seem fair. I'll note the player thinks the odds might be stacked in favor of the house. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I expected to lose my dollar anyway, so I didn't worry about it. But someone else at the table seemed pretty worked up about what I was doing.
That isn't the way to play it.
Why not?
Because it isn't the way to win.
Is there a way to win?
Well, there's a way to lose more slowly.
What's it to you?
I've seen enough losing. I don't want to see any more.
I only bet $1.
No, it's the principle of the thing.
What do you think?
I'm just a croupier. I'm not paid to think.
I lost my $1, but I reckon I got value for money. And hey, the cards were pretty.
It's a pretty healthy aspect or way to look at gambling. I say so because it's how I look at gambling. You just expect to pay for the fun. Don't expect the money back. And if you do, it just makes the night even better. And this guy over here, I went to university with a guy just like that. Even talked like him.
Do you own this place?
Saturnalia? No, you gotta be kidding.
Who owns it?
I don't really know. Probably a whole group of people. For all I know, no one owns it, and it just keeps ticking over all on its own.
Is that likely?
Frankly, I don't really care. As long as I get paid, it's all the same to me.
Don't you have an inquisitive mind?
No, I find people with inquisitive minds don't live too long.
Do you know what this is?
It looks like a purse.
I think I have something of yours in it.
Really? Oh, yes, so you do. And what do you know? My memory is suddenly much improved.
I thought it might be.
Bit of a shame I should have asked him about other stuff beforehand.
You know a troll named Sapphire, don't you?
Yeah, I know Sapphire. She's a good customer. Always plays with cash. Never wins anything. Some trolls aren't born lucky, I guess.
She never wins?
She wins a little, but she always loses it again. She can't hold on to money. Few people can in this place. By the time she walks out the doors, she's always a loser.
Is there any chance she could have won big and you wouldn't know about it?
If she won it here, I'd know about it.
Full of lies.
I was told that I'd find a certain troll's body in the Salachi mausoleum. Only when I got there, it wasn't the right body. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
You went rooting around in the Salachi family mausoleum. Hey, leave me out of this, Lewton.
I think I've already got what I need out of you.
Anything more you can tell me about Sapphire's losing streak?
What's to tell? That troll holds on to money like a drunken dwarf holds on to his temper.
Funny how Helden gets mentioned in every game we play.
Warb was the most depressed and jumpy wizard I'd met. Maybe hanging around a casino did that to a man. You seem to get worked up over my gambling.
I'm not as easygoing as I used to be.
You're a wizard?
Wow, you're sharp. What tipped you off? The gown? The arcane symbols?
Look, I just thought you might want to talk. You tried to help me at the table, and I thought I'd make amends for being so rude to you. Sorry I tried.
No, wait. I'm like sorry, friend. It's just I'm on the edge.
The name's Lewton.
I'm sorry. We haven't been properly introduced. My name is Warb. B-L-L.
B-L-L?
Well, Bachelor of Eldritch Lace Making.
Eldritch lace making?
Don't ask.
You a regular in here, then?
I guess so. I'm not very lucky.
I thought all wizards were lucky.
Whatever gave you that impression? Do you know how many bizarre and unpleasant ways there are for a wizard to die inside the walls of Unseen University alone? One false invocation as you're summoning a demon, and bang! You're lunch for some pit fiend with more tentacles than legs and fewer arms than heads. Or spend too long in the wrong area of the library and poof, you disappear. All that you leave behind is a statistic.
Don't you like being a wizard? It always seemed like a glamorous profession to me.
There's nothing glamorous about wizardry. Well, except for glamours.
Glamours?
It's an elvish thing.
Well, thank you very much. If you're so unlucky, why do you come here?
I haven't lived a lucky life, but, well, I don't know. I guess I feel that in here, I at least have a chance.
But the odds are always stacked against you. The house always has the advantage.
Let me tell you something, Lewton. The house always has the advantage. Here, out there, it doesn't make any difference. At least in here, you know who the house is.
That's a pretty stark outlook.
Ever made a decision that affected your whole life? Ever done something that throws everything into question?
No, I don't feel in that much control of my life.
None of us are.
So you work up at Unseen University.
I was trained there. Once I got my degree, I moved on.
But you're still a wizard. I thought all you guys were under the jurisdiction of the university.
Yeah, I work for Unseen Securities now.
Unseen Securities?
Yeah, we make magical security systems. Very exclusive.
Are they expensive?
Oh, yeah. Hardly anyone can afford our services.
Can't imagine what this man could possibly know that's useful for me. Maybe I could ask him for money as well.
I suppressed the urge to ask for money. I was broke, sure, but I wasn't that desperate.
Because he doesn't seem linked to anything we do, but maybe if we need some magical information... Oh, like maybe he knows what Azil means. Aha, see, that's what makes this a detective game. We're deducing. He might also know Sapphire if he's a regular here. And I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask him about the counterweight killings.
Heard of the counterweight killings?
I heard someone in Unseen University got killed by a spy, but I don't really, know anything about it, you know?
Do you know anything about the murder of a man named Mundy?
I'm afraid I can't really, help you with that.
He sounds a bit like the guy that had the ant computer in Discworld 2.
Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conkers?
I don't know them.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
I'm afraid I can't really,
I'm surprised.
help you with that.
I thought you might be useful. My mistake.
Is your bad luck common knowledge?
Well, pretty much everyone knows I've got a losing streak.
Anyone else famous for their losing streak?
Well, the Sapphire. She's not very lucky. Other than that, no one springs to mind.
Do you know a troll called Sapphire?
I've seen her around, but I don't really know her.
Seen her here?
Oh, yeah. She's sometimes here. She never looks very happy, though.
Do you know a troll called Sapphire?
I've seen her around, but...
Well, we'll keep in mind that he does the security stuff. Maybe he does it for von Uberwald. He's rich.
Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald?
That means nothing to me.
Oh, perhaps he doesn't then. Unless it's done under a different name. Although perhaps Carlotta does.
Do you know Carlotta?
No, I guess I don't.
What's that supposed to mean?
Forget it.
I will then.
Can we talk, or do I have to play that stupid game again?
Business is slow, we can talk.
Right, I'm ever so curious if you know about the counterweight killings. Maybe I should ask you about Al-Khali as well, because I don't have much lead on him.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Khali?
I'm just a croupier. I don't know everything.
Do you know a woman named...
No,
I don't.
that's not what I want to click on. The Ilsa and Two Conkers hitbox is so huge it extends over to the changing of the pages.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
I'm just a croupier.
More murders, more contacts. Here's our contents page, right. In that case, I want to know about the counterweight killings, please. Which aren't here. There.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
Sure, and I only have one thing to say about them. I'll place good money that the patrician's next.
Any reason?
Just a hunch.
Nah, they wouldn't kill off the patrician. Although I'd be rather happy if he
Time
made
to excuse
an
myself from the
appearance
table, I think.
in this game. He was always a joy to see in Discworld 1 and 2, although he had a very small role in Discworld 2.
I really didn't want to play. The woman's name is Ilsa. She and I used to be close. It's over.
Why are you telling me this?
I thought you might want to know.
How is the case going?
Badly. Mundy's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead. Murdered. And not a pretty sight. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'll survive. You could have chosen a nicer way to tell me.
I thought you might appreciate me getting straight to the point. Do you want me to stay on the case?
Is there still a case?
I thought perhaps you might like to know who killed Mundy and why.
Yes, I owe him that. You can continue with the case, Lewton.
Why, Lewton? You could have just wrapped it up there and gotten paid.
Do you want to know what happened with Mundy?
That's what I'm paying you for, isn't it?
Is it? I'm starting to wonder.
Don't you like me, Lewton?
What's not to like? You're a woman like any other.
Do you look down on all women, or just the ones you know?
I have plenty of distaste to go around. There didn't seem much point discussing that with Carlotta. There didn't seem much... Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
No.
Mundy's murder looks like a counterweight killing.
Oh, I'm thrilled.
I'm trying to find out why a troll named Sapphire would lie to me. Any thoughts?
Be careful, Lewton. I don't appreciate people wasting my time.
Alright, I get the hint. Let's talk about Monday.
Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald?
Be careful, Lewton.
Here we go.
Do you want to hear about Mundy's death?
I'm not that kind of ghoul.
I never said you were. I just thought you might like to know.
I don't need the details.
Did you kill Mundy?
What? What do you think I am, Lewton?
It's got nothing to do with what I think of you, Carlotta. But the Watch are investigating, and if they find out about your connection with Mundy, you're bound to be a suspect.
So why are you asking me if I did it?
Let's just call it professional curiosity.
If I had done it, would you turn me in?
That depends.
On what?
On why you did it.
You don't strike me as a moralist, Lewton.
I'm a simple man, Carlotta. I have simple ideas of what's right and what's wrong. The trouble is, things are seldom that simple. It's always somewhere in the middle ground. I try not to jump to conclusions. In my line of work, that can get you killed.
That must be a tremendous incentive to think everything through.
I do my best. You still haven't answered my question.
I didn't kill him, Lewton, if that's what you really want to know.
Do you have an alibi? I told her when the murder took place and asked her if she had an alibi. I wasn't surprised when she did. Frankly, I reckon I could have said any day and any time, and she'd have had an alibi. She was that kind of woman.
There are witnesses who can corroborate where I was.
And where were you?
I was in the Temple of Small Gods.
Spend a lot of time on your knees, do you, sister?
We all need a little absolution.
For your sins?
Everything I do is a sin in someone's eyes.
Small Gods, that was another book, wasn't it? I don't think I read that one. I think that's all that's worth getting out of Carlotta. Unless maybe she knows two Conquers?
Do you know a woman?
Be careful.
No, then I think we're done here. Alright, new locations, new act. Let's get to work. And let's save and save often. Because this game has crashed on us once. And this being a game from 2.5 decades ago, doesn't like to autosave.
Still here?
Not for much longer, I hope.
When do you sail?
I can't imagine anything new to check out on the wharf. Or on Pier 5, where we've already broken into and found the matchbook.
I'm back.
Let's have a party.
I do want to ask some people about the counterweight killings, but it probably makes more sense to go with the leads that we have right now. I also need to figure out what Hazil means.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
That's nothing to do with me.
Yeah, as expected. He looks like a zombie, this guy.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
That's nothing.
Yeah, as expected. Alright, thank you for your help, Lurch. Double check my office again, because I'm very paranoid about missing something here. Right, we need to confront Sapphire and why she lied to us again.
I've got some more questions for you, Sapphire.
Sapphire busy. Leave her alone.
The way Sapphire's rendered, she looks so much like a troll from Dungeon Keeper, down to the erect nipples. The lies.
You lied to me, Sapphire. Strung me along with that Madame Lodestone story.
What? No. Sapphire told truth.
Yeah, we know you didn't tell the truth, right? I need to talk about your losing streak.
Do you know?
No, not that.
You must think I know whole town.
Good heavens, this really could do with a better contents page. Can I just go cases and go Therma and then go... No. Where do we find losing streak? There we go.
I know about your problems.
Problems?
The debts. The huge losses. You're struggling just to keep your head above water. I bet you've had to make all kinds of nasty compromises just to keep yourself going.
What you talking about? Who been saying such things about me?
Does it matter?
It mattered to Sapphire.
All right. I heard it from Whirl, and he should know.
Huh, Whirl. He don't know everything goes on at Saturnalia.
Ooh, well, It's not a bad counter to my question, is it?
So, you won this money at the races.
No, not at races. At casino.
Oh, yeah, that's right. At the casino.
I really thought that would be enough to make you spill the beans about the money.
I'd learned from Saturnalia that Sapphire was suffering from a long-running losing streak. When I burst in on Sapphire, she was playing with a huge pile of money. Now, I'm not a suspicious person. I'm So, how have things been? I'll be back.
So perhaps we need
That's what
to
they all say.
collect more evidence about her nefarious misdeeds. Perhaps Mankin knows something.
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton? A man's got to have a hobby. Where did Sapphire get all that money from? Ha, ha, ha. You never give up, do you? That's considered an asset in my line of work. Just leave me alone, Lewton. I'm sick of the sight of you. I'm sick of talking to you. And I am sick of all your damn questions. Look, you know I'm not gonna give up. Why not just pretend you've held out for a commendable length of time and finally cracked? It could be our little secret. Lewton, if anyone starts saving up to get an assassin for you, let me know, will you? That's one cause I'd gladly give generously to. In the meantime, what about Sapphire's money? I didn't even know she had any money. She claims to have won it over at the casino.
At Saturnalia? You've got to be kidding. If Sapphire had a big win, the whole town would know about it by now. No, I'd be prepared to bet it has something to do with whoever she met when she missed her shift. Who did she meet? I've no idea. All I know is she missed her shift because she had to meet someone.
Thanks for your help.
Oh, it's always a pleasure, Lewton.
A missed shift, you say? Perhaps we can link that together with the money and the losing streak.
You don't happen to know who Sapphire was meeting with when she missed her shift at the Octarine Parrot?
Leave me alone, Lewton.
Do you know anything about Sapphire's losing streak?
Leave me alone, Lewton. This is species harassment.
Ooh, I should use that one. Alright, thank you, Mankin. Can I link these together myself before I do more persecution?
I was now pretty convinced that whoever Sapphire met with had given her a big pile of cash. I had to find out who it was. Frankly, I was hoping they'd give me a big pile of cash too. Because if I didn't pay my bar tab soon, they were going to break both my arms, and I hate drinking with a straw. There had to be a connection between Sapphire's losing streak and her secret meeting.
I'm not sure if you need to make those connections, but when I was reading the manual, it made it seem like that is an important part of the deductive process.
I've got some more questions for you, Sapphire. I hear you had a mysterious meeting not too long ago. Not long after, you turn up with a lot of money. Sounds like an awfully big coincidence to me.
Stop harassing Sapphire. Already told Lewton. Won the money at Saturnalia.
Right. So, you won a lot of money at the casino.
Yes, already told ya. Big win.
You won big at the casino, but no one at the casino seems to remember you winning.
They lie. Sapphire won big.
And this mysterious meeting as well. You say that had nothing to do with the money.
Forget about meeting. Meeting not important.
Not important, eh? I think it is. I say you met with someone and they gave you the money. Someone who had something to hide. Someone who'd pay good money to keep it quiet. Who was it, Sapphire?
No one.
It wasn't no one who paid you, Sapphire. It was someone who was interested in me, wasn't it? Someone who didn't want me digging around after Therma. Why? What's so important that someone would pay you to cover up for them? Who is it?
No one.
You'd better tell me, because I'm going to find out one way or another. And if you don't tell me, when I find out who it is, I'll tell them you told me where to find them.
No, she'll kill me.
Who? Who'd kill you?
Therma. It was Therma. I've been blackmailing Therma. She not want to be found.
Therma is still alive?
Yeah?
Good. Arrange a meeting with her for me.
What?
You heard me. Face it, Sapphire, your little scam is broken. If you want me to keep quiet about your little windfall, you're going to have to fix a meeting with Therma for me.
Therma won't do it.
Well, you'd better make her do it, because otherwise I'm going to go straight to the Guild of Thieves, Burglars, and Allied Trades to tell them about you. They don't take kindly to unlicensed blackmail.
You do that to me?
Look into my eyes and tell me if I'm bluffing.
All right. Give me some time. I'll leave message at your office when it arranged.
I look forward to it. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Sapphire.
You're a cold one, Lewton.
Not as cold as you, I reckon. I decided to leave Sapphire alone after that. I'd got what I wanted.
Good lord, that is cold. I mean, Rincewind was pretty cold, and he killed a lot of people. That was just something so cruel about what we did to her there. Good job, Lewton. Alright, Nobby, what you got for me?
There was something about the way the other members of the Watch looked at me that let me know that no matter how innocent I was still stained with suspicion. Still, I'll take the stains of suspicion over the tarnish of guilt. Suspicion was easier to wash out. Sometimes I think I'd just give up and crawl inside a whiskey bottle. Except that you can only do that if you are less than 1 inch high. Doesn't look like I'm too welcome around here. Of course, I haven't been welcome here since I got kicked off the force, but at least then they just thought I was corrupt. Now they think I'm a murderer.
Nah, Lewton, you've got it all wrong. They don't think you're a murderer. They think...
That my personal hygiene is appalling?
No.
That I have the Clutchian plague?
No.
Face it, they think I'm a murderer.
You know, give me a minute, I'll think of something.
Nobby, you've never thought of something printable in your entire life. Why should you start now?
I don't know why Nobby puts up with all of this.
I suppose I could have asked for some rope, but I still have some pride. Not much, but it was all I had. I wasn't...
Right, well, we have a lot of things to question you on.
Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald?
Never heard of him.
How have so few people heard about this insanely rich guy? Well, he did say he doesn't get out much from his conservatory.
Am I still prime suspect in Mundy's murder?
Afraid so.
Tell me more about these counterweight killings.
I'm not really sure I should, Lewton. Sorry.
Come on, Nobby. You can trust me.
Well, no. Look, Lewton, I can't tell you.
Why not? Shouldn't I know?
It's not to be discussed with anyone who's not part of the case.
Ah, I see. Well, that makes sense. Obviously, you wouldn't want people not involved with the case learning about it.
Exactly.
And I'm the prime suspect in that case, right?
Well, you're the prime suspect in the Mundy case. But the prime suspect in the counterweight killings is that foreign spy who's been killing all the prominent people. Like that bloke up at Unseen University and that fellow in the Patrician's Palace.
Right. Well, I won't ask any more questions then, seeing as how I shouldn't.
Thank you, Lewton. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Nobby. Oh, he's got great delivery. It's better here than in Discworld 1, I dare to say.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
No.
I found some frayed rope in the rafters of Mundy's room.
Good for you.
I thought it might have some bearing on the case.
I suppose I should mention it in the file.
So there is a file, then?
Well, not as such. But as soon as there is, I'll be sure to mention it.
These little details could clear my name, Nobby.
I suppose so.
Well, thanks, Nobby. You've been a great help.
Just doing my job to the best of my ability.
That's what I was afraid of.
I love the writing in this game.
Am I still prime suspect in...
I much prefer this vision of Nobby, says Onshix. Probably a better story for police writing in general. I'm inclined to agree. Alright, I reckon that's all we get out of you. Probably gives us a talking point with somebody else. I really should ask anybody who can talk about
Still
Azil.
here.
Because we have no lead on that. I strongly suspect that someone in Unseen University would know about it, though. Which is probably where we should go to next.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Sorry, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Oh well. Wait, that's not the Unseen University. It's a Temple of Small Gods. Can we even go to Unseen University? Probably not. Gosh, how many hours would it have taken to render this in '99?
The Temple of Small Gods was Ankh-Morpork's unique concession to all the thousands, perhaps millions, of small gods that the Discworld was home to. Most of the gods were so small they never got worshipped. The spirits of lonely trees, or the places where two ant trails crossed, and they stayed that way because they lacked belief. Give a god belief, one follower or 10,000, and it grows up from the void into whatever fanciful deity its followers devise. Everyone knows that people need gods to blame for everything that is wrong, or praise for everything that is right. But they forget that every god needs people, too. Inside the temple, a bazaar of fanatics, lunatics, and cultists of all descriptions were trying to sell their faith to prospective followers. 2 salvations for the price of 1. Extra indulgences if you get a friend to join. That sort of thing. The lost and the lonely came here seeking direction. I found it hard to picture Carlotta amongst their number.
It's so very Dominions, isn't it? I wonder who took inspiration from who.
Malaclips drew attention to himself by virtue of the lack of crowds around him. Even the followers of Flatulus had a small crowd, but for some reason no one wanted to talk to him. It looked as if he had a metal fish hung around his neck.
But can I have this metal fish?
Who do you worship, then?
Why do you want to know? Who sent you? What do you want?
My name's Lewton. I'm a private investigator.
You've been sent by the elucidated brethren of the Ebon Knight to silence me, haven't you? Their plots are so transparent. It won't work. I have protection.
There isn't an elucidated brethren of the Ebon Knight anymore. They were forcibly disbanded.
Disbanded?
By a dragon, as it happens.
Ah, that's what they want you to think. That was all faked, so that they could eliminate all their traitors and go underground. Even as we speak, they are plotting to control the patrician by putting mind-altering drugs in the palace's water supply.
Then it's true. I'd heard that you were the only other person who really knew what was going on.
What do you want?
I just want to learn from you. Only you can teach me what is really going on in Ankh-Morpork.
You don't fool me.
I don't?
You just want to steal all my knowledge and then use it to further your plans of glory.
Ah, but I know that you know that, and you know that I know that. Which means we're at a stalemate. And since you know more than me, you have the advantage in a stalemate, which means that ultimately you'll beat me.
Yes! Yes! I see. You plan to try and use me, don't you? Well, many have tried to use Malaclips, and I have beaten them all.
No, I can't hide anything from you, can I?
Very well. I will let you, for as long as it serves my purposes to do so. What did you wish to know?
Which deity do you serve?
That's a big question. Which deity do you serve?
I don't serve any deity.
Then I don't serve any deity either.
I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
Right. You first.
I serve...
You didn't finish.
I am forbidden by an oath of loyalty never to speak aloud the name of the person of
the ancient mystic order of... Yes, I know all about you. I know every conspiracy turnwise of the Wormberg, and all but one conspiracy hubwards of the Great Neff.
Your turn.
I am the proud servitor of Errata, the goddess of misunderstandings, the mistress of mayhem, the countess of confusion, and the duchess of discord.
You know, sometimes I think I'm her servitor, too.
You get a free gold-plated apple if you join this week.
Tell me about the goddess Errata.
There is no goddess greater than Errata. Have you not looked at the world and seen all the confusion and misunderstanding? Well, who do you think put it there? It didn't happen by chance. Nothing ever happens by chance.
So, every misunderstanding that has ever happened, Errata was behind them all.
Yes. She has started wars, and she has ended wars. Millions have died for the glory of Errata.
And presumably most of them believe they were dying for something else.
Oh, yes. The goddess is shrewd in her ways.
She must be very powerful.
There is no goddess more powerful than Errata.
Then why doesn't she just make everyone into her follower?
Let me tell you something, Lewton. Everyone is a follower of Errata. They just don't know it.
How come you know that you're a follower of Errata?
I only think I'm a follower of Errata. I might be a follower of someone else, and I wouldn't even know it.
Errata thinks of everything, doesn't she? You said you knew all but one conspiracy, Hubwards of the Great Neff. What's the one conspiracy you don't know?
If I knew that, I would know all the conspiracies, wouldn't I?
You don't know anything about that one conspiracy.
Nothing.
Then how do you know that there is another conspiracy?
Because when I put all the other conspiracies together, I can see the pieces missing.
In other words, you can tell there's a conspiracy because you can't see it.
Everything casts a shadow, Lewton. At least of some kind.
What if the missing pieces are a ruse by one of the conspiracies you do know about to try and distract you from paying attention to what they're doing?
No, that's too far-fetched.
So is there a formal church of Errata?
I am the formal church of Errata. I hold her sacred emblem.
And what would that be?
The scarlet totem that I wear around my neck.
And how do you go about joining the church?
I told you! Everyone is part of the Church of Errata. They just don't know it.
This feels like it's been a fat waste of time, but if he knows every conspiracy bar one, perhaps he'll know something that's going on around here.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Azil? Yes. He was an Ascari in the Great Neff a couple of centuries ago, involved in the Great Light Dam conspiracy, which culminated in the theft of 12 barrels of light from the sacred distilleries of E, the Lost City.
Was that in any way useful, or was he just rambling?
Do you know Al-Khali?
The dwarf? Yes, he's an associate of Horst's. A minor player in the greater scheme of things, but dangerous nonetheless.
Wait, Horst? Wasn't he in one of the Pratchett books? Was he in Small Gods? Name rings a bell.
Tell me about the counterweight killings.
Rumor has it that the Sun Emperor's private assassin is here in Ankh-Morpork, silencing those who have found out about the conspiracy to keep the Agatean Empire out of the secret trade talks at Ecclepon, thus ensuring that the counterweight continent's stature in the world economy is weakened.
Hold on, slow down a minute. Who's the Sun Emperor?
The ruler of the Agatean Empire, of course.
The Agatean Empire? That's on the counterweight continent, is it?
Shh. Not so loud. Don't you know about the patrician's conspiracy to deny the existence of the counterweight continent to the populace? He could have us killed just for talking about it.
But everyone knows that the counterweight continent is real. We had a tourist from there a couple of years ago.
Privately, everyone knows, yes. But publicly, it's still just a legend. And the patrician makes sure it stays that way.
So what you're telling me is that an assassin from a nation that publicly doesn't exist is here killing off certain influential figures.
Exactly!
And all this has to do with a trade meeting at Ecclepon.
Apparently, there may be more to it than that.
Why Ecclepon? That's hundreds of leagues away.
Yes, but Ecclepon is the nearest port to the Akkadian Empire. And agents of the Ochre Revolution from the Counterweight continent are going to be at the meeting.
I see.
Okay, but that didn't give us anything new to work with in the notebook.
What do you know about Mundy's murder?
Mundy, you say? Yes! He was killed by the forces of the 8th Conspiracy of Cleft in order to prevent him from delivering his message.
Are we talking about the same Mundy?
Can't help but feel this man is full of nonsense, but he wouldn't be here if he didn't have something to offer me. It just concerns me that he wouldn't write down any notes about it.
I'll have to go. The truth is out there.
Trust no one.
Okay, I'll start with you. Gosh, that was kind of painful, and a little ill-fitting for the game. Is he the only person here?
Religious emblems were scattered throughout the place. The sacred lace of Hyperopia, the goddess of shoes. The holy trolley of Mr. Safeway. The blessed chamber pot of the whinging martyrs of Constipata. Anything could become a sacred relic if you weren't careful enough.
Safeway. That was
Most
a
of the statues
line
were a
of
mystery to me,
supermarkets.
but I recognized the odd face. There was Zephyrus, the god of slight breezes. And Lamentatio, the goddess of interminable opera. I thought I could see FedEx, messenger of the gods, in one corner.
FedEx.
It would have been satisfying to smash up one of the statues, but it would probably have caused a lot of trouble. Behind Mooncalf was a beautiful stained glass window depicting Morphine, the angel of dreams, passing the recipe for the Discworld's first pizza to a mortal. If I strained, I thought I could just about see a bay leaf on the pizza.
I was drawn to Mooncalf by his religious fervor. He was the kind of man who wouldn't miss a single event in the temple, no matter how trivial. He also struck me as the kind of fanatic who knew 100 words for infidel and not one for compromise.
That's a very different voice that we had there.
You with the hat. Have you accepted Anu into your heart?
The name isn't you with the hat, it's Lewton. And no, I haven't accepted Anu into my heart. Why should I?
For it is written in the book of Kelpie, he who has not the spirit of Anu in his heart shall have his heart eaten by the Divine One on the day of judgment.
I'll take that chance.
Or you may mock infidel, but the day of judgment is coming, mark my words. The signs are clear, the omens are unquestionable, the stars are right and the auguries are undeniable.
What about the auspices?
The auspices are fair to light with a small chance of judgment day later in the eon.
I think you're taking the auspice. Did your church buy that window?
We are not a church, we're a cult.
What's the difference?
Demographics. Churches appeal to the high society element. Good for funding, but bad for grassroots support. Now, your average cult has much more of a street-level membership. Not so much money, but easier to get things done.
Well, did your cult buy that window?
No. It was purchased by the Eternal Seers of Revelation Joe many years ago. It depicts the moment when the divine prophet was given the recipe for pizza by the Creator.
How come you're working in front of it?
The Eternal Seers ran out of support decades ago.
It figures. Now let me get this straight. The Eternal Seers of Revelation Joe worshipped pizza.
No, my child. The legends say that the first pizza was created by the Klatchian mystic Ronron Revelation Joe Sawadi, who claimed to have been given the recipe in a dream by the creator of the Discworld himself. Allegedly, the creator said that the pizza was what he had intended all along. Those who have seen the original say that what the creator had in mind was a small cheese and pepperoni affair, with a few black olives, and things like mountains and seas got added out of last-minute enthusiasm, as so often happens.
So who were the Eternal Seers?
The survivors of the schism of the Turnwise Ones and the resulting Grand Jihad.
Grand Jihad?
Yes. After the deaths of some 25,000 people, the faithful were allowed to add one small bay leaf to the recipe.
So is this divine figure in the window the creator?
Oh no. It is blasphemy for any to depict the rat face of the creator.
Because of his divine stature?
No. Because it is clear that world creation is not a divine act, but a rather straightforward mechanical function. Hence, to praise the creator would be blasphemy.
How does the creator feel about that?
He seems content. He's had some success with his design, apparently. The details are sketchy.
So, here I am, a fresh punter. Why should I choose your religion over anyone else's?
Because Anu Anu is the true god of gods, more mighty and strong than all the others put together.
About half the gods in this temple alone claim to be the true god of gods.
But Anu Anu reveals himself through his divine miracles.
Such as?
Ever looked at your thumb? Ever really thought about it? Ever considered what you couldn't do if you didn't have a thumb?
Anu Anu is the god of thumbs?
No, but Anu Anu bites away the thumbs of the non-believer.
I'm not convinced. Anything else?
Join the cult of Anu Anu now to receive a free faux pearl statuette of the great god Anu Anu, a $90 value, absolutely free. Be the envy of your friends as they roast in the fires of Sogorop.
Thanks, but I'll pass. So what is Anu Anu the god of?
Anu Anu is above being bound to one single concept or idea. He is power incarnate.
Come on, level with me. What is he the god of?
It's not to be discussed with non-believers.
So this is less of a religion and more of a lucky dip.
Oh, I feel sorry for you on Judgment Day.
You keep mentioning Judgment Day. What do you mean?
Mark my words, it's coming. Darkness and evil shall descend on this city, and fetid corruption shall consume the very souls of the unbelievers. Only the followers of Anu Anu shall be saved.
Darkness and evil? How exactly are we going to tell Judgment Day from any other day in Ankh-Morpork?
By the time you realize what's going on, it shall be too late.
It generally is.
This whole area just feels like a red herring, but they had such a probably very expensive rendered sequence to introduce this place, so it must have some relevance. I thought it would be my best bet to figure out what Azil means, short of asking wizards at the Unseen University. And I don't think the other guy was firing all cylinders when he gave us his interpretation. Ah, well, I should always ask about counterweight killings.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
I have not.
Nothing at all? Heard about any ritualistic killings in Ankh-Morpork?
Again, I have not.
I was suspicious. Most religious fanatics would have turned the counterweight killings into fuel for their zealous fire. Mooncalf's silence spoke more than words. Not literally. It wouldn't be much of a silence if it spoke. I imagine silences get kicked out of school for that sort of thing. The point was, I was suspicious of Mooncalf. There was something he wasn't telling me. I asked Mooncalf where he was when Mundy was murdered. He seemed to take it in his stride. Perhaps religious fanatics are used to being suspects in murder investigations.
I was holding a service at that time.
Where?
Here, in the sanctum of the Temple of Small Gods.
So you have witnesses?
But of course, my entire congregation saw me give a glorious sermon in honor of Anu Anu.
So you can give me the names of some of your congregation to back up your alibi.
Betray the confidence of my flock? You must think me shallow of faith, Lewton, to propose such a barbaric plan of action.
Shall I take that as a no, then?
Very suspicious individual.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Khali?
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu, and I'd thank you not to waste it.
Good bit of thought put into even these dismissive lines. Right, the main crucible here. What does Azil mean?
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
I prefer to involve myself with more spiritual matters.
Oh, bollocks.
I found some frayed rope near Mundy's body. Any idea what it means?
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu, and I'd thank you not to waste it.
Can I squeeze something out of you here? Maybe if I threaten you with violence.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
And good day, true leveler.
I wasn't about to flash the stolen tooth around. I was broke. I suppose I could have asked for some rope, but I still have some pride. Not...
Right, is there anything I can do to squeeze a bit more out of you about the counterweight killings?
Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald?
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu.
Yeah, it's a far sight from Discworld 1 with, that doesn't work. But yeah, that game is ancient. This game is slightly less ancient at only 27 years old. Yeah, so I need to consider more about why this man knows nothing about the counterweight killings when everybody else does seem to.
I asked Mooncalf if Carlotta was in the temple when Mundy was murdered. Frankly, he didn't seem very sure. His face took on a vacant look, like someone trying to remember who won the boat race in the year of the asthmatic antelope.
Yes. Yes, I believe I saw her in the temple that night.
Does she come here often?
She is indeed a regular of the Temple of Small Gods. I myself have lectured her at great length on the virtues of the cult of Anu Anu.
Why does she come here?
Why does anyone come here, Lewton? For answers. For absolution. Perhaps simply out of boredom. But mostly for something to give her life a meaning.
What makes you think life has a meaning?
20 million zealots can't all be wrong.
There are 20 million members of your cult?
Not of this cult, but every religion is testament to the quest for meaning, even if our cult is the only true religion.
Don't you feel like you're just servicing a group of selfish, self-obsessed, half-wit deities whose ability to survive without you is considerably less than your ability to survive without them?
Watch your tongue, Lewton. Talk like an atheist and you can expect a lightning bolt to strike you where you least expect.
I'll take my chances.
Yeah, I'd almost forgot we came here because Carlotta had apparently been here.
Do you know a troll by the name of Malachite?
No.
Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conkers?
They are not followers of Anu Anu, and I do not associate with infidels.
Infidels.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Kali?
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu.
Okay, I mean, it's information, but not information we could really use, is it?
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
I have not.
Nothing at all? Heard about any... I would... most...
Yes, that is suspicious. However, perhaps we could ask Carlotta about Mooncalf, and that might give us a bit more to work with. I should also check about Carlotta with Strange Raving Man. Also, small pool. I toss in some money.
The only non-denominational feature in the temple was a small pool of water in the central atrium. What was I going to do? Go for a swim?
You could chuck some money in. I used to look at money thrown in fountains as a kid and thought, gosh, if I just had the balls to get in there and start scooping up all the money.
I suppose I could throw a coin in the pool if it wasn't for one thing. I liked my money just where it was.
Yeah, what's with the voice change there? That's twice it's happened in this area. Maybe I could throw the tooth in.
What was it with me? All of a sudden, I was trying to think of small objects to throw in the pool. I really didn't think that was going to help me at all.
And maybe don't throw a diamond in there, Lewton.
I wasn't about to throw that in the pool.
Is there anything I would throw in the pool, though?
I wasn't about...
Seems like a good place to dispose of evidence.
I need your help again, Malaclips.
They'll all need my help sooner or later. They just don't know it yet.
Can we sponsor David Cage to make a sequel to Discworld Noir? I think he's busy with other stuff, right? Beyond Two Souls 2? The implication was that that was going to have a sequel. Right, where's Carlotta? She is another lead here.
Do you know a woman by the name of Carlotta von Uberwald? Have you seen her around the temple?
Oh, yes. I know her. She's part of one of the darkest conspiracies. And they're plotting to take over the world by stealing the lost treasures of Errata and turning them towards a dark purpose. Don't trust her, Lewton. Trust no one.
You know about Mundy's murder?
Of course.
Was she here when he was killed?
Yes. Yes, she was.
Ah, now that's handy to know. So we actually have an alibi for her. I'll have to confront her about her alibi, and then maybe she can tell us a thing or two about Mooncalf.
Still here?
Here's as good as anywhere.
Do you want to know what happened with Mundy?
But hold on, I got nothing new in this.
I wasn't about to ask Carlotta about herself.
Do you want to hear? I never...
Well, that wasn't helpful at all. It's not like we have no leads, though. We're waiting on the meeting with Therma, which perhaps I should report to Malachite.
Well, I'm back. For a brief moment...
Well, I got not much going on in the Therma case. Ah, if I click at the top, it brings me right to the contents. So then I can go contacts and suspects. No, not that one. Cases, Sapphire's case. No, I can't go there either. Well, that's a damn shame. But what about... Okay, we scribbled out all the stuff about secret meeting and all that, so I guess we need to deal with her before we come crawling back to Malachite. Don't know why I'd want to go back to the mausoleum, but we can go and look at Therma again.
The rubble was definitely the body of a troll. But according to Malachite, it wasn't Therma's body. I guess I could have taken a rubbing of the inscription if it wasn't for one thing. I didn't want to.
Fatalities in chat saying, I've been following along. How does the series rate? Good fun or tedious? Definitely good fun, held up by brilliant writing and excellent presentation, especially for the time. The moon logic and tedium was a little high in Discworld 1. Discworld 2 was a smooth flow. And this one's leaning a lot more into the noir aspect than the Discworld aspect, but I really like the dialogue that comes out in this one. Overall, good times.
I see Sir has returned.
Sir has?
Who would Sir like to see?
Wait, Carlotta is probably not here, right?
Is Carlotta home?
Alas, no. What a shame that Sir's trip has been wasted. Perhaps Sir would like to leave now.
Tell her I called by.
Why, my loins stir at the very thought of serving you in this way, sir.
Haven't tried asking you about some things for a long time, though.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
I don't know anything about any murders, sir.
Who mentioned murders? I really do want to quiz everybody about the word Azil, though. It seems like the missing element to connect Mundy's murder to the counterweight killings. Although, holy smokes, the amount of pages that we have here. Right, get me to cases, Mundy's case, Azil.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Sir has many questions, but alas, I have few answers.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Is the Count receiving guests?
No, but he will see you.
Ah, Lewton. I was hoping you would drop by.
You don't sound so good, Count.
I am not the man I used to be, that is certain. Past my prime, you might say. Yes, past my prime.
I could come back later if you want.
No, there is no guarantee that I will be getting any better. If anything, I might be worse.
Your health?
We are both men of the world, Mr. Lewton. I will not mince words with you. I am dying. I might last another year or so, or I might not last the week. And to think I thought Ankh more pork would be good for my health.
Not too many people would believe you, certainly.
Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to business. Yes? Yes. Straight to business.
We're all dying, my friend. Some just faster than others.
I wasn't about to flash the stolen tooth around.
Right, I certainly should clue you up on Mundy's murder, since that is what you're paying me to look into.
Do you know anything about the murder of a man named Mundy?
Mr. Lewton, I couldn't be less interested in the petty crimes of this wretched city.
Petty crimes? You wanted me to report on Mundy's murder.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
Mr. Lewton.
Then if that's not what's going on, what do you want to know?
I asked the Count if he knew where Carlotta was when Mundy was murdered, but he wasn't sure. He told me that she wasn't in the mansion, but that her comings and goings were a mystery to him. What do you know?
These days...
Do you know...
These days...
Gosh, what could I possibly ask him about?
Do you know anything? Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. I remember Azil. Azil. The mad Ascari of the great Nef. He rose to power before even the light dams of Sorka were completed. I remember he used to punish his detractors by burying them upside down in the sand. Do you know, I think he honestly believed they might grow into trees. He was quite mad, you know. Quite mad.
How long ago was this?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of 100 years ago, at least.
You seem to remember it like yesterday.
I am an old man. My memory plays tricks.
And yet that didn't give us another talking point. What is it with Azil?
I found some frayed rope near Mundy's body. Any idea what it means?
Please do not waste my time.
So your account. What's it like?
It's fine. Although what do I...
Don't know what else I could possibly give you, but you didn't give me anything there other than more weird stuff about Azil. Then again, maybe, if I back out of all this, assuming I have nothing else to talk to you about. He doesn't care about the counterweight killings. He doesn't want to talk about himself. He doesn't care about murder. He doesn't care about these contacts. And I highly doubt he cares about the Sapphire case, not that I can talk about it. Okay, but maybe what he's told me is enough to draw a conclusion that ties Azil to this being a counterweight killing. Where is the counterweight killing here?
I couldn't honestly tell if there was a connection.
Oh, are you sure?
The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings. Perhaps if I knew what Azil was, I'd be able to draw more conclusions. On the wall of Mundy's room, someone had written the word Azil in blood. I didn't know what it meant.
But we just had two people tell us what it means. Well, time to go. Was not aware I could actually explore the mansion. Well, this changes things.
The book was an old edition of Twerp's Peerage. Probably a collector's item. Why do rich families feel the need to leave old, valuable books lying around in their reception halls? It's bad enough that they have so much more money than you without rubbing it in. The book was about the lineage and heraldry of the nobility of the city of Ankh. I didn't understand much of it, but I noticed that there were handwritten corrections in it.
And we cannot take it?
The book... I didn't... The painting bore a striking resemblance to Carlotta. I couldn't think of a good reason to steal the painting, even though it would have looked great on my office wall.
That would not have fit on your office wall, Lewton. Well, you can see my cursor appear twice.
There was something about the wooden staircase that was really impressive. I think it might have been the thought that it probably cost more to make than everything I owned. I'll say this for the von Oberwalds. They had class. There weren't many homes in Ankh-Morpork with a window that could take your breath away. Well, maybe in Unseen University, but I'd heard that they had windows there that could literally take your breath away. There was no way I was going to try and smash such an incredible work of art.
Nice that I can explore here more, but it's strange that the book, despite having so much to say about it, isn't relevant.
The book was an old edition of Twerp's Peerage. Why do rich... I've got a few more questions for you, Count. I'll be back later.
I look forward to it.
Where's my money? Always keen to check my office every now and then. We haven't been to the Cafe Ankh for a while. Maybe we can finally talk to Sam. Or maybe they got a new crowbar for me to steal.
I guess I never really noticed that the Cafe Ankh had a wine cellar before. Perhaps if they'd run out of drinks at the bar, I'd have been more inclined to investigate. I knew full well that I wouldn't be able to get down there without permission and the right key.
We always have the right key, Lewton.
You can't go around jimmying every door open just because you can. Besides, I liked Samael, and I drew the line at breaking into the cafe's wine cellar without his permission.
Oh. It's looking very empty here. Ah.
I'd always respected Samael, and he'd always put up with me. I don't know why. I guess it didn't really matter. Taking a break, Samael?
Oh, yes. It's not easy working the piano all night.
Well, I'm sure you deserve it.
Thank you, Mr. Lewton.
You don't have to call me Mr. Samael. We're old friends.
Sure thing, Mr. Lewton. Old friends. I reckon I've earned a right to call you Mister.
As long as that's what you want. How's business, Samael?
It's pretty good, Mr. Lewton. How are things with you?
Not so good. I think I'm so deep in trouble that I haven't even realized it yet.
You haven't had much luck, have you, Mr. Lewton?
Not since the Hotel Pseudopolis.
That was when... Oh, I see.
That's okay, Samael. I don't mind talking to you about it. You're like family. Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar. I wasn't about to flash the stolen... I suppose not much. I suppressed the urge to ask for money. I would...
Okay, we're not that close then.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about the murder of a man named Mundy?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know anything about that.
I found some frayed rope near Mundy's body. Any idea what it means?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Lewton.
Poor Samel looks so dead on the inside. I suppose he is, right? He's a vampire, is he not?
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know them.
What do you know about a dwarf named Alkali?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know them.
Do you know a troll by the name of Malachite?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know them.
Oh, you must know something. I've waited an entire act to be able to talk to you.
Have you seen Ilsa recently? You weren't expecting her to be here, were you?
No, I wasn't.
I've not seen her for a while. Last time she was here, she was with a foreign gentleman. I think he might have been from the Agatian Empire.
Yeah, that'd be two conkers, I guess. How come you know about the Agatian Empire? That's not common knowledge, is it?
Worked the piano for enough years and you hear just about everything.
Any idea where they might be now?
I don't know, Mr. Lewton, but I think they might be in trouble.
You could be right.
Yeah, well, there was some assassination attempt going on against Ilsa and two Conkers.
You hear a lot of talk around here, Samael. Have you heard anything about the counterweight killings?
Oh, yeah. I've heard the talk. It's making the customers nervous.
What do they say?
Just rumors. You know how rumors spread.
Well, let me know if you hear anything that has the ring of truth to it. Do you know any...
Sorry, Mr.
I've been talking to a lot of people about a lot of things, but none of it's given me any insight.
Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Lewton.
A great pianist like yourself? Well, that's concerning.
Thanks again, Samael.
No problem, Mr. Lewton.
Very concerning. I had really hoped that I'd get some good progress out of Samael. As it stands, I'm almost out of progress. The only thing I have left is my meeting with Therma. Although that does seem like a pretty big break point. Oh.
Sapphire had a collection of Troll cosmetics, a granite filing stone, some colored sand, and various bottles. It all looked like junk to me. The mirror was a sad indictment of Sapphire's misconception that there was something glamorous about her job. What do you know? I can see my face in the mirror.
Oh, but the mirror doesn't actually work.
What do you know? Sapphire had a collection of Troll cosmetics.
But where is she? We probably should have arranged a time and a place for our follow-up.
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton?
A man's got to have a hobby. So how do you think having a...
Where in the world is Sapphire? Oh god, I've scrolled through blank pages too much here. A little concerning about just how much of this gets filled up. Can I even talk to you about Sapphire? Forget cases, I want to talk about suspects. Where Sapphire does not show up. Well, now things get a little ugly. What the heck do I do?
The stage, where performers go up in front of a drunken crowd and sell their dignity to earn enough money to barely live on. It made me think that all the discs a stage and all the people players. Unfortunately, I felt like I'd been cast as an extra in my own life story.
I feel so called out.
I couldn't imagine who would pay attention to the notices in a seedy dive like the Parrot, but I guess they were of interest to someone. Based upon the real truth, the King of Ankh, Hwell's most boring play.
Yes. Is there anywhere that we haven't been to and given a shakedown now? Because I feel like we've done everything. Oh well, quick check in the office. Nobody's delivered anything to me. We've already spoken to Malachite about, well, nothing really, because we can't talk about Therma. Maybe something new over at the casino? Although I was already here, but Carlotta wouldn't
Still here?
talk about her time in the Temple of Small Gods.
Do you want to know? Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald?
Be careful, Lewton.
Oh, this is pretty grim.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
No.
Mundy's murder looks like a counterweight killing.
Oh, I'm thrilled.
Surprised she doesn't want to know more about that, though.
Do you want to hear about Mundy's death?
I'm not that kind of ghoul.
Does Azil mean anything to you?
Azil? Wasn't he a madman from the Great Neff? Some kind of religious maniac?
Go on.
That's it. That's all I can remember.
But we already knew that.
I found some frayed rope near Mundy's body. Any idea what it means?
Be careful, Lewton.
I'm trying to tell you about your lover's death, which is what you've hired me for. Well, I'm getting real low on ideas then.
On the wall of Mundy, I didn't know what it meant.
But we've been told what it means, a few times no less.
What had Mundy been trying to write? Who or what was Azil? I had a hunch there was a connection, but I needed to go one step at a time.
Yeah, I think what I need to do is consult the notes myself.
On the wall of I didn't... Someone, whoever the...
Alright, get rid of that. Mundy's murder with the frayed rope.
There had to be a connection between Mundy's... I just hadn't... There had to be a connection between... What had Mundy been trying to write? Who or what was Azil? The big troll had come up to me out of nowhere and asked me to find Therma. He certainly wasn't the brightest troll I'd met. There had to be a connection. I had a hunch there was a connection, but I needed to go one step at a time.
I feel like somebody should have given me something to work with. Another note that I could make a connection of. My best idea is that it's something that I haven't learnt from the Temple of Small Gods at this point. Can you visit the crime scene? Have you checked everything there? I gave it a thorough licking, but you make a good point. There's always time for a second licking.
Someone, either the killer or Mundy, had written Azil on the wall in blood. Mundy's blood, presumably. I had no idea what it meant.
Can I take my clue and apply it to that? Although it's not really a clue, is it?
Frankly, the message could mean anything. What had Mundy meant by Azil? Now he was dead, there was no way of knowing. But it was his last message to the Discworld, so it was probably something important. I just had to figure out what it meant.
Interesting to know that I can take notes and apply it to items.
There was no rope around his body. I was looking in slightly the wrong place. I didn't want to read too much into the frayed rope.
Oh, I've missed this.
Mundy's killer had tied his legs together with my rope. It was bad enough that he stole my rope without implicating me in a gruesome murder at the same time. Nothing. There should have been something in the boots, only there wasn't. I was pretty sure that the watch didn't search them, and that didn't leave many options.
Oh, damn. I did miss his boots, but it doesn't seem to have anything.
The frayed rope in the rafters was the same as the rope around Mundy's legs. The rope that used to be tied to the grapple. That had to mean that Mundy was hung upside down and then killed. And that meant someone cut him down after he was killed. Curiouser and curiouser.
Oh!
I'd learnt that Mundy had been hung upside down by his legs before he was killed. The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings.
That does give us something to talk to other people about, mind you.
They say that the universe is full of particles called inspirations. One of them hit me at that moment because I suddenly realized something that should have been obvious. If Mundy was hung upside down, and if Mundy wrote the message, then the message was upside down. Turning it around in my head, I could see that it read 3712V. It wasn't a meaningless word after all. It was a meaningless combination of letters and numbers instead. Somehow that seemed much, much worse.
Incredible, we finally got there.
I'd realized that Mundy had been hung upside down before he was killed, and that the message that seemed to say Azil might actually read 3712V. But I didn't know what it meant.
I can't believe Danga and Rompa would steal this.
Someone, either the killer or Mundy.
Alright, now to go and rub this new information against everyone.
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton?
Oh, yes.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Leave me alone, Lewton.
I've been thinking hard about Mundy's death, and there's something that doesn't add up.
Oh, enthrall me with your erudite wisdom, great one.
When Mundy was killed, he was hanging from the ceiling, but when the watch turned up, he was on the ground.
Maybe the killer cut him down when he was dead.
I don't think so. I think that message was written by Mundy, and I don't think the killer saw him write it, which means someone must have cut him down. Somebody who was in that room cut Mundy down. I don't think it was the killer, and I know it wasn't me.
What are you getting at?
You cut him down, didn't you?
Why should I tell you?
I've already told you. I don't think the killer would have cut him down. Which means if you cut him down, you're in the clear.
All right, yeah, so I cut him down. Happy now?
Why?
Not everything has a reason, Lewton.
But people can usually find reasons for what they do.
Well, draw your own conclusions.
I was missing something, but I couldn't see what. You cut down Mundy so you could search him, didn't you?
What are you suggesting?
Nothing worse than the truth. You're a liar and a thief.
All right, Lewton. What is it you want? What have I got to do to get you to leave?
Just give me what you found in Mundy's boot, and I'll leave you alone.
Here. You want it? Have it. It's worthless anyway.
What is it?
How the hell should I know? Well, I kept my end of the bargain. You keep yours. Leave me alone.
We'll see, Mencken. I figure I owe you at least one lie.
Get out, Lewton.
In my own time, Mencken had given me a small coin. But it wasn't any type of coin I recognized. I guess I should be grateful to the half-elf for keeping the clue away from the watch. But frankly, I just didn't like the little weasel.
Need more antagonism in games, not less. Too much comfy stuff out there. Need more persecution of half-elves.
The only time I saw Mundy, he was playing with this coin. A metallic flat disc with a square hole in the center. The coin had markings on one side that I couldn't read. It wasn't from any nation I'd ever heard of.
Samel is well-traveled? Well, a well-knowledgeable individual. Perhaps he would know. Or I could just throw it into the well at the small gods. Alright, thank you! It was a big thanks to Tarthur for suggesting rechecking the crime scene. God bless those boots. Right, this coin. The wharf man is well traveled.
Still here. I had a feeling that Mundy's coin was important, and I wasn't about to show it to just anyone.
Ah, damn, okay. The Count might know how to count.
I see.
Is the Count... I've got a few more questions for you, Count.
Yes, questions. Go on.
I had a feeling that Mundy...
Ah, buggery. Well, I also need to show this to everybody.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
I'm sorry, but I don't get out of the conservatory much.
Well, thank you for your useless time. Don't die on me too fast. Guess it's worth a shot over here, especially Conspiracy Man. He seems to know everything and nothing. It's also worth noting that I could have gotten this coin and this information the very moment we woke up in this act 2 hours ago.
Do you know what this is?
It's a Hersheben groat.
What's a Hersheben groat worth?
Nothing, unless you want to hire a member of the Hashishim, the first assassins.
The Hashishim?
The original assassins, a band of mad killers who are feared throughout Hubwood Clatch. They derived their name from the huge quantities of hashish they consumed. They are unique among killers in being both deadly and, at the same time, inclined to giggle and wear beads. The ones with the flared trousers are the most deadly of all.
And you'd pay one with a Hersheben groat?
No, but if you give it to one, he'll stare at it for hours and leave you alone.
Is that useful in any way?
What does 3712V mean to you?
It's the combination to the phantasmal vault of Capsicum. Even the lowliest neophyte of errata knows that.
I think this guy exists to give us red herrings, but I'm still paranoid that he has something of value for me. Someone in this temple has to. Of course, we still don't trust Mooncalf, but I never got any more information about Mooncalf.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
I prefer to involve myself in more spiritual matters.
The only time I saw Mundy, a metallic... It wasn't...
So maybe we don't believe that stuff about it being a Hersheben groat.
I had a feeling that...
But we don't want to show it to most people, but it seemed to work when we showed it to him. It's fascinating. I still trust Samel to have some information for me. He exists to provide us red herrings? Thought that befell on use in chat around here. Discworld 1 had tons of red herrings. Half your inventory was actually useless.
I had a feeling that...
Ah, damn. You know, this little nugget here?
Does 3712V mean anything to you? Sorry, Mr. Lewton.
Buggery. Okay, well, there's still more people to ask about this. And ask I shall. We are a private detective, after all. Showing this coin to Nobby is probably a bad idea. But we are known for the bad ideas guy run, you know, a decade ago.
I had a... Does 3712V mean anything to you?
No.
Perhaps Carlotta has the intel that we need.
Still here?
Here's as good as anywhere.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Let's try not to get too sidetracked, Lewton.
It's the last thing your lover ever said.
The person who killed Mundy hung him upside down and poked his eyes out. Can you think of any reason they might have done that?
What? No. Why should I?
Well, you knew Mundy. I didn't. I thought you might have an insight on it that I didn't. Did you kill Mundy?
What? What do you think I am, Lewton?
I don't think that's anything new. That was just her telling us that she was at the Temple of Small Gods.
Let's try...
Does this coin mean anything to you?
Nothing springs to mind.
It was Mundy's.
It still doesn't mean anything to me.
Haven't spoken to Whirlwind Co. in a while. Perhaps
Can we
they know.
talk? Or do you own this place? I had a feeling that... Does 3712V mean anything to you?
I'm just a creepy eye. I don't know everything.
Discworld 1 had 30 items you never used and a few items you 30 times, like the butterfly net. It certainly did.
Hello again, Warb.
Lewton!
Kind of part of the charm, but also frustrating.
I had a feeling... Does 3712V mean anything to you?
I'm afraid I can't really, help you with that.
A lot of useless people.
Hello. You a regular in here, then? So you work up at Unseen University. If you're so unlucky...
I've got a whole lot of nothing here. That's a shame. I really thought Carlotta would be able to help us here.
The noble game of craps. Played with 3 8-sided dice, it had been played on the cobbles of Ankh-Morpork for decades. I guess that's where the name came from. I didn't feel like craps.
What can be done at this point, then?
Somehow, I wasn't surprised to find Al Kali waiting for me in my office. In my head was a list of suspects for killing Mundy, and Al Kali had gone straight in at number 1.
Mr. Lewton, I am so pleased to see you.
The feeling's not mutual, Al Kali. What do you want?
All in good time, Mr. Lewton.
Why do I get a feeling that Al Kali isn't your real name? It's not very dwarfish.
My name is of little consequence, Mr. Lewton, and the story of how I acquired it will have to wait for another time. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Now, why would you want to carry an axe?
To hack at people, Mr. Lewton. An axe is the weapon of choice for a dwarf, you should know that.
Why kill me now? What's the point?
I'm not planning to kill you, Mr. Lewton. I merely need the axe as a deterrent should you wish to try something foolish.
I don't try foolish things. Sometimes they just happen.
Then I suggest you don't let them happen now.
When you've finished searching me, I know a nice restaurant we can go to.
So, you have been a busy man, Mr. Lewton. I think you'd better come with me.
Is there an alternative?
That would depend on how attached you are to your arms and legs, and how much you want them to remain attached to you.
I didn't know where Al Kali was taking me, but I was now sure he wasn't going to kill me. He could have done that in my office, and it would have been days before anyone found the body. No, he wanted me for something. I just didn't know what. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting to be taken to see a troll. I've seen some unusual things in my life, but a troll and a dwarf working together?
That was something else.
Ankh-Morpork wasn't hot at that time of year, but the big troll was sitting back in a wicker chair being fanned.
Smart.
Out of the cold of the mountains, overheating of their silicon brains was the reason for the trademark stupidity of the trolls.
I'd have to watch my step with this one.
Al-Khali had a brief whispered conversation with the troll, but I couldn't make out what was said. At one point, I thought I heard Al-Khali mention a coin from Sorta, but the rest was a mystery.
Mr. Lewton, so glad you could come and join us, and so punctually, too. Yes, I know you were escorted by Mr. Al-Khali here, but the fact that you arrived on time shows that you didn't put up any show of resistance, which means you're intelligent enough to realize that we are not your enemies. And since we are not enemies, there is always the possibility that we might be friends. You are a quiet man?
No, I like to talk, but I like to dance, too. And the trick in both is knowing when to lead and when to follow.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. I distrust a quiet man. He generally picks the wrong time to talk and says the wrong things. A talking is something you cannot do judiciously unless you keep in practice. I'll tell you right out. I'm a troll who likes talking to people who like to talk.
What shall we talk about?
What indeed do friends talk about?
Most friendships don't start out with one of the friends being led around by an axe-wielding dwarf. While we're at it, most people know the names of their friends.
Of course. How impolite of me. Mr. Al-Khali, I believe you already know. And my name is Jasper Horst. Perhaps you've heard of me.
I have a bad memory for names. It gets me into a lot of trouble.
You have a bad attitude as well. That also gets you into trouble.
Now, Mr. Al-Khali. It doesn't do to slander a guest, especially one whom you hope to count among your friends.
So, if we're friends, I guess Al-Khali's warning about staying off the Mundy case was just a friendly warning.
Straight to the point. I do admire a man who avoids skirting the issues. Such a man makes an excellent politician, but is almost impossible to trust. Well, sir, it seems you are now in the possession of something that we would like.
And what might that be?
Come now, sir. There's no need to play coy. We know you were the last person Mundy saw, and we know you have the coin from Sorter. Frankly, sir, we know you have the golden sword, and we wish to make an offer for it.
What if I told you it wasn't for sale?
Don't be tedious, Mr. Lewton. We obviously know that you are in the employ of Carlotta. Hence we know that you have a price. Whatever she is offering you, we can safely offer double. And unlike Carlotta, I am a troll of my word.
What if she's offering me something that you can't match?
You don't strike me as a man who would fall for Carlotta's moves, sir. You strike me as a man with better judgment than that. Are you loyal to Carlotta?
I am loyal to one person and one person alone. Me.
That's wonderful. I do like a man who isn't afraid to tell you that he is looking after himself.
We're all looking after ourselves.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. And I don't trust a man who says he's not.
This guy reminds me of someone. He even talks like the guy that we met in Spy Fox, the guy that we played Go Fish with, which was difficult because I don't know how to play Go Fish. I think it's an American card game.
Trust seems very important to you, Horst.
Indeed. Without trust, we are no better than barbarians. It is the capacity for trust that sets the humans, trolls, dwarfs, and such above the lesser animals.
That and our capacity for cruelty.
What a dark outlook you have, sir. Are you a pessimist?
Pessimism is a term used by optimists to attempt to discredit those who see the world as it really is.
You are a man of the world, sir. I like that about you.
Tell me about the golden sword, Horst.
Carlotta didn't tell you what it was?
Horst seemed to think I knew things that I didn't, and that could give me the advantage. I decided it was time for a good bluff. She told me, but I took it for granted she was lying.
A not injudicious thing to do.
Let's cut to the chase. How much will you pay me for the sword?
Suffice it to say, I will pay you its value.
That doesn't give me much to go on.
You will appreciate, sir, that a golden sword like that is a difficult artifact to sell. Indeed, you would draw a lot of attention were you to attempt to do so. I will offer you what the sword is worth, and that, I can assure you, is more than Carlotta is offering you.
I could use a figure.
I don't like to commit myself to fixed fees. Those who set exact price tags leave themselves no room to negotiate when the circumstances change. Rest assured that it will exceed $10,000 at the least.
10,000, eh? I'll think about it. Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Become, sir. Let us not stray from the matters in hand.
I wonder if he's willing to talk about anything.
What exactly is your connection with Carlotta?
She didn't mention me to you? I'm not surprised. Carlotta is a model for deception. Never tell the truth when a lie will do. As for her connection with me, she and I are associates.
That doesn't tell me much.
Alas, sir, you are right. But what it tells accurately. And that should make up for the deficit of information conveyed.
Well, do tell me more about Alkali, though.
Does Al-Khali work for you?
Mr. Al-Khali and I have a complicated working relationship. He and I have been associates for some time.
So Carlotta's an associate, and Al-Khali's an associate. You still haven't told me what you mean by associate, though.
Let's just say that the three of us share a common goal.
I wasn't about to flash the stolen tooth around. You let me keep the coin from Sorta. Why?
As a token of faith, nothing more. After all, the coin has little value of its own. But for those that know its origin, it immediately links you to the greater reward.
The sword is from Sorta too.
Let us not play these games, sir. Games are the pastimes of the... I dislike a man who plays games in his conversations. I prefer my associates to be direct and to the point. You cannot trust a man who takes forever to get to the point.
I suppose I could have asked for some rope. I suppressed the urge to ask for money. Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
I don't think that would do you much good in this situation, Lewton. Is there anything else we can really talk about? I want to know a bit more about the murders.
Can you tell me anything about the counterweight killings?
I had assumed you would know more than I, sir. I know only what I've heard. That there's a spy from the counterweight continent in Ankh-Morpork, and that he is killing people in a manner that is both striking and extravagant.
What do you know about the circumstances of Mundy's murder?
A strange question, sir, but you have your reasons, I'm sure. I must say I was impressed. That disguising the murder as a counterweight killing was clever, but knocking yourself out after the murder was a masterstroke. A gamble, certainly, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward.
So he thinks we killed Mundy as well.
Do you know a troll by the name of Malachite?
I cannot say I have made their acquaintance.
Can't ask people about Sapphire anymore, oddly enough.
Do you know anything about Count von Uberwald?
I trust you are not trying to confuse me, Mr. Lewton.
Not trying. It's a little frustrating that this whole bit of progress here was just locked to going back to my office, as was finding the previous bit of progress, which was the letter under my door. But I suppose it's good that I've been paranoid enough to go and check my office periodically.
Well, it's been nice talking to you, Horst, but I have other things to do.
I trust you will keep in touch, sir. I look forward to hearing your decision.
You're letting him go?
Come now, Mr. Al-Khali. Mr. Lewton is our friend and associate. He is free to come and go as he pleases.
I'll let you know what I decide, Horst.
But of course, goodbye, Mr. Lewton. For now.
I was starting to piece together what was going on. Whatever this sword was, it was clear that Mundy brought it into town with him on the Milka. I guess he was the courier. For who, wasn't clear. He must have hidden it in one of the crates on the Milka and then broken into the warehouse to recover it. Only the watchman stopped him before he could retrieve it. None of which told me where the sword was, or even what the sword was. One thing was clear. I needed to talk to Carlotta.
The plot thickens, and my urge to save thicker yet. Is Carlotta still gambling? Yes.
Still here?
Here's as good as anywhere.
Do you want to... I want to talk to you about something important.
Really? I can't wait.
Not here. It's too public.
Your place or mine?
Yours is probably safer.
Let's go.
We barely spoke at all on the way over, and there was a certain tension between us. God's help me, I liked it.
Well, we're alone. What did you want to talk to me about?
You've got a lot of smooth moves, Carlotta. You've managed to string me along like a kitten.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you lying to me, sister. I'm talking about the way you used me to track down Mundy, and how you were planning to cut me out of the action when I found him.
You're paranoid, Lewton.
Oh, I know I'm paranoid. But just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean you're not a lying, thieving lowlife. Tell me about the Golden Sword.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think you do. And so does Jasper Horst.
You spoke to Horst?
Yes, I spoke to Horst. And he seemed to think that I had possession of the sword. Apparently Mundy had it, only he died before he could deliver it. Horst thinks I killed him and took the sword.
I didn't want you to get involved, Lewton. It was too dangerous.
Ah, don't pull the hysterical woman act on me, Carlotta. It won't work.
All right, you got me. I used you. Everybody uses everyone, Lewton. It's the way of things. Friendships are just what happens when you've used someone for so long, it becomes habitual.
You're a bitter little lady.
It's a bitter little world. What now?
You tell me everything.
Why?
Because you need me.
I don't need anyone.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? But even you aren't totally independent, Carlotta. You need the Count's money, for one. One word from me and I could get you cut off.
He wouldn't dare. He's too bound by tradition.
Perhaps, but can you really afford to take that chance?
What's the deal, Lewton?
Straight cut. I'll help you recover the sword. We split the profit.
You think you can trust me enough for that to work?
No, but this isn't about trust. It's about money. You don't trust me any more than you trust Horst. But I figure you'd work with him if it got you the money.
You're smart, Lewton, but you've got one thing wrong.
What's that?
I trust you more than I trust Horst.
Oh, I'm touched. But I reckon you'd trust a rattlesnake before you'd trust Horst.
You're a good judge of character.
Hang around with scum long enough and you learn to tell the different types of scum apart. Horst is the treacherous kind.
What about me?
You're just a woman, Carlotta, and that's not a compliment.
Why do you hate women so much?
I hate everyone and everything. No one gets special treatment. Now tell me the real story between you and Mundy.
Mundy wasn't my lover. He was my contact. He was supposed to be bringing the artifact in from Sota. But something went wrong on the way. I don't know what it was, but Mundy never made his rendezvous. I went with Reagan to the wharf to meet him, but he wasn't there.
Who's Reagan?
Tut tut. We have been lax in our investigating.
Just tell me who he is, Carlotta.
Henning's friend, if that's a meaningful word when it comes to the old relic. You should talk to him about Reagan, not me.
Do you know where Reagan is now?
No, he dropped me at the Temple of Small Gods, and that's the last I saw of him.
Did he know what was going on?
Reagan? Ha! No, I never told him anything. Everything I told him would have gone straight to the Count.
Anything else you haven't told me?
I'm sure there's plenty of things I haven't told you. The girl's got to have some secrets.
You're trouble, Carlotta.
Admit it, Lewton. You like trouble.
What if I do?
I know what's going on inside of you, Lewton. You're just like any other man, only a little more so.
When she kissed me, fire burned in my veins and I felt alive. Have you ever kissed someone who you didn't know whether to love or to hate? Well, other than your parents. Not that I'm prying into your private life, just trying to get my point across. Something changed in me at that point, and I knew I'd never be the same again.
I guess we have a deal then.
With my brains and your looks, we could go places.
What about with my brains and your looks?
We could still go places. They just wouldn't be as nice.
Oh, it's terrific. I'm sure it's all kind of hammy, and I think if I was familiar with noir tropes more, This would probably do my tatty in, but I'm not, so it doesn't.
So, now we're working together, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
What like?
Anything you've kept back from me? Any lies you'd like to confess to, and secrets you're still hiding?
A girl's got to have some secrets, Lewton.
Can you tell me anything more about this golden sword?
I've told you all I know.
Horst had spoken of a golden sword, and it was apparent that he thought I had it.
Did that say it's under miscellaneous?
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
No.
Mundy's murder looks like a counterweight killing.
Oh, I'm thrilled.
Yeah, and that's just for the golden sword. Oh, we have a new place to check out and a lot more intel.
Now that there are no secrets between us, do you know what this is?
I've no idea. Some sort of coin?
There didn't seem much point discussing that with Carlotta.
No secrets, but nobody gets to know that we plundered the tomb. Okay, very good.
I'll see you around, Carlotta.
I hope so.
Could talk to the Count, but let's shelve that idea for now. We have Horst's headquarters available to us. I thought we had another place made available. Perhaps I just imagined it.
Ah, Mr. Lewton, it is always a pleasure to see you. I trust you have brought something with you that will be to my liking.
I haven't brought you the sword yet, if that's what you mean.
I'm a patient troll, sir, but there are limits to my patience.
So Carlotta's an associate. You're still interested in buying the sword off me, I suppose?
Naturally, I am not a fickle businessman by any stretch of the imagination.
But you won't tell me anything about it.
Come now, sir. In our line of business, information is as valuable a currency as the dollar. I am not about to give you for nothing what may have greater value as a secret.
Perhaps I'd be more inclined to sell to you if I knew what I was dealing with.
Perhaps, and nonetheless, I am in no doubt that no one can match the prices I am offering, and hence, I have no doubt that ultimately, you will have to sell to me.
You could be right. We'll see.
Why did that unlock a new area? Or why did it claim to unlock a new area? I feel like everything's claiming to unlock a new area now. Okay, well at least my office is safe for the time being. Save and save often, and think about what we're doing here. We're meant to meet with that lassie that Carlotta mentioned. I forgot their name. Hold on a second.
I headed back the way I came. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched.
What? I could have sworn I saw something over here, just as I was leaving. Maybe it was when lightning struck. Am I getting paranoid?
Someone was definitely following me. They were keeping their distance, but I managed to briefly catch sight of the dwarf who was following me.
What am I meant to do? Lay out a trap for the dwarf?
I doubled back on myself, trying to get a good look at the dwarf who was following me. It was Al-Khali. I slipped away into the streets before he realized I'd spotted him. Al-Khali was still following me.
Right, I'm wondering if this is information that I can use. Maybe I can set up some kind of little dwarf trap. But why I'd want to do that, I do not know. And when do I get my meeting with Therma? I feel like now is the time. I feel wrong. Hey Mankin, you seen what's her face around?
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton? A man's gotta have a hobby. So how do you think... I didn't want to discuss the golden sword with just anyone. This was clearly something that was worth keeping quiet about.
I should probably query the Watchman about this one.
Do you know anything about the Milka's cargo?
Leave me alone, Lewton. This is species harassment.
Remember, it's against the Twitch terms of service to even have fantasy racism. Which is a real bummer.
I have a few more questions.
You're persistent. I'll give you that.
I didn't want this. Do you know anything about the Milka's cargo?
Just one thing. That the cargo of the Milka is confidential and I won't discuss it with you.
Okay, I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
Sorry, I don't get to socialise much with this job.
Maybe I'm under the very wrong idea that there's anything more of use to be had in this warehouse. Certainly doesn't seem to be anything new here. And we can't get back up into the skylight because our grappling hook was busted since somebody stole our rope.
Still here? Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid.
I didn't want to do this. What can you tell me about the cargo you just brought in?
It was heavy, and it was all packed into crates.
That's not very helpful. It's what was in the crates I'm interested in.
If they wanted us to know what was in the crates, they would tell us.
But you could be shipping anything. Aren't you just a little curious?
A little being curious makes for a lot of being dead.
Don't you ever peek?
Even if I did, I wouldn't tell anyone about it.
There were broken up boxes. Can I stow myself aboard once again?
I was never going to get anywhere if I didn't learn to resist the urge to use the crowbar at every available opportunity.
Come now, Lewton, it was worth a try.
I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, I didn't much care. Outgoing cargo wasn't going to tell me much. I needed to know whether Mundy had brought something with him.
Sorry, occasionally I lose my mouse because of the way this game does full screen. Gosh, what can be done at this point then? There was mention of the small gods, but that was Carlotta being dropped off here. Perhaps somebody here knows the meaning of the golden sword.
What do you know about a golden sword?
Sword? Sword? You are not worthy to talk of that. Be silent, lest I smite you. Never speak of the sword again until you have proved yourself worthy in the eyes of Errata.
Do I need to prove myself worthy?
There was a good chance that Mundy had hidden the sword somewhere in the Milka's cargo.
Yes.
There was a good...
But if I can't get back onto the Milka, what good's that? Maybe the captain is back and I can convince him to let me have a look around.
I need your... Which day... Tell me a... You said you knew all... So is there a formal church of Errata? And what would...
Maybe if I had the sacred emblem.
What do you know about...
Never speak of the sword again until you have proved yourself worthy in the eyes of Errata.
Proving myself in the eyes of Errata might actually be something I have to do.
Do you know what this is?
It's a Hersheben groat.
What's a The hash...
Covered all that.
I...
Maybe I could offer him some money?
I suppress...
No, okay. He may have the intel about the sword, but I don't know how I'd go about proving my worth.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
What can you tell me about a golden sword?
Ha 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 ha! You should talk to Malaclips, the mad priest over on the other side of the temple. I'm sure he'd be delighted to talk to you about golden swords.
I wish he would, but I'm not worthy.
Do you know anything about the Milka's cargo?
I prefer to involve myself in more spiritual matters.
I'm going to double check what the sign of errata was that he wears around his neck.
I need your... So, is there a formal church of errata?
I am the formal church of Errata. I hold her sacred emblem.
And what would that be?
The scarlet totem that I wear around my neck.
And how do you go about joining the church?
Totem.
I told you! Everyone is part of the Church of Errata. They just don't know it.
Scarlet totem. Not entirely sure what he means by that. I thought he was wearing a fish thing around his neck.
Malaclips drew attention to himself by virtue of the lack of crowds around him. Even the followers of Flatulus had a small crowd.
Maybe I could beat him up with a crowbar and steal it.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
That I'm a little lost on then. What else can be done? What may have changed? Been a while since we've been over at Noddy.
I need your help again, Nobby.
Well, okay, I suppose.
What if I told you that I was working on a case that could make us both rich? What if I told you I had a lead on a golden sword of untold value? What would you say to me?
I'd say you're having me on. Come on, Lewton. What do you take me for? Still, untold value, eh? Is that a lot? I mean, my vest has got untold value, too.
Interested?
Nah, it's got to be a wind-up. Golden swords. You must think I was born yesterday.
Oh, you were born, were you? I always thought you were hatched out by the sun, Nobby. Do you know anything about the Milka's cargo?
Give me a break, Lewton. I don't know everything.
Well, you could try to be helpful, Noddy. That said, he has helped us out a fair bit so far. Dang, I thought I had all this stuff to go on.
Have you heard of a troll called Horst, Nobby?
Oh yeah, he's a treasure hunter, he is.
How come you've heard of him?
Well, Vimes always asks us to keep an eye on him when he's in town.
Is he a lawbreaker, then?
Well, he's careful never to get caught doing anything against the law.
Bit like you, then.
Yeah, a bit like... No! Now you hang on a minute. I am completely law-abiding.
Yes. You're as innocent as the next man in Ankh-Morpork.
Exactly. Well, if I can pick the next man anyway.
Yeah, I think this is the best rendition of Nobby that we see.
I take it I'm still the prime suspect for Mundy's murder.
Afraid so, Lewton.
Nice little background music here at Sidopoulos Yard as well. I like it. We've already asked him about the upside-downy words. Right, that's not so helpful.
Well, I'm sure I'll be back.
Yeah, right, Lewton.
Still, anything's better than talking to Rodan some more. Speaking of, good, he's still not here.
Well, I'm back.
Yeah, in the off chance that Malachite might actually have something useful for me.
I didn't want to discuss this.
I don't think it's very dangerous to talk to him about it, but sure.
Do you know anything about the Milka's cargo?
Find Therma.
Of course. But I can't remember if I'd asked you about the numbers.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Find Therma.
Oh, very good. I'm working on it. I just need Sapphire to get back to me. And she's been quite lackadaisical about that. I guess I'll check in with her again. Not a sausage. Oh, he's gone.
They'd put a chalk outline where Mundy's body fell. What was it like, I wonder, to have only a white silhouette to mark your passing? I could have erased the outline, but there didn't seem any point. Sooner or later, someone else would do it, and then there would be no mark left of Mundy.
Poor Mundy. Yeah, the outline is here, but I don't think that's changed anything.
Looking closely at the frayed rope hanging from the rafters, I knew that Mundy had been tied up by the legs and then hung from the ceiling.
I like that there was actually a bit of deducing involved in the message. Often that's something missing in these point-and-click games. It's been a while. Let's have a wee chat with Samuel, and I'm curious if the captain is back, but no, the captain seems to have finished up here.
Samael.
Mr. Lewton.
How's business, Samael?
We've tried that. I guess the only thing I could talk to you about is the golden sword.
I didn't want to...
Damn.
What can you tell me about any interesting cargo that's come into Ankh-Morpork recently?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton.
Damn. Where can I go with anything here, then? Samel has given us nothing useful, which is shocking. Maybe he knows about Horst.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know them.
You don't know anyone or about anything. Apparently you hear so much when playing the piano, but nothing useful. The closest thing I have to a lead is that I need to prove myself as part of the congregation of Errata. But that's not a talking point with anyone. It's very self-contained with the guy that talks about it. So I feel like I am incredibly low on leads.
Al-Khali was still following me. A lot of strange things had happened to me since becoming a private investigator.
Just having a quick search around my office to see if there's anything new here.
Mundy was dead, but who had killed him and why? I had purchased a large indexed scroll rack to keep track of all the cases I was going to handle. The Mundy case made it 2. Mundy was dead.
It's possible that I need to rub some of my thoughts together.
The only time I saw Mundy, he was playing with this coin. A metallic flat disc with a square hole in the center. The coin had markings on one side that I couldn't read. It wasn't from any nation I'd ever heard of.
And that's the groat for the original killers, right? I think I need to speak to Carlotta again. She mentioned somebody I need to go and speak to. I think that floated right by me.
I'd like to see Carlotta. Is she home?
She may be, sir. I will go and announce your presence, and she will tell me if she is.
I needed to talk to you.
I'm always happy to fulfill your needs, Lewton.
Always.
So, now we're working. Tell me about Horst.
What's to tell? He's a treasure hunter, as ruthless as they come. He'd sell his own mother to get what he wanted. Rumor has it that he pushed his father off the mountain when he was just a pebble.
Have you had any dealings with him in the past?
Occasionally. Horst is the kind of troll you try not to work with unless you really have to.
Not useful, though. I can't remember if I tried Uberwald about the sword. I thought I had, but perhaps I had not. Shouldn't care about how Mundy had died, because they aren't really lovers. It always was a bit strange that she didn't seem to care that much.
Now that they're... I'll see you.
I see.
Is the Count...
Oh, cripes. Just wanted to skip to talking to him, but what was that? Oh, damn. Here's a thought. I don't think I did anything relevant since my last save, right?
I see, sir.
Is the Count... Your interest in the Mundy case wouldn't have something to do with your missing companion, would it?
Why, Mr. Lewton, I'm impressed. You actually do have some detective skills.
What's the deal?
He was my friend. Perhaps my last friend. He was a dwarf of simple tastes, and when I was younger, he drove my carriage for me. These days, given that I am confined to the conservatory, I have no need for a driver, but I kept Regin on the payroll so that I should have someone to talk to.
When did he go missing?
3 days ago. He took the carriage out that night and has not been seen since.
And you thought Carlotta might have employed me to look for him?
I was hoping, yes.
You could always employ me to find him.
Wouldn't that be a conflict of interests?
I don't see why. Anyway, there isn't a conflict of interest that I know about that couldn't be solved with a generous cash settlement.
Be assured that if you can find Regin, I can offer you substantial recompense.
Then I'll see what I can do. The Count gave me an iconograph of Reagan to help my investigations. My mind was already racing. 3 days ago, the Milka arrives. 3 days ago, Reagan disappears. Now, I believe in coincidences. Coincidences happen every day. But I don't trust coincidences. Something deeper was going on here, and I was going to find out what. Because I can't stand a secret, and because I have a burning need to find the truth. But mostly, because there was a wad of money in it for me if I found out.
Okay, glad we kept the save for that. And that gave me what exactly? A picture, right?
Reagan was Count von Uberwald's driver and confidant. He'd paid me to find him, or to find out what had happened to him, and had given me this picture of him to help.
Butler, do you know anything about him?
I see Sir has returned.
Tell me about Reagan.
Sir?
Reagan, the Count's companion.
Sir seems to have mistaken me for someone who wishes to help him in his inquiries.
Listen, you work for the Count, and I'm trying to find Reagan for the Count.
Indeed, sir. But Sir has already learned everything that the Count was prepared to tell him about Mr. Reagan, and hence I fear I have nothing to offer him, even should I be threatened with being disemboweled by a crazed rhinoceros.
Interesting, but I didn't talk to the Count about the sword. Maybe I shouldn't, but we will do so anyway.
I didn't want to discuss the golden sword with just anyone. This was...
I see. Is this another case, though? No. Not even part of an existing case.
I see.
I needed to talk to you.
I'm always happy.
So, You went with Reagan to the wharf, but Mundy wasn't there. Then Reagan ran you to the temple, and that was the last you saw of him.
That's about the size of it.
Well, I'm
I'll
glad
see
we've
you-
got that, but maybe I'll be able to ask about him at the Temple of Small Gods. I was looking up the general length of this game, and I was perhaps warned that Act 2 was the longest and most involved part of the game.
Do you know a dwarf named Reagan?
But we're making good headway.
Ah, yes. He's a member of the Shin Kicker Triad. A minor player, though.
It's probably nonsense. I like the music in the Temple of Small Gods, which is good, because otherwise it's a horrible place to be.
Do you recognize the dwarf in this iconograph?
I do not.
Someone is bound to. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that I hadn't read Small Gods, but having visited the Temple for Small Gods there, I can't help but feel that I did. Can anyone give me a very brief rundown of the synopsis of Small Gods, please?
Do you recognize the dwarf in this iconograph? Malachite was as talkative as a corpse, and only slightly more attractive.
I think Malachite's quite the looker. Forehead on him reminds me of that monster from Monster Hunter World. Can you bribe the priest with a tooth to be worthy? I thought
Still
about that,
here?
but he was having none of it. Or rather, Lewton doesn't want to show the tooth to
I showed
anybody.
Reagan's picture to the first mate, and he recognized it.
Yes, I think that was the dwarf who pulled up in a carriage shortly after we docked. I think he collected some of the cargo, too.
Do you remember which way he went?
He drove away upwards at high speed. I wouldn't be surprised if he caused an accident somewhere down the line.
Glad we got that. But I can't seem to talk to you about it. Or talk to myself about it. No, it's just there and can't be... Oh, there we go. It's placed in the wrong location. Okay, good.
The first mate of the Milka had seen Reagan heading hubwards at high speed in a carriage. I needed to find out where he was going. Still here.
Hubward from the wharf. Hey, the ship's gone.
Al-Khali was still following me.
Can I take the line and use it as a rope?
If I pride myself on anything, it's that I don't steal without a good reason. Well, I don't steal rope without a good reason.
I've got a very good reason to steal some rope.
Some people will steal anything, and that includes me, it seems. It hadn't been easy getting the grappling iron from Malachite. Of course, even getting a meaningful sentence from Malachite was a challenge.
Small Gods, a mighty god with a big following, tries to incarnate in a mighty avatar, only to realize that he incarnates as a turtle because only one person really believes in him. Yeah, but that person that really believes in him. And I seem to recall he was great at counting. But I don't recall much else because it's been many years. Wow, so I did read Small Gods. I was a more voracious reader in my youth than I even thought. Well, it seems pretty clear that if we're going to get a grappling hook, we will make use of a grappling hook. Time to save what after doing very little that can easily be done again? You make an excellent point. Look at that throw. I think his hand is inverted as well.
I damaged the skylight slightly when I forced it open with the crowbar. Gee, how would I sleep at night? When I broke in before, there was a stack of crates for me to climb down. Now there was nothing. I needed another way in.
Another way. But there's not much we can do here, and I don't really have anything to help with descending unless you want me to grapple down as well.
I just wanted to forget about the skylight for the time being.
Another way in. Well, there's a door, but the watchman would need to be disposed of.
I have a few more questions.
You're persistent.
But perhaps you know something about the carriage, since it was heading hubward.
Did you see him?
Can we try that again, please?
3 nights ago, Reagan left the wharf in Ankh, heading hubwards in a carriage. Did you see him?
Can't help you with that.
Ordinarily, I'd have attempted to engage anyone in casual conversation. After all, you never know what you might learn. But the watchman... well, let's just say he was a pain in the largest muscle in my body. Have I got that right? Which is the largest muscle, anyway? Better check that later. I'm going to come back later and try again. Come to persecute me some more, Lewton? A man's got to have a hobby. Do you recognize the dwarf in this iconograph? I know a lot of people. That doesn't mean I want to talk about them with you. Three nights ago, Reagan left the wharf in Ankh, heading hubwards in a carriage. Did you see him? You ask too many questions to be healthy in this town.
Oh, I do like this guy. I think I called him thoroughly unlikable earlier. It's the exchange that I like. And I like it a lot. Ah, good to see you, Baron. How goes the book business?
I need your help again, Nobby.
Yeah, Nobby, do you know how to get into a warehouse?
Did anyone report a speeding carriage 3 days ago?
Funny you should ask that. Sergeant Colon was almost run down by a carriage 3 days ago. He's been going on about it ever since. Says we ought to have speed limits for carriages.
How would you tell what speed a carriage was going?
Well, a watchman's instincts are never wrong.
You could always go for a more preventative approach.
Like what?
Well, you could ban carriages altogether.
Yeah, that'd work.
Hey, you could go one step further. You could ban people from Ankh-Morpork, and then there'd be no crime at all.
Well, there'd still be the trolls and the dwarfs, and the gargoyles, and the gnomes, and the undead and the golems. Of course, the golems don't make much crime, and the gargoyles' only crime is avicide. And it's not like we're short of pigeons. But the trolls and the dwarfs, well, I mean, they make as much crime as any of the humans, maybe even more.
It's no fun when it's this easy. Like shooting fish at a barrel.
Eh?
Never mind. About this carriage the other night. Where did Colon see it?
I think he said it was headed for the Magdalen Bridge.
It wasn't much of a lead, but at least it was something. Usually you could only get a lead out of Nobby with a scalpel.
You're too good for this game, Nobby. Oh. He's just great.
Well, I'm sure I'll be back.
Yeah, right, Lewton.
Don't talk to Nobby about crime statistics in Ankh-Morpork.
The Magdalen Bridge.
Good to hear that business is thriving, Baron. Although I'm curious if that game has an end game. And if we ever find a compendium of the books in it. Seems like a pretty big thing to be missing.
The Magdalen Bridge was one of 10 bridges that linked the city of Ankh to the city of Morpork. It was an unremarkable structure, most famous for the number of suicides it attracted. The trouble with trying to drown yourself in the Ankh is that you're more likely to break a leg falling onto the thick crust of the river than actually come near any water. Still, if you were heavy enough, you could eventually sink into the depths. I can think of nicer ways to go, though, and much quicker ones, too.
I mean, around here, I'd rather just get a golem or a troll to pop my head right off.
The railings had been damaged. There was no telling when they'd become damaged, though. It wasn't as if I came this way every day. I doubt many people did. I wasn't strong enough to bend the railings back into shape, and frankly, what would be the point?
Something red, you say? Maybe I can wear it around my neck and claim that I'm a follower of Eridata? Scroll wheel doesn't work on this interface.
I'd found some fabric caught on the railings of the Magdalen Bridge. It was distinctive enough that I hoped someone would recognize it. The fabric had obviously been torn from something quite high off the ground.
I can't seem to use items on Lewton. It's not like in Discworld 1 or 2 where I could wear robes or put the pajamas on my head to gather the honey from the dark bees. I had this idea of wearing that little red thing and claim that it's the scarlet sign of being part of Eridata's cult.
The River Ankh. I'd already had to dive onto the Ankh once. I wasn't about to do it again. Besides, the river seemed slightly more liquid here than at the wharf. Well, I use the term liquid loosely. If it wasn't for the fact that it moves faster than the surrounding land, I wouldn't know what to call it.
There's no sign that anything fell in here, though, but the railings are bent out of shape, so maybe he collided with the railings. Oh, skid marks!
Something had clearly lost control on the bridge.
I thought it was
Something
a shadow.
with wheels. Beyond that, it was difficult to say. I wasn't about to scrape the marks off the bridge.
Well, can we not draw quite the clear conclusion that the carriage skidded off?
It seemed highly probable that the skid marks had been left by Reagan's carriage. If so, where was the carriage now? Was it possible that it was Reagan's body in the river?
There's a body in the river?
It was possible that Reagan's carriage had gone off the bridge here, tearing the railings in the process. If so, the fabric on the railing should be the same as the fabric on Reagan's carriage.
Can I maybe get down to that point to get a closer look? I feel like it's something.
Kali was still following me.
The fact that that always happens when you double back makes me feel like I meant to set some kind of trap for him. Let's keep that in mind. Now, I'm being quite anal about this because there's been 2 times now that I have just barely missed a pixel of something to interact with. So is there something down there? Yes, the game is very dark, and you can only imagine how dark this is on my monitor. But strange, it doesn't appear to be anything there.
The River Ankh.
And it's not like I still have my matchbook to drop a match and light it up, do I? Could I grapple my way down?
I suppose I could have attached the grapple to the railings and rappelled down to the River Ankh. But that was a dangerous way of searching the river. I had a feeling there was a better way to use the grapple to search the river.
Just throw it into the river? The wrong way, Lewton. Ah! Think of the animation
There was
budget.
something down there. I was sure of it. But
that
I
you
wasn't
saved by
strong
making the game
enough
so
to pull it
dark.
up.
I know someone who's strong. Malachite, get over here. I've probably found Therma.
I knew that there was something in the river, but I hadn't the strength to pull whatever it was to the surface. Listen carefully, Malachite. I've been patient with you, and you owe me a favor. I need you to use the grapple to pull something out of the river Ankh. I don't know for sure what it is, but it's big. Too big for me to lift. But you could do it, and I figure you owe me one.
Find Therma!
All right, you big dumb troll. I'll carry on looking for Therma if you help me get this thing out of the river. Do we have a deal?
I pull thing. You find Therma.
Yes. You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Or something. Whatever you want scratched, within reason.
Don't want scratching. Find Therma.
Okay. You pull thing, I find Therma. Got it?
Need grapple.
That may be the first intelligent thing you've said to me.
It's just great.
Ready now?
You lead.
With pleasure. I hadn't been able to move whatever it was in the river. Malachite pulled it up onto the bridge like it was made of paper. I wasn't surprised to learn it was Reagan's carriage, but it still wasn't clear how it ended up going off the bridge. Amidst the wreckage, I found a small ornamental box. But before I could examine it in detail, Malachite took an interest. I didn't want to give it to him, but he looked like he'd rupture a fault line if I didn't. He kept insisting that the box proved that Therma was alive, or at least that's my best interpretation of what he was trying to say. With his usual annoying habit, Malachite just walked off, taking the box with him. That left me to get back to my usual habit of not really knowing what was going on.
No, the River Ankh is still a river underneath the thick crust above it, so the carriage would have smashed against it and then slowly sank down like it was quicksand.
The carcass of Reagan's carriage lay on the bridge like a beached whale. I searched it, but I'd already found everything of interest. The remains of a crate was all that was left. There was no doubt that it was Reagan, and there was no doubt that he was dead. The poor sap must have suffocated in the Ankh. I searched Reagan's body, but all I found was a pair of tiny bite marks on his ankle. Either he'd been bitten by a snake or a very small vampire.
That sounds like the kind of clue that we would want to write down. Is this even something that we wrote down? Ah, here we go.
I'd found Reagan's body in his carriage in the river under the Magdalen Bridge.
Is it a counterweight killing?
The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings.
Should probably inform the watch when you find dead bodies. Well, Nobby's the only one on desk duty. But surely we should inform the one that pays us first. Let's be reasonable.
I see Sir has returned.
No. I've got a few more questions for you, Count.
Yes, good questions. Go on.
That's weird. Let's try that again, shall we? This game is very odd when it wants you to click and when it wants you to double click, and look at it kind of spazzing out there. Try again, shall we?
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
It's Reagan, isn't it? He's dead.
I'm afraid so. I found his carriage near the Magdalen Bridge. It must have lost control and skidded into the river. Reagan must have drowned, or suffocated. It's hard to say with a river like the Ankh.
Very well. Of course. I will pay you for your time. If you should hear anything else in connection with this case, please let me know. Otherwise, consider the case closed.
There is one thing. I think Reagan may have been involved with a troll singer named Therma. I'm not really sure about the details. I'm sort of investigating the Therma case at the moment. But since I'm not getting paid for it, I may have to give it up.
Indeed. How would you feel if I were to pay you for the Therma case and you continued to investigate it?
I'd feel a little bit richer and a lot happier.
Very well. It's agreed.
I think Lewton needs to learn the term upfront payment.
My purse might not have been my most valued possession, but I sure felt happier when it was full than when it was empty.
But what do we really get out of that, if anything? We still have that red scrap. Maybe, just maybe. Carlotta would know.
I needed...
Oh, the red scrap is not something I have anymore. That's weird. Perhaps the red scrap was the clue that the carriage had fallen in, and since we found the carriage, then we're no longer interested. But I should probably tell you about poor dead Reagan.
Reagan's dead.
I'm not surprised.
You don't seem to care.
Everybody dies, Lewton. Mundy, Reagan, even you.
What's your point?
No point. That's just life.
I'll see you around, Carlotta.
I hope so.
A lot of my perspective on death came from the song Dead, Dead, Dead from the South Park Christmas carols that my family would play every morning at Christmas time. Twisted family tradition. Right. Informing the watch also seems like a good idea. I'm going to check by my office, as I often do. I'm going to save, as I also often do. Hold on.
Kali was still following me.
Almost missed that.
I knew that someone had pushed the card under the door, and I knew what it meant. It meant that I should have fitted a letterbox.
Have arranged meeting with Therma on the rooftops at the junction of Sally Street and Phaedra Road. Come immediately.
Salis and Phaedra. There wasn't much around there. Nice and quiet.
Good place for a murder now. Should I tell Malachite to come along?
Well, for a brief moment...
Seems not. Perhaps we have to meet Therma first. But I do still want to go and report it to the watch. The more I learn about Jake's family, the more I understand why things are the way they are.
I need your help again, Nobby.
Don't understand too much.
Well, okay, I suppose.
I told Nobby about finding Reagan's body and the carriage in the river by the Magdalen Bridge, and he promised he'd check it out. I knew Nobby, though. The best I could hope for would be he'd pass a memo on to someone else, and I wasn't hopeful for even that. Nobby had a simple attitude to police work. If a job's worth doing, it's worth finding someone else to do it for you.
Yeah, I should take that mantra with streaming as well.
I told Nobby about finding Reagan.
Alright, well now. Where is this location? Where is this location?
I knew that someone had pushed the card under the... It meant...
Have arranged meeting with Therma on the rooftops at the junction of Sally Street and Phaedra Road. Come immediately.
Salis and Phaedra. There wasn't much around there. Nice and quiet.
We're trying to replace Lucky with Custom. Any of your brothers that could replace you? Ah, now we're thinking.
Sapphire had done it. I had a meeting with the mysterious Therma. Actually, make that the elusive Therma. The mysterious Therma makes it sound like she's a stage conjurer or a lost continent. I'm off on an expedition to the mysterious Therma, someone might say. I should probably shut up now before someone realizes that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Should consider that long ago. But it doesn't reveal a location, right? Maybe this is something I meant to tell Malachite so that he goes along. Seems like the kind of situation I'd want backup for anyway. I think leaving the scene too early caused it not to appear in my notebook. Here we go.
It's not been easy, but I've arranged a meeting with Therma.
Take me there. Take me to Therma.
In a moment. First, there's a couple of things we need to discuss.
Take me to Therma. Take me now.
Okay. Let's go. The rooftops above Salis and Phaedra were quiet. No one had a reason to be up here. I was looking forward to meeting the mysterious Therma, and I was hoping I might get some answers out of her. Unfortunately, the last thing I remembered was looking up at the moon. The next thing I knew, I was being arrested by the Watch. They told me Malachite was as dead as two sides of bacon, and I was the prime suspect. His back had been chipped away like he'd said something particularly insulting to a disgruntled quarry workman, and they seemed to think my crowbar was the murder weapon. I had the opportunity and a possible murder weapon. All they were missing was motive. And anyone who had ever tried to get an intelligent comment out of the troll had a motive to kill him. It looked like I'd been stitched up as nicely as a fine genuine tapestry. They took me to Pseudopolis Yard to be interrogated. They had a salamander lamp shining in my eyes, so I couldn't see what was going on, but I could hear Nobby and a troll talking in the darkness. It was probably Detritus, the first troll to join the Watch. Detritus was the troll many people in Ankh-Morpork thought of when they heard the word troll, bringing back as it does vague memories of sudden concussion and extreme pain. Sometimes you'd hear two short planks being described as thick as detritus. Your ideal street cop, in fact.
So I'm a good cop?
No, I'm the good cop. You're the bad cop.
Then, why don't I get to prod him a bit with my fists?
Because we're supposed to get information out of him, and it's hard to understand people talking through a mouthful of loose teeth.
I can smash lightly, more like a gentle caress, right?
No punching.
I can kick using minimal acceptable force. Like Mr. Vimes says, lots of it.
No punching, no kicking. We just talk to him.
Talk?
Right, well, I'll talk. You shout.
All right, you done it. Own up now, we know it was you.
No, not yet.
Oh, all right.
I've just got to start the audiograph.
Right. All right, you done it now. You got to sing like one of them flappy twittery things.
Wait! I've got to start the recording properly, otherwise it doesn't count. Right. Interviewing suspect Lewton. Present, Corporal Nobbs and Sergeant Detritus.
Now?
Now.
All right, you done it. You might as well make it easy on yourself. Everyone know it was you.
This is my interrogation, is it?
Don't you change the subject, you miserable excuse for our horse's donkey.
Just tell us what happened, Lewton.
Here the facts. Fact. Mundy was killed. You found her at the murder scene.
I was unconscious.
How you knowing you was unconscious if you was unconscious, eh? Foiled you with logic. Now you listen to me good, and then we see who wears the long two-legged garment.
It's really like being back in Britain.
Escape thingy, Mount Malachite.
Thingy? You mean troll?
Nah, not escaped troll. Escaped,
Feline.
Escaped feline?
Yeah, he escaped from a holding cell.
Is it possible the word we're looking for here is felon?
That's the one.
What did he do?
Hey, we asked the questions, you miserable arugaraha. You know what arugaraha mean?
He knocked over the Van Uberwald mansion.
I never knocked over the von Uberwald mansion.
Now, that's what Malachite did.
So what does arugraha mean?
In the precise moment that dog droppings turn white.
I think you'd better get back to being the bad cop.
I am the good cop.
Now, I'm the good cop.
So that make me...
The bad cop.
So how come I not get to hit you then?
We can't beat him up, Detritus. That'd be police brutality.
It only brutality if you leave marks. What show? Escaped thingy, Mount Malachite, was killed, and you was found at the murder scene there too.
Once again, I was unconscious.
Oh, how convenient for you. 2 murders and 2 unconsciousnesses. What about the murder weapon, eh? What about the crowbar?
Tell us where you got the crowbar, and I'll give you a smoke.
One of your dog ends? No, thanks.
I'll get you coffee. Maybe some cherry cake. New suit. You get to choose the colour.
I think you're taking this good cop role too seriously.
Thank you. Now my turn. You want to fall down the steps to the cell without leaving your chair? It's fine by me.
Look, I had a meeting with a troll named Therma on the rooftops of Salis and Phaedra. I'd arranged it on Malachite's behalf, and when we got there, I must have been knocked unconscious by the killer. I know it sounds improbable, but that's how it happened.
2 murders, and you happen to be unconscious at the scene of both.
You got to admit, Lewton, it's a little far-fetched.
You want I should make up a defense? You want I should lie? This is the Lawyers' Guild all of a sudden?
Just tell us what you know.
I've told you all I know.
How come you know Malachite?
I met him in the streets. He wanted me to find someone called Therma.
When you find out he was a felony?
A felon. And I didn't find out until just now.
Lewton, you're going down for murder. I don't think it's worth pretending you don't know who Malachite was.
I didn't know who he was. Do I need to draw you a map?
To what?
It just doesn't seem right, Lewton. You being a detective and all, and not knowing one of your clients was an escaped felon.
What can I say? I guess I'm not as good a detective as you are. You want to know what else?
I wouldn't mind that map you mentioned. Might make things a little clearer.
Shut up, Detritus. There isn't a map.
He said there was.
I kept following Malachite's case because it intrigued me, and the more I dug, the more interesting it became.
What did you find out?
I don't know. I guess I learned that I shouldn't have tracked down Therma. It seems likely to me that she's Malachite's murderer. Why don't you interrogate her?
There's no troll named Therma in Ankh-Morpork. You expect us to believe that this Therma killed Malachite and Mundy and framed you for both? Come on, sing like a pigeon on a stool. You done it, didn't you?
There's no reasoning with you, is there?
Not often.
Come on, you ugly sewer scraping. We want something we can believe.
That's enough, Detritus.
Sir?
You can go.
I did it right?
Let's say you were everything I expected. Now go and write up the report. Not in crayon this time, please.
That should keep him busy for a few days.
He may be slow, but he's not an untrustworthy killer like you.
Why the personal interest in this case, Vimes? I'm sure you've got more important things to do now you're commander of the watch.
My reasons are my own.
You're not interested in my guilt or innocence. You're just out to nail me.
Frankly, Lewton, I've got all the evidence of your guilt I need, and if I get my way, they'll lock you up and melt down the key for scrap iron. You're a bad cop, and I don't have any time for you.
If you're so convinced of my guilt, why the interrogation?
Nobby has this deranged idea that there might be some extenuating circumstances that we ought to find out about.
It'd make everything a lot easier if you'd confess, Lewton. I'm sure you had a good reason to do what you did. Let us help you. Cigarette? Holiday for two in Quirm, sea-facing room, we pay the minibar bill?
I'm not guilty, and I'm not confessing to a crime I didn't commit.
Listen to me, Lewton. We're conducting this interrogation because I believe in upholding the law.
There is no law in Ankh-Morpork.
True enough, but there's my law, and there's the patrician's law. Which would you rather face?
What's the difference?
Lord Veterinary considers it a happy state of affairs if the punishment can involve the actual perpetrator, but sees it as by no means essential. I consider it to be absolutely essential.
But you've already decided that I'm guilty.
That doesn't mean I've proved it.
And if I prove my innocence?
That's not going to happen.
Then what's the point of this farce?
Smoke?
No.
The thing is, Lewton, we just want to find out what happened.
Do one decent thing in your life, Lewton. Help us close this case.
Why should I?
So we can close this sorry little act and concentrate on the threat to the city.
The threat?
The counterweight killings.
Surely you have other suspects for the murders I'm accused of, even if you don't think they're part of the counterweight killings.
Smoke? A set of the complete plays of Hwel the Dwarf bound in nearly real leather?
No, I don't want a smoke. I want to know who the other suspects are.
At the moment, you're top of our list.
Although you are the bottom of our list, too.
I am the list, aren't I?
Sorry.
Don't apologize, Nobby. Listen, Lewton. There are other suspects for the counterweight killings, and we're investigating those. But for Mundy and the Troll, you're the bottom line.
What about Therma?
Ah, yes. Therma. Your mysterious troll who no one else has heard of.
For all I know, Therma's not her real name. The point is, someone agreed to meet me and Malachite, and whoever they are, they have to be a suspect.
Do you have any evidence that this troll exists?
Talk to Sapphire. She arranged the meeting.
This would be the singer at the Parrot, right?
Right.
I don't know how to break this to you.
Try quickly.
She's gone.
Gone?
She's skipped town.
Doesn't that strike you as suspicious? Shouldn't you be following her up as a suspect?
We looked into her for the Mundy killing, but she had a watertight alibi. Face it, you're the only suspect.
What about Al-Khali?
Al-Khali?
One of Horst's cronies. I think he's been following me.
I guess I could interview him.
Why do I have a feeling that you won't?
Face it, Lewton. You killed Mundy. You killed Malachite. And you tried to make it look like it was part of the counterweight killings.
What about Reagan?
The dead dwarf? What about him?
Another murder in suspicious, almost ritualistic circumstances. He's a nobody, but it has all the hallmarks of a counterweight killing.
Are you confessing to the murder of Reagan?
No. I'm just saying that Mundy and Malachite aren't the only nobodies to get bumped off in mysterious circumstances.
There was nothing mysterious about Reagan's death.
People don't just drive carriages off a bridge for no reason.
He was driving recklessly across the city. It's probably just a suicide. Maybe he was just drunk.
What about the bite marks?
Bite marks?
There weren't any bite marks. I looked.
Reagan was murdered. I'm sure of it.
You've got bigger problems than that right now, Lewton. I suggest you concentrate on them.
Doesn't it make more sense that both Mundy and Malachite were killed by this so-called counterweight killer?
That's what you'd like us to believe, isn't it? You make the murders look like the counterweight killings and hope to get away with it.
That's it, isn't it? You're not interested in me. You want to catch the counterweight killer.
You're just a low-life killer, Lewton. My job is to protect citizens from people like you.
What? You don't even like them much. You think they're all criminals.
Maybe. But murder leaves the place too messy.
Look, Lewton, we don't think you're involved with the counterweight killings. But we have to know which ones are which if we're going to stop him from killing again. This is your chance to be a hero. To help us to catch a foreign assassin.
A hero? There's nothing I can do to save myself. Why should I care about the rest of the city?
You were a good man once, Lewton. This could be your one shot at redemption.
I was never that good a shot.
You ought to know, Lewton, that you're a suspect in the counterweight killings. That crowbar of yours was palace property, which means you had access to at least one of the murder sites.
You're getting desperate, aren't you?
We're wasting our time with you.
Will you explain to me why you're so confident that Mundy and Malachite weren't killed by whoever was responsible for the rest of the counterweight killings?
Everyone else has been sort of important. Mundy and the Troll were nobodies.
Quiet, Nobby.
You're crazy. You think you found a pattern and you're forcing everything else to fit it.
We're doing our job.
Nothing I say is going to convince you of my innocence, is it?
It doesn't look that way.
All right. Yes, I was in Mundy's room when he was killed, but I was unconscious. And yes, I was on the rooftops when Malachite was killed. Again, I was unconscious. I don't know what happened, but somebody knocked me out, and whoever they are, they're the one you should be looking for.
Fine. If that's the way you want it, that's the way you'll get it. Give my regards to Lord Veterinary when your trial comes up. I doubt he'll be as patient with you as I have. The fact is, mister, that with you behind bars, the city will be a slightly better place.
They delivered me into the hands of the palace guards, who delivered me into the walls of a holding cell. I had a bad feeling about the way things were going. Mostly people who were sent to the patrician for trial got seen right away. Rumor had it that being put in a holding cell pending trial was like being filed away in a drawer marked forgotten. And not a very big drawer at that.
I was kind of hoping that we would meet the patrician in all of this, but that was one lengthy scene, a lengthy scene that needs saved. So we don't have to sit through it again. Not that it would take that long. Hello, rat. I wonder if I meant to catch the little rat.
The wall to the cell had a nice dank feel to it. I expect it was Cell Wall of the Month in Home and Dungeon.
I've seen some cells like this. When I was in that Polish castle, they had one of these. I had a few of these.
Little fellow, he disappeared the moment I started moving. No matter what I did, that rat was too quick for me.
Don't know why I'd want the rat. My inventory has been taken away from me, but I'm certain I still have all my notes.
The door to the cell was so stereotypical I half expected to look around and find a bearded old man manacled to the wall. I pounded on the door, but no one seemed to care.
And how, pray tell, are we getting out of this mess?
I expect it was Cell Wall of the Month in Home and Dungeon.
Is there perhaps a loose brick or a scalable part of the wall? Hello, hello?
The rat had disappeared in a small crack in the wall. The question was, where had he gone?
Yes, where is the rat indeed?
As I worked my fingers around the crack, it became clear that the crack was the side of a loose slab.
And we don't have anything to smash it open with?
The other side of the wall was another cell, but nothing like the holding cell. This was full of sketches and models, tools and materials. It looked more like a workshop, and there was someone working in it.
Would you like a cup of tea?
No, thanks.
Are you sure? Or are they not drinking tea outside anymore?
Outside?
The city. I take it you're from the city. How is it? Same as ever, I suppose.
You're Leonard de Quirm.
Yes, I am.
I'd found Leonard de Quirm. The man was almost a legend. There was no disputing that Leonard was a technological genius. But this meant he was as dangerous to the precarious stability of Ankh-Morpork as a compulsive smoker in a firework factory. Rumor had it that the patrician had locked him in a nice airy cell for everyone's safety, because Leonard was the kind of guy who'd light any fuse for the innocent pleasure of seeing what kind of bang he could make. The only other thing I could recall was that although the guy was hot stuff at the nuts and bolts, he was definitely at the bottom of the class when it came to thinking up names. The patrician keeps you imprisoned here,
Sorry?
You're working for the patrician?
Not really. He calls from time to time and has a look at some of my sketches. Nice man. He keeps me abreast of events on the outside.
What's that you're working on?
This is my flapping wing flying device. I built a small prototype out of gutta-percha strips, twisted tightly together, and it worked. Although not very well. Now I'm building a full-scale model.
Does it fly?
Not yet. But once I've solved the problem of the weight of the holding it together frame and the mechanical faults with the spinning blades radiating from the central hub, it should do. I was having trouble getting enough force to twist the blades together, but the troll the other week sorted that out for me.
Troll?
Yes. He was staying in your room before you. He made this window for me so I could watch the birds. Always good for inspiration are the birds. Not that I don't have enough inspiration as it is. Damn things. Just once I'd like to wake up without finding my sheets covered in sketches of novel designs for apple peelers.
Did you give the troll some metal strips by any chance?
Yes. He made them into a metal hook with prongs, I believe. Not one of my designs.
His name was Malachite.
Was it? It's possible. I never was good with names.
I vaguely remember this guy from the books.
Covered with wood, wire, paints, drawing materials, sketches, cartoons, and glue. The table was either the product of a highly deranged or a highly arranged mind. There was nothing useful to me on the table. Well, nothing useful that wasn't glued down, or that I thought Leonard wouldn't notice missing.
I do love Lewton's complete lack of moral fiber.
Hello again, Leonard.
Yes. Hello?
What are you doing?
I'm deeply immersed in a mechanical problem.
Can I help?
It's not likely.
I kept waiting for him to say something else, but he was lost in his work. Leonard of Quim was a renowned genius with the usual problem that geniuses have with relating to other people. He was clearly one of those people who started to look old around 30. And he wasn't exactly bald. It was more like his head had just grown up through his hair.
Okay, can we be done with this place?
The gaping hole had been created by Malachite to escape from the palace. Leonard liked to think of it as a window. At that moment, I thought I heard the sound of someone at the door to my cell. My heart leapt to my throat and narrowly missed my tonsils. I had to get back to my cell, and fast.
You sure we couldn't just leave?
Hello, Lewton.
Nobby, what are you doing here?
I've come to let you go.
Does Vimes know you're here?
Yeah, he sent me.
What happened?
There's a witness to Malachite's murder. Saw the whole thing, although not very well. He couldn't identify the killer, but from the description we got from him, we can rule out you.
So, I'm off the hook?
More or less.
Vimes must be livid.
I've seen him happier, but he's still convinced you're involved in this somehow.
I dare say he has a point, actually. But I'm not a cold-blooded killer, whatever he may think. Who was the witness?
A gargoyle up on the roof of the clerk's office in Salis Street.
What did he see?
I'm not supposed to discuss that with you. Come on, Let's get you out of here.
You won't get any arguments from me.
Right, here's your stuff.
Where's the crowbar?
We're keeping that as evidence.
Yeah, right. I'll see you around, Nobby. Thanks for coming to get me out. I appreciate it.
That's what friends are for, isn't it?
Friends are for getting you out of a holding cell?
Could be. I ain't got that many.
You won't get any argument from me. See you later. I had this feeling that I was caught in the middle of something big, but I still hadn't a clue what it was. All I could do was keep searching and hope that sooner or later I'd stumble upon the truth. Well, maybe not stumble, just very carefully put my foot on it and hope the other end didn't come up and hit me in the teeth.
Very strange from a game flow perspective, that. We were caught, our stuff was taken, but nothing happened and all our stuff is back and we're free. Very strange indeed. But somewhere new is opened, and as is often the case, I check in my office, because I don't trust not to find another little thing on the ground there. Did we make any notes on all of this? Yes.
Malachite had been hacked to death with my crowbar. Were the two murders connected? It seemed all too plausible to me.
Is Malachite's murder connected to... Oh gosh, where do we find it?
Were the two murders connected? It seemed all too plausible to me.
Yes, it's all connected.
I didn't
Lewton.
know.
Well, that's all a bit sad. I quite like Malachite, and now there is no Malachite. With that, Rodin's workshop is just workshop. There's no work going on, it's just shop. And it doesn't sell anything, so it's just nothing. No boat at the wharf, Pier 5. We need another way in, and the watchman is still there. I have a... Oh, right, that's right. Sapphire skipped town, so good luck finding her. Can we talk to Mankin about it? Mankin, I was framed. I bet those filthy elves are behind it.
Persecute me some more, Lewton?
A man's gotta have a hobby.
I can't help but feel there was an important clue just in that cell hole. Yeah, me too, and it's somewhere I will be coming back to. Do you know or care anything about Malachite?
What have you heard about Malachite's murder?
Nothing.
Come on. You know there's no point lying to me.
I heard you done it, all right? Happy now?
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
No. Don't even know who he is.
Incredible.
So how do you think having...
This room is just the way we left it. Perhaps there's no further use here. Seems reasonable. Ah, we can get back to the rooftops. Perhaps something was here, like the gargoyle. Maybe we can talk to him. It is so dark, this game.
They'd put a chalk outline where Malachite had fallen. It really drove home how big that troll was. I couldn't think of a good reason to erase the chalk outline other than the giddy thrill of vandalism. The gargoyle's name was Clark's Gable, and he had witnessed what had happened on the roof with me and Malachite. It was probably the first exciting thing to happen to him in decades. Are you the gargoyle that witnessed the troll's murder? Clark's Gable?
That's right.
I don't suppose you could talk a little more clearly.
Thing is, I have a gutter in my mouth. Have you ever tried to speak with a gutter in your mouth?
Have I ever tried to hick with a what?
A gutter! A gutter in your mouth!
Oh, with a gutter in my mouth.
Yes!
Sorry, I guess I haven't given much thought to the orally challenged.
That's okay. We're none of us perfect.
I heard you saw the murder that took place here the other night.
Sure did.
Mind if I ask you some questions about it?
Be my guest.
Not the voice I'd expect, but it does bring back memories of that old animated TV show or cartoon about gargoyles. I think it might have even been called Gargoyles. I remember nothing about it, except it was always very sad.
So you're a gargoyle, then?
What kind of a conversation opening do you call that, eh?
Don't you get bored being stuck in the same place for so long?
You get used to it. Mating is a bit of a pain.
You must be incredibly patient.
Oh, I always have plenty of things to think about.
Such as?
Well, like, is it raining? Or doesn't that cloud look like a really big cloud?
Oh, the fun never stops when you're up on the rooftops.
You said it.
How do gargoyles mate?
Very slowly.
You can move, though.
Course. How do you think I got here in the first place,
Then why don't you?
Look, I don't criticise you for running about like your brain would stop if your body stopped moving. So don't criticise me and my lifestyle, eh?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cause any offense.
That's okay. We're none of us perfect.
Do you know anything about the murder of the dwarf in this iconograph?
There's no one I know.
I wasn't about... I had a... I suppressed... I was...
Yeah, I didn't think he'd want any of the items here, but I should probe him for information about the murder.
Can you tell me what you saw the other night?
When the troll was killed, eh?
Has anything else interesting happened recently?
Well, I got a pigeon yesterday. That's a rarity. Mostly they steer clear of the rooftops that are colonised by gargoyles.
Putting that to one side, what did you see the other night?
Well, I can only tell you what I told the watch. I saw you and the big troll come up the ladder, only once you were on the roof, it was hard to make out what was going on because of the shadows. But I saw the troll get savaged repeatedly by some kind of creature, some kind of beast.
A beast?
Yeah, that's the best description I can give you.
It's not much help, but thanks all the same.
What for?
For getting me out of jail.
No problem. Glad I could help. If you could toss the odd pigeon up here next time you're passing, I'd be grateful, yeah.
Some kind of beast. The beast within? Perhaps a werewolf.
Clark's Gable had told me that whatever killed Malachite was some kind of beast. He wasn't clear on the details. Is there anything more you can tell me about this bestial attacker?
Nah, nothing springs to mind.
I highly doubt that he would have any information about anything else, and I really don't want to talk to him some more. Because, yeah, he sounds like a strangled Eric Idle.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
Sorry, I can't help you with that.
So let's try and keep it... course.
Couldn't help but wonder if Al-Khali had been up on the rooftops, but the gargoyle didn't recognize his description. Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Sorry.
Still haven't found anybody that knows what that's all about.
I didn't want to discuss this. Do you know anything about the Milka's cargo?
Sorry.
Alright, great. Then I'm keen to believe that I have gotten everything I need out of you. And if I somehow need something else or get stuck, I can always grind against you, but let's do much less of that right now. I want my crowbar back. We got it from the cafe before. Maybe we can get it from the cafe again. Oh, yes!
A good-looking crowbar. It looked like it had a good heft, too. I figured the golem wouldn't notice that the crowbar had gone missing. Not that I'm saying it didn't need it, just that I'd figured I'd get away with stealing it.
Poor golem. Alright, Samuel, for once, could you have anything for me, please?
Samael, Mr. Lewton. How's business, Samael?
Anything to show him?
Do you know anything about the murder of the dwarf in this iconograph?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know them.
He was bitten. You've got teeth. Kind of sad without him playing the piano here. We don't have the nice background music either.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know anything about that.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know them.
You're always sorry, but you're never useful. Come on.
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know anything about that.
Well, this is grim. But I got the crowbar back, so at least there's that. Where to from here? If I remember to, I'm going to have to watch an episode or two of the old Gargoyles cartoon now. I'm inspired. Oh, God, it's them again.
2 of the palace guards, ever vigilant for a potential intruder. Something like that, anyway.
Nothing else here worth our time? Okay.
Shouldn't you have stopped me by now?
What? What do you mean?
Well, I'm practically into the palace itself, and you haven't even asked who I am.
We can already tell you aren't important.
Not important? I might be a foreign spy.
Accent's too clean for that. I'd say you were born here in Ankh-Morpork.
How can you tell?
Accents. He knows them all.
Ah, hidden talents, eh?
We're guards. All our talents are hidden.
So, you're members of the illustrious palace guards, are you?
Illustrious? Do you know what it means to be a palace guard? We're arrow fodder. If anyone with half-decent skills breaks into the palace, you'll be picking our limbs out of the tapestries.
So why do you do it?
It beats being in the City Watch.
And the uniforms are much nicer, too. You used to be in the City Watch, didn't you?
You can tell that from my accent.
Would I lie to you?
So, you're an expert on accents.
Oh, yeah. I can tell all sorts of things about you.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
From the stress in your voice, I'd say you experienced a major emotional event about 8 years ago. You like to drink, but if you're not careful, you drink to excess. And you like whiskey.
That really is incredible. Anything else?
That's about it.
You didn't say which part of the city I was born in.
No. That's trickier.
You can tell that I drink whiskey from my accent, but you can't tell which part of the city I was born in.
Well, it comes and goes.
You don't know anything about accents, do you?
Of course he doesn't. He just has a good memory.
You were in the bucket a couple of years ago. You were probably too drunk to remember it.
A couple of years ago, I was too drunk to remember anything. So if you don't know anything about accents, how do you know I'm not a threat to the palace?
If you knew what it was we were guarding, you'd understand.
Is it really that dangerous working for the palace?
Oh, yeah. Our lives could come to a bloody end at any moment.
He's lying, of course. He's always lying. No enemies have ever entered Ankh-Morpork since it was founded.
What about the dwarf attack in the reign of Veltric II? Or the barbarian invasion in the time of Webblethorpe the Unconscious?
Well, of course, technically, we've been invaded quite frequently, but, you know how it is. The guys arrive, they meet a nice local girl, and anyway their leaders suddenly don't want all the big houses burned down because now they own them, and they find sleeping on real beds is a treat after all that time in the saddle. And what with one thing and another, it all ends peacefully.
In other words, you don't have much to do.
Well, there's a lot of standing around to do, but it's not like the golden age of the kings of Ankh.
The golden age?
Well, it was a time long enough ago that no one can remember how wretched it was.
Do you know a lot about the kings of Ankh?
Oh, sure. The whole history of the monarchy.
How come?
Oh, hanging around palaces. You pick up that kind of thing.
What happened to the kings of Ankh?
Well, the real line came to an end about 2,000 years ago. And after that, we got 17 centuries of a monarchy where the crown was available to anyone with enough soldiers and a strong stomach.
That couldn't have been very stable.
Stable? Ha! Not many lines survived more than 2 or 3 generations. Some of them didn't even make it to the end of the coronation feast.
The shortest reign on record was that of Loyola the Arg at 1.13 seconds.
Can't have been much of a monarch.
That's nothing. For a week, Ankh-Morpork was technically ruled by a wasp. And for several days, by the left foot of the high priest of Io, who dropped the crown on it during the crucial point of the ceremony.
The foot was one of the better rulers, apparently. Made good decisions.
What is it you're guarding?
Every way into and out of the palace has to be guarded, and we guard one of those.
That's a little vague.
We guard the vital export of post-palatial merchandise.
We guard the trash heap.
That's what I said, wasn't it?
Where is it?
The trash heap? It's around the corner.
But don't steal anything. That's palace garbage. By royal appointment.
Well, by the patrician's appointment.
That's good enough for me.
Has this been a complete waste of time? I rather think it has.
I had a feeling that Mundy's coin was important, and I wasn't about to show it to just anyone. Do you know anything about the murder of the dwarf in this iconograph?
I don't know him.
Me neither.
And yes, it's the 2 guards from Discworld 1 game, but this time we're not making them fight each other. They seem a little bit more sensible. Do you have anything you could possibly know?
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
We don't know nothing about any murders, all right?
No murders, you say?
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have been hung upside down before he was killed?
We don't.
Okay, they really don't care about that. What about the killings?
Do you know anything about...
Have we heard that a mad assassin is coming after the patrician? Of course.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to ignore the prospect of being carved up by some psychopathic killer.
If he's a good assassin, he wouldn't need to kill any of the guards.
That's not very comforting, is it? I mean, our only hope of survival is that this guy is good enough that we don't stand a chance against him.
Well, what's the worst that could happen?
You mean apart from being hacked into minced beef by a foreign killer?
I suppose he might just kill the patrician and let us live. Then we'd only have to worry about being killed by the Assassin's Guild.
What?
He's got this idea in his head that the patrician has given an advance to the Assassin's Guild so that in the event of his death, all of his bodyguards meet the same fate.
Where did you get that idea from?
This priest down at the Temple of Small Gods. He knows everything that's going on in the city.
Ah, you are familiar with Malaclips.
This priest you mentioned. His name wouldn't be Malaclips, would it?
That's the one. Do you know him?
We've met. What do you make of him?
I reckon he's the only one in the city who knows what's really going on.
Which is funny, because I think he's a deranged lunatic whose only pleasure in life is getting gullible fools to listen to him.
So, I'm a gullible fool, am I? Who bought those magic beans off that gypsy the other month?
Hey, you should have tried the casserole we made with them. It was magic.
That's still not very helpful, though. In fact, not very helpful is what these guards have been from the get-go.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I can't help you with that, son.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
I don't know him.
Me neither.
Okay, I think we're done here. Can I enter, please? Well, no, and they did say this is the way to the royal trash heap. Even so, this is an area of its own. Oh, or is it? We can get around.
The palace walls were useful for keeping intruders out and keeping the roof in place. Looking closely, I could see the other side of the hole in the wall that I'd seen from inside Leonard's cell.
Well, I have an idea or two about reaching that.
It always looked much easier in the clickies. Hello again, Leonard.
Yes. Hello?
What are you doing?
I'm deeply immersed in a mechanical problem.
Can I help?
It's not likely.
I kept waiting for him to say something else, but he was lost in his work.
Strange room for us, unless I meant to do something to Leonard, like break his head open with the crowbar.
Hello again, Leonard.
Maybe having the crowbar, and perhaps even going back to my cell? I can't get back to my cell. Okay, so we can get to him.
The empty
Don't know
barrels
why.
at the foot of the palace wall looked like they used to have wine in them. The empty barrels were fairly useless, all in all.
A lot of junk lying around. I do have to check and see if any of it could be useful.
The palace walls were...
Oh, and I can just double click on the wall to enter here. Right. Can't shake the feeling that flying device is going to be useful down the line. It's got a feeling of... Oh, what's the name of that loaded gun? If a gun gets loaded in Act 2, it should be fired in Act 3. Chekhov's gun. Of course, Baron would know that, but yes, has a Chekhov's gun feel to it. Okay, so somewhere we can come back to if we have a feeling, if we feel the need to talk to the guards or get back into the contraption man's room.
I need your help again, Malaclips. Which day... Tell me about... You said you need... So...
Nothing new there.
I've heard that something bestial stalks the streets of Ankh-Morpork.
You'll have to be more specific than that. Why, in the sewers alone there's the albino alligators, the ratkin, and the abominable night soil. And then there's some of the citizens.
Forget I asked. What can you tell me about Jesper Horst?
Horst is a major player in several conspiracies. The Brindisian Illuminati are still after him for stealing the unholy pail. Certainly not someone to be messed with.
It's a shame, because I am messing with him, making him think that I have the golden sword. Trouble is, you know about the golden sword, don't you? But you won't talk to me about it.
What do you know about a golden sword?
Sword? Sword? You are not worthy to talk of that. Never.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a red herring or if I'm actually meant to prove myself in that. Here's another thought. Malachite grabbed a box off of the cart. We never got to investigate it, and he died. So did somebody take it off of him? So many questions.
I have some more questions. Ask them. Did your church... Now let me... So what is Anu Anu the god of? You keep...
Okay, nothing new there.
What can you tell me about a golden sword?
Ha 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 ha! You should talk to Malaclips, the mad priest over on the other side of the temple.
Yes, I've tried and I have failed. Can you return to the murder scene? We already did. We spoke to a gargoyle, and he was the one that gave us the lead on the bestial killer. So that's what I'm asking around about.
I've heard that a bestial creature stalks the streets of Ankh-Morpork.
Indeed. Oh, perhaps the apocalypse is already upon us.
The apocalypse?
The end of the world. The triumph of the ice giants. The tea time of the gods. The time when the creatures from the dungeon dimensions will break into the world again. Well, allegedly. The legends are as unreliable on this as they are on most things, hence the name. It's not too late to repent and join the ranks of the faithful.
I'll pass if it's all the same with you.
Perhaps the giant, intelligent troll knows a thing or two about these beastly attacks. But at this stage, I should really be asking everybody about it. Oh, and this is the scene of the crime. Which, now that you've brought it up, I may as well give it another once-over for anything that might have been missed. But I see nothing. Oh, Lewton, out we go.
Ah, Mr. Lewton, it is always a pleasure to see you. I trust you have brought something with you that will be to my liking.
I haven't brought you the sword yet, if that's what you mean. Why should I trust you when you clearly don't trust me?
A strange question, sir, and one that borders on insulting.
Send your cronies to tail me again, and you'll see just how insulting I can get.
Ah, I take it Mr. Alkali has been somewhat overzealous in his desire to keep an eye on you.
I don't appreciate being watched.
And I don't appreciate being made to wait, Mr. Lewton. Give us the sword. And I'm sure you will find that all your other problems will resolve themselves.
All things to those who wait.
Patience, sir, is not something I have ever mastered. You should bear that in mind.
So, do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
Become, sir. Let us not stray from the matters in hand.
Well, hopefully the beast attacks are not straying too far.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
Become, sir. Let us not stray from the matters in hand.
Bummer.
There didn't seem much point in asking Horst about himself.
Every time we talk to him, it unlocks an area, but it doesn't really, does it? No.
Jasper Horst's private quarters.
Double check the mausoleum. It's been a while. The grave is still there. Nothing new about it.
The rubble was definitely the body of a troll.
Very strange that Nobby actually gave us the diamond back. You'd think that's something that Nobby would, keep as a memento. Sapphire skipped town, so the troll bar is looking kind of crummy. Nothing's happening in our office.
Al-Kali was still following me, but he was concealing himself better since my little discussion with Horst. Al-Kali was still following me.
I wonder if that's relevant. We already went to the cafe, and we're getting nothing out of our vampire friend.
I see Sir has returned.
Sir has.
Who would Sir like to see?
No, both of them, but let's start with Carlotta about this
I'd
bestial
like to see
attack.
Carlotta. Is she home?
She may be, sir. I will go and...
I needed to talk to you.
I'm always happy.
So, now we're working together. Have you seen anything strange around town recently?
What kind of strange?
A little birdie eater told me that Malachite was killed by something bestial.
A werewolf?
I don't think so. Whatever, it was vicious.
You don't think werewolves are vicious? You should hear my aunts talk about me behind my back.
I think whatever this thing is, it's more powerful than just a werewolf.
We're not gonna go with anything more than that. I need this one, Carlotta.
I'll see you.
I am quickly running out of leads. How about the Count?
Is the Count receiving guests?
No.
I've got a few more questions for you, Count.
Go.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I'm sorry, but I don't get out of the conservatory much.
Ah, that's what I expected.
Do you know a troll named Jasper Horst?
Horst? Horst? Is Horst here in Ankh-Morpork? Mark my words, young man. This is poor augur for us all. Yes, yes. I suspect we shall find Horst is involved in Reagan's disappearance.
Frankly, I'm not convinced he has anything to do with Reagan's disappearance.
Well, all the same, watch your step if Horst is in town.
Again, that doesn't give us anything new to work with. Maybe I meant to bring a few of these clues together.
I decided not to bring up Reagan's murder again. I couldn't escape the feeling that something in the old man faded when I told him his only friend was dead.
Yeah, who could have thought? Did you try and flip the coin into the church water? I'm pretty sure I did, but I could try again. The first thing I thought to do when I saw coin and water was to flick the coin into the water. But it's possible I missed that particular train of thought. Lost my mouse again, there it is.
Just because it was a coin didn't mean I was going to throw it in the first small body of water I saw.
Oh, hope you're happy. I really think my way forward is to prove to Malaclips that I am a follower of his crummy god. And the way to show that is by wearing some crimson thing around my neck, but I do not know how I go about that. Is there anywhere else to rub up against that I haven't tried? And nobody's cleaned up the carriage, I see.
I searched it, but I'd already found everything of interest. The remains of a crate was all that was left. The carcass of Reagan's carriage lay on the bridge like a beached whale.
There is also the idea of getting back into the warehouse, but we can't scale down from the skylight, and I can't get the watchman out of the way.
I searched Reagan's body, but all I found was a pair of tiny bite marks on his ankle. Either he'd been bitten by a snake, or a very small vampire.
But that doesn't seem to be a clue in any way.
There was no doubt that it was Reagan, and there was no doubt that he was dead.
Perhaps we can use our clue about the bestial attacker and try to see if the beast had attacked him. I don't do this often enough, rubbing my clues against items.
I didn't know of any link to Reagan's corpse.
Oh, okay. Reagan seems less involved. Maybe what we could do is try and figure out if a beast was involved in the fight in the Parrot.
There are limits to what even the most imaginative person can do with just a chalk outline. Frankly, the message could mean anything. I didn't want to read too much into the frayed rope. No matter which way I looked at it, the bed didn't seem to be important.
It was an idea, but maybe not a good enough idea. We haven't been back to the... Oh, that was not the one. The casino for a wee while.
I really didn't want to play.
Well, I do.
The game Whirl was croupier for used a Carrack deck, the distilled wisdom of the ancients painted onto cards. I didn't need any of the cards, or maybe the
All right.
Talk, or
I think I've spoken to just about everybody else, so I hope you guys have leads for me.
do you own this place?
I'm just a croupier. I don't know everything.
Heard of a big shot troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
I've heard of him, but I don't know him. He doesn't come round here in person.
What about Malachite's murder? Although I don't think you people know Malachite, do you? Oh, maybe I could talk to Horst about Malachite's murder.
A dwarf got... You wouldn't have...
No, sorry.
Hadn't thought about bringing that up with Horst.
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
I'm just a croupier. I don't know everything.
Hello again, Warb.
Lewton!
What do you know?
I'm afraid I can't.
I've heard there's some kind of monster loose on the city. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Why? Why would you think that?
You've got contacts in Unseen.
Oh.
I reckon they must know all about the demons and creatures loose in the city.
Oh, I see. No, I don't know anything about that.
Oh, come on! Lead me on like that. Oh, they knew what they were doing with that one.
I'm looking for a magical artifact, a golden sword. Does that mean anything to you, Warb?
A golden sword? I'd let go of that if I were you.
Why? What do you know about it?
Nothing, and neither do you. I'll forget you mentioned it, but you'd better forget about it altogether. It'll get you killed, you know. Mark my words.
Oh, come on, shake him down for more intel than that. That's almost a lead.
Horst had spoken of a golden sword, and it was apparent that he thought I had it.
Just getting led on by people here doesn't feel good.
Clark's Gable had told me that whatever killed Malachite was some kind of beast. He wasn't clear on the details. I've heard there's some... You're a regular. So, if...
Okay, nothing new appearing there. Lewton, do consider this bestial attacker. And consider how that relates to Malachite's murder.
Clark's Gable had told me that whatever killed Malachite was some kind of beast. He wasn't clear on the details. Malachite's bestial killer might well have been involved in other murders. I couldn't honestly tell if there was a connection.
Running out of ideas here, chat. If you have anything that we should try rubbing up against anything else, I'm all ears.
3712V wasn't much to go on.
I'm sure I've asked you about it, but I can ask you again.
I'm afraid I can't.
You can't help me with anything. Hey Jake, love me some Discworld. It was the book series that got me into reading as a teen. Yeah, I was a bit more voracious for consuming books when I was younger, and Discworld was certainly one of them. And this is bringing up references from all sorts of them. Guards, feet of clay, small gods. I remember one thing you're missing, says Grey Four. I don't doubt that I'm missing something, but what could it be? I feel like the Patrician's Palace is relatively unexplored, but I got nothing that comes to mind there. You can interact with the table in the prison. Ah, is that so? I had tried to interact with the table in the prison, though. Well, let's take another look.
covered with wood, wire, paints, drawing materials, sketches, cartoons, and glue. The table was either the product of a highly deranged or a highly arranged mind. There was nothing useful to me on the table. Well, nothing useful that wasn't glued down, or that I thought Leonard wouldn't notice missing.
Yeah, it's the same as we got when we were arrested checking this out. Unless you mean this table can be interacted with, and it's not really much of a table. And also it can't be interacted with. Not happening. There's a deductive thing that you can still do. I've tried doing a lot of deduction, but nothing's coming to mind.
I'd realized that Mundy had been hung upside down before he was killed, and that the message that seemed to say Azil might actually read 3712V. But I didn't know what it meant.
Haven't seen Ilse and Two Conquers for a while.
I'd learned that Ilse was in town and traveling with a man named Two Conquers. The dwarf had tried to threaten me off the Mundy case. I knew right from the start that he knew more than he was telling me. Malachite had been hacked to death with my crowbar.
Could you really kill Malachite with a crowbar?
Although the crowbar was
Can I even combine the two?
I didn't think that had anything to do with Malachite's murder. Were the two murders connected? It seemed all too plausible to me. The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings.
Nothing to be had here on the Therma case anymore. And I've already tried linking Reagan's murder to the other ones.
I didn't think that were the two murders connected? It seemed... I didn't think the murder could have been...
Also, Reagan's murder is something that's here and on the other page.
There didn't seem to be any obvious connection with Horst. Clark's Gable had told me that whatever killed Malachite was some kind of beast. He wasn't clear on the details. Malachite's bestial killer might well have been involved in other murders. Was the beast that had slain Malachite involved in Mundy's murder? I couldn't honestly tell if there was a connection.
Is there anything this bestial killer could be connected with?
There didn't seem to be any obvious connection to Carlotta.
Was Carlotta the beast?
I couldn't see any real evidence of a connection to Mr. Al-Khali. There was no connection to Ilse or Two Conquers, as far as I could tell. 3712V wasn't much to go on. Was the beast that had slain Malachite involved in Mundy's murder? Perhaps Azil was the name of the bestial attacker.
Perhaps, but perhaps not.
I couldn't see a connection to the Milka's cargo. I couldn't see a link between that and the sword. There was a good chance that Mundy had hidden the sword somewhere in the Milka's cargo. Horst had spoken of a golden sword. There was a good chance that Mundy had hidden the sword somewhere in the Milka's cargo.
Yeah, but currently we're not able to get back into the warehouse. I haven't found a way to get back in. The grappling hook is of no use there. Did we ever meet Conquers? For a very short period, yes, but we can't go and see him at our behest. I want to query Horst about the death of Malachite. Yeah, I was curious if I could get back into my cell, but it appears no. Unless we we could scale the wall again, or am I missing anything from the ground here, or another transition? No.
I'm back. I've got a few more questions.
Make it fast.
Yeah, it bothers me that these guys haven't given me anything.
This priest, his name...
Do you...
What do you...
I reckon he's the only...
I had a feeling... Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I can't help you with that, son.
Yeah, nobody can. Alright, let's follow my gut on Horst.
Ah, Mr. Lewton, it is always...
Do you know anything...
Become, sir.
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
Become, sir.
No, getting nothing out of this. We still get that, as if to say we have a new place to investigate, though, which we don't. Nothing on the wharf at all anymore. Not a sausage. I can't even go over to this little area anymore. Ah, it actually connects over to here. Now that I didn't know.
If it wasn't for the watchman, I could probably get in through the doors. As it was, I needed another plan. I have a few more questions. What do you...
That's...
Yes, everything is nothing to do with you, isn't it?
Do you know...
That's...
Do you...
Sorry, it...
Bribe the watchman with the tooth. No, it doesn't seem to work, sadly. He takes his job rather seriously.
Do you know...
That's...
I didn't want... This... Do you know anything about the Milker's cargo?
Just one thing. That the cargo of the Milker is confidential and I won't discuss it with you.
How very useful. Alright, let's try bribery.
I suppressed the urge to ask for money. I wasn't about to flash the stolen tooth around. I had a... Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
We got a problem then, don't we? Because although we have attempted to climb up here, he doesn't climb down through the skylight anymore. Right, I need to take a short water break while this melancholic tune plays out. Chat, maybe you can rub your grey matter together and come up with a lead, because Lewton and I are completely out of them. I'll be back in just a minute. Not even begging. Back in my day, hints came at the price of singing I am a little teapot, says Ninja. No, not begging. As Lewton has said, he does have a shred of pride left, and I should take notes from that. Even so, I do have no idea what to do here. There wasn't anything left behind in Rodan's workshop after everybody left, is there?
All I knew about the statue was that it was a work in progress. I didn't have any reason to steal Rodan's statue.
Still nothing where Malachite was, and, well, now Malachite is dead. Yeah, playing Omicron is far too steep a price. Couldn't sell myself that cheaply.
The stage, where performers go up in front of a drunken crowd and sell their dignity to earn enough money to barely live on. It made me think that all the discs a stage and all the people players. Unfortunately, I felt like I'd been cast as an extra in my own life story.
Yes, delivery's just too good. Mankin, we're not missing anything from you, are we?
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton? A man's gotta have a hobby. Do you leave me alone? I didn't want this.
Yeah, let's not talk to him about the golden sword. I've been told that there's a deduction thing that I haven't done, but at this point I feel like I've robbed every bit of deduction against every other bit of deduction.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets? Leave me alone, Lewton. This is species harassment. Do you know? I know a lot of...
There is the idea that Ilsa and two Conquerors recently arrived, and then there's been this spate of killings, right? So maybe I can link them together with the killings or something similar.
I refuse to believe Ilsa could have anything to do with murder. I refuse to... I refuse...
Yeah, but what about two Conquerors? Love is blinding you, Lewton.
That didn't have anything to do with the attacker, as far as I knew. If there was a connection between Ilsa and two Conquerors and the troll named Horst, it wasn't readily apparent. I refuse to... Two Conquerors probably knew all kinds of obscure things. I just had to ask him.
Yes, but we can't speak to two Conquerors, we can't find them.
I doubted that Ilsa or two Conquerors would know anything about the Milka's cargo. Two Conquerors probably knew all kinds of obscure things. I just had to ask him.
Well, that's getting us nowhere fast.
I need your help again, Nobby. Tempting as it was, I told Nobby
Nothing new there.
I had a...
I'm coming up a complete blank then. What have I not done? I'm still deeply suspicious of this guy having information about the sword. But again, he doesn't want to talk to me because I'm not a member of his cult. And there's no clear way to join his cult.
Malaclips drew attention to himself by virtue of the lack of crowds around him.
Again, I'm more than open to some brilliant insight from the chat. Have you tried the crowbar on the table in prison with things glued on it? Good point. He did mention they're glued on, and we do have a prying tool, and it's notably a tool we didn't have when we were there before.
What was it about the crowbar that made me want to try it out on everything?
Nice try, but no.
Hello again, Len. What was it about the crowbar that made me want to try it out on everything?
Yeah, we did get a funny line, I'll give you that.
Covered with wood.
Leonard did mention that he gave this crowbar to the grappling iron to Malachite.
Hello again, Leonard.
Hello?
What do you... Can I help?
No. And I probably wouldn't want to hand it over as it's our way of getting in here.
The gaping hole had been created by Malachite to escape from the palace. Leonard liked to think of it as a window. These barrels had already been opened.
And all of the wall just brings us back up here, we see. I'm going to need a bit more of a hint than just you need to deduce something, I'm afraid.
2 of the palace guards, ever vigilant for a potential intruder. Something like that, anyway.
Still bothers me that I've gotten nothing out of Samael. Not a sausage. And there's nothing else in the bar or cafe other than just him sitting on his lonesome. And there's nothing on the table or anything for us. There's the bar, but there's nothing to do with the bar.
My old friend, the bar. I was tempted to order a drink, but I was working. I suppressed the urge to get myself a drink, although I could really have used one. I'd always respected Samael, and he'd always put up with me. I don't know why. I guess it didn't really matter. Samael, Mr. Lewton. How's business, Samael?
Remember that game removes useless items from the inventory. Is there even someone to order from the bar? Well, Samael's right here, I suppose. Well, still having the iconograph seems weird since it's, we've already covered this guy's death.
I couldn't help but notice that Reagan was bald. I couldn't help but notice that Reagan was bald.
What?
I couldn't help but notice that Reagan was bald.
Why is that relevant?
It hadn't been easy, of course.
Was the Reagan that we found bald?
There was no doubt that it was Reagan, and there was no doubt that he was dead. The poor sap must have suffocated in the Ankh.
Why does he have hair on his head?
One thing had been bugging me since I'd found Reagan's body. In the iconograph that the Count had given me, Reagan was bald. Here, in the flesh, Reagan had a full head of hair. I had to pull hard on his toupee to get it off. Reagan must have glued it on to stop it from flying off as he drove the carriage. Underneath the toupee was a small key. I guess it must have been important, or he wouldn't have glued it to his head.
Well, I'll be.
Reagan had a small key under his toupee. It was basically glued onto his head, so I guess it was important to him.
Well, let it be a lesson to us all. Never trust bald people. Still, have we ever found a door that needs a key, or anything that needs a key? I suppose
I
von
see, sir.
Uberwald would be
Is
the man to know.
I've got a few more questions. I found this key on Reagan's body. I was hoping you knew what it opened.
No, I'm afraid I don't. But I don't think it's for anything in the mansion.
Odd thing for you to think you know. Where have we found anything locked? Not in my office, that's for sure. It's probably for that box that Malachite had, but Malachite died and we never found the box. Hang on. Maybe Nobby took the box off of him. Seems like a Nobby thing to do.
I need your help again, Nobby. What do you think this is the key for? I don't know.
Okay, thanks, Nobby. Glad we had this discussion. Malachite died here, but I have searched and searched again to see any sign of a box that he dropped, and I have found diddly squat. So anything else that's locked? There is the bit below the Cafe Ankh. I can't imagine any reason why Baldy would have had the key for this, but we can try.
Reagan's key didn't open the wine cellar. It wasn't even the right kind of key. Besides, I liked some ale, and I drew the line at breaking into the cafe's wine cellar without his permission.
Well, at least it's nice of the game to give us a line for that. Any other locked doors anywhere? Well, there is the pier door, but even if we can unlock this, I bet the guard would have a thing or two to say about it.
Useful though they are, an exit is just an exit.
What?
Useful.
Okay.
I didn't want to discuss Reagan's key with just anyone.
I suppose Carlotta also knew of Reagan.
I see. I'd like... I needed... Does this key mean anything to you?
Whose is it?
It belonged to Reagan.
I don't recognize it. But if you give it to me, I'm sure I can find out where it fits.
I'll bet you're good at finding out which holes things go in, eh, sister? No, I think I'll hang on to it for now.
If that's what you think is best.
No, not really.
There didn't seem much... I'll see you around, Carlotta.
Yeah, I think it's the key for the little box, but the little box has gone missing. Malachite took it, Malachite died, and now there's no box. And it's not really a clue that we can talk about. Maybe I can talk to Nobby about Malachite's murder and say, hey, was there a box there at all? Where is Malachite's murder?
Any leads on Malachite's murder?
We're baffled.
Yes, Nobby, but you're baffled by the way it gets dark every evening.
Ha ha, Lewton. Very funny.
Okay, if you would stop being sarcastic at every turn, Lewton, maybe we could get somewhere.
I told I take it I'm still...
Afraid so, Lewton.
I take it you realize that Mundy was hung upside down from the rafters.
Well, yes, of course. Yes. Hung upside down. Yeah.
I can't believe that the person doing the most work on this case is also the prime suspect.
So it'll be on the roof or on the ground near the roof. I have investigated that, I think, 3 times and still not found something. But I've investigated some places many more than 3 times and not found what I'm looking for, when it has indeed been there. The matches in Pleasant Valley's shop come to mind in the long dark, so maybe I should check it one more time. That's the bridge, Jake. Although maybe this could also be checked again. Yeah, bugger all. Maybe I need to talk to the gargoyle about a few more things. I kind of skimmed him by because I hated talking to him, but that's not a good reason. So there's no way, as far as I can tell, to go down from here. And here's the chalk outline, and I do not see a box.
They'd put a chalk outline where Malachite had fallen. It really drove home how big that trawl was.
Why limit yourself to only one more time? Yeah, it'd be so convenient if the box were here, because I'm all but certain that's what the key is for. Maybe I could ask
I'm back.
You.
Hey, hello, Hunt Drain.
Maybe I could ask you about the key.
I didn't want...
Oh, buggery.
So you're a gargoyle. How did... Can you tell me...
When the troll...
Has anything...
Well,
Yeah, that's nothing new.
You can see them...
Sure.
I don't suppose you saw a carriage drive off the bridge the other night?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
What happened?
Let me see. I remember the carriage coming flying along the bridge. The driver was a dwarf, I think, and he went into convulsions just before the carriage went out of control. The next thing I know, there's someone coming out of the back of the carriage.
What did they look like?
My eyesight's not that good. All I know is that as the driver went limp, the other person cut the reins. The horse ran off, the carriage careened into the river, and this other person leapt clear.
That's all you saw?
That's about it,
That was a lot of information, and for some reason it didn't give us anything to add to our lists here.
I'd found Reagan...
Very strange.
Can you think of any...
Sorry.
Do you...
Sorry.
I couldn't help but wonder if Al-Khali... Out of curiosity, I checked with the gargoyle to see if Ilsa or two conkers had been up on the roof. It didn't seem like they had. I gave Carlotta's description to Clark's Gable, but he didn't recognize it. Out of... Does the word...
Sorry.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Sorry.
Can you think of any...
Sorry.
Well, at least it's fast. He doesn't have any undue animations.
Do you...
Sorry.
I didn't want this...
Right, but perhaps the information we got about someone leaping out the back and cutting the reins is stuff that we could use regardless. Also, look, the picture has been removed from our inventory. Interesting. So the coin, the tooth, the grappling iron, the crowbar, and the key are all still useful, as is our purse.
I suppressed...
But still no little box. Since that gave us new insight, maybe we should have a look at the bridge. The reins were cut after all, right? Have a close look at the reins.
There was no doubt that it was Reagan, and there was no doubt that he was dead. The poor sap must have suffocated in the Ankh. I searched Reagan's body, but all I found was a pair of tiny bite marks on his ankle. Either he'd been bitten by a snake, or a very small vampire.
It's just rubbing off on me, Suda.
I searched it, but I'd already found everything of interest. The remains of a crate was all that was left.
Remains of a crate.
I could smash up the carriage to look for clues, but all it would achieve would be a temporary relief of my tension. I think the carriage had already told me everything useful that it could tell me.
Poor Malachite. I mean, he helped us get this thing out. And yet he's dead. Troubling.
It is always I trust.
I didn't want to... Why should I...
All patient.
I considered asking Horst about the Milka's cargo, but I didn't want to tip him off that I didn't have the sword. You're still in...
Net, I am.
But you...
How's the moon logic so far? It's been very logical, and I quite like that aspect of it. But it does mean that when you can't quite make the logical connection, you can get stumped. Also, there have been a couple of times where it's just return to your office and notice the thing on the floor to continue, which has caught me out a couple of times.
Do you know anything about some kind...
Become, sir.
There didn't seem much... Do you know...
Become, sir.
What do you...
Become, sir.
Do you...
Becomes.
What do you...
A strange question, sir. But you have your reasons, I'm sure. I must say I was impressed. That disguising the murder as a counterweight killing was clever. But knocking yourself out after the murder was a masterstroke. A gamble, certainly. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward.
I don't know, just ask Young.
Does Al-Khali work for you?
Mr. Al-Khali and I have a complicated working relationship.
What exactly is...
She didn't... Carl never tell. As for her...
Do you know a woman named...
I cannot say
Still makes it sound like we unlock a new location, but we totally don't. Unfortunate. That felt like good movement forward, but this key is particularly useless currently. I could ask anyone and everyone if they know what possible use this key could be for. I mean, maybe a wizard would know.
Can we talk? Hello again. Do you know what this is?
It's a safety deposit box key. I've seen them before.
Where does it fit?
Probably fits one of the boxes in here.
Really? Where's the safety deposit boxes?
Can we talk? Do you... Now your pockets are a little fuller. Does this key mean anything to you?
Yeah, I know what it is. It's a safety deposit key for the boxes here in Saturnalia.
Thanks.
I am very surprised at that. Now where do I go for the safety deposit boxes?
Can we talk?
There we go.
I guess an upmarket establishment like Saturnalia needed safety deposit boxes. They certainly needed them more than I did. I guess
Try them all, Lewton.
I figured a really good private investigator could do a lot of painstaking research and work out which box belonged to Reagan. But I figured, hey, the guy's a dwarf. So I just tried all the lockers on the bottom row. It fitted into box 39 like a glove. Eventually. Inside was an envelope and a bracelet with carved wooden charms. The plot thickened, and you could already stand a spoon up in it.
Fantastic. I can't believe it was the wizard that would get me through this. Wizard and key. I don't know how you would make the connection between this place and the key, but we did, eventually. Now, I do my best thinking in my office.
The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and I had a feeling that it was important somehow. The thing was, it seemed to be empty. When I opened Reagan's envelope, I don't know what I was expecting. What I wasn't expecting was to find that the envelope was empty. There wasn't even anything written on the inside. There was no obvious connection to Reagan's envelope.
Maybe I could put
When
something
I-
inside?
There was no...
No. Okay, but what I think is that the little charm that we got, we can use as proof that we have joined the cult.
I don't know why Reagan kept a charm bracelet in his safety deposit box, but I guess he wanted to keep it safe. There was a strangely mystical feeling about the charm bracelet, and I wasn't sure I liked it.
Alright, off to the small gods we go. Probably if you ask him about the dwarf in the casino, you'll tell him about him, but you skip that step. Oh, that's fine. We're too powerful for such baby steps.
Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
Well, well, it's a Gluckding carved out of serendipitous redwood from Uberwald, I guess.
What does it do?
It brings luck.
Good luck or bad luck?
Both. First, it brings good luck, little snacks of felicitous circumstances. But sooner or later, the wielder pays for any good luck with a massive dose of bad luck. A giant omelette of doom delivered by a mad god.
Great. A mad god's omelet. Do you want it?
Are you insane? Give it to someone who's desperate.
Who do we know who's desperate? Ourselves, I suppose.
I need your help again. Any reason you can think of why a person would keep an empty envelope safe?
Just because it looks empty doesn't mean it is. There could be a hyperspatial vortex in there, a link to some trans-dimensional cache.
Nope. I'm pretty sure it's just an empty envelope.
Does this prove that I'm connected enough to your cult for you to tell me about the golden sword?
What do you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not worthy. Okay, fair enough. Right, where to go with this? I guess while I'm here, I'll rub it against the other mad priest. Oh, they're all mad.
I have some more.
Haven't had much dealings with priests, but I have had an exorcism.
This mean anything to you?
Puh. A child's charm bracelet, nothing compared to the power of Anu Anu.
I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't something I should discuss with everyone I met.
Yeah, but you can still discuss it with a mad priest. What we need is a mad monk. Alright, Samel, you've been useless this whole game. Could you please be useful now? This place just isn't the same without the music.
Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know anything about that.
Why would anyone keep an empty envelope safe?
I have no idea. Sorry, Mr. Lewton.
That's okay, Samael. I don't really understand it myself.
Wonderful, Samel. What would I do without you? Maybe finish Act 2 a lot faster. Okay, who else would have some ideas about this? Let me think. This is owned by the old Codger's associate, so let's bring it up with him.
Is the I've got a few more questions.
Go.
Recognize this?
Yes, yes, I do. It is Reagan's charm bracelet. I gave it to him.
Is there something special about it?
It's been in the family for years. I'm not sure where it came from, but I believe that the charms were carved from the wood of the serendipitous redwood.
What?
They were very, very old trees, and they grew very tall. Up to a mile, if the texts can be believed. The trouble was they were very top-heavy, and the slightest wind would knock them over.
How do they grow so tall?
That was the thing, you see. They'd fall over, but they were unbelievably lucky. They'd prop themselves up against each other like a house of cards.
Lucky trees?
Oh, believe me, as a student of flora, I have seen many such strange things evolve. Strangeness is indigenous to the Discworld.
What happened to the redwoods?
Someone cut one down, and the rest came down like dominoes. They crushed the fellow with the axe, I believe.
I guess they weren't so lucky for him. This empty envelope belonged to Reagan. Does it mean anything to you?
An empty envelope? I don't understand.
Neither do I.
That doesn't bring us any closer,
The
though.
envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box. The thing was, it seemed to be empty.
I was hoping that would get me somewhere.
I see.
I needed to... Is this charm bracelet familiar to you?
It's Reagan's. Where did you find it?
In his safety deposit box. What can you tell me about the bracelet?
I think Reagan thought it was his lucky charm or something. I'm not really sure.
Did you ever see Reagan at Saturnalia?
Yes, he went there sometimes. He stayed well away from me when he did. He didn't much like me.
Was he wearing the charm bracelet in the casino?
Yes, I think he may have been.
I got a key from Reagan's body. It led me to this. It's empty.
It's empty.
Mean anything to you?
No, nothing.
I don't trust you, Carlotta.
I'll see you around.
But this is going absolutely nowhere very quickly. Maybe somebody at Saturnalia would know a thing or two about the lucky charm wielding dwarf.
Can we talk? I think this charm bracelet belonged to Reagan. Do you recognize it?
Sure, he used to wear that on the few occasions that he gambled, and that wasn't very often.
And when he didn't use it, it went in his safety deposit box?
I guess so. He used to hang on to it like his life depended on it when he played.
This envelope belonged to Reagan. Did you ever see him with it?
Sure, he carried it around the casino sometimes. I never knew what was in it, though.
Did he show it to anyone?
I guess. I don't know who, though.
I appreciate Whirl being upfront with us, but we did pay him for the privilege.
This is an envelope that belonged to Reagan. Have you seen it before?
No, I don't think so.
You're not sure?
Sometimes it's like hard to be certain of like, well, anything.
I had a feeling that Warb might be interested in the charm bracelet, but I didn't know what he had to offer me yet. The one thing I knew about gambling was that you kept your cards hidden until you needed them.
What?
You're a regular in...
I guess
I thought all wizards...
do you what? You just all that you
So he talks about how unlucky he is.
If you're so
I guess I feel
But the odd...
that here
That's...
Yeah, so we've been
No,
through all this already. But maybe now that he's talked about how unlucky he is...
I had a feeling that So you were...
That's a shame. Feels like something we want to offer him to turn his luck around. Maybe we play a little bit of the game.
Can we talk? Do you own it? I didn't need...
I thought maybe we could play, win, and he goes, wow, you're so lucky. Maybe we could bet the tooth.
I wasn't about to...
Bet the coin.
I had a... Hello again. I suppressed the urge to ask for money.
Yeah, it puts me in mind of Skaz, but it's not quite the same.
I didn't need any of the cards. Maybe... I really didn't want to play.
You don't want to, but play anyway. Show off how lucky you are.
I had a little money I could afford to gamble, but it was a bad idea.
Okay, but what you do have is this amazing charm.
Would the charm improve my chances at gambling? I decided not to find out.
Ah, come on!
Would the charm improve my chances at gambling? I decided not to find out.
Seems really good, you know, show off how good it is and then sell it for information.
Would the charm...
That's the thing. Maybe at some point I'll need information off of him. He'll be hesitant to give it to me, and then we show off how good we are at gambling, and then we make a trade.
I see.
Is the Count... I've got a few more...
I want to talk a bit more about the murder now. We know a thing or two about someone being in the cart with him, though. Is it worth it without Pingu racing? Oh. Why, Baron? Do you want to try gambling with friends?
Clark's Gable had told me that whatever killed Malachite was some kind of beast. He wasn't clear on the details.
Yeah, good, but that's not the death of Reagan. This is the death of Reagan.
I'd found Reagan's body in his carriage in the river under the Magdalen Bridge.
But I would like to talk about it, please.
I decided not to bring up Reagan's murder again. I couldn't escape the feeling that something in the old man faded when I told him his only friend was dead. What do you...
Mr. Lewton.
I see.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Mind telling me what it is?
A charm bracelet, sir.
I knew that. Do you know anything else about it?
Yes, sir.
What? What do you know about the charm bracelet?
I know that Sir is carrying it, for one.
Forget it. I had a feeling that the... I needed... Where were you when Reagan was killed?
When was he killed?
Shortly after dropping you off at the Temple of Small Gods.
Well, there's your answer then.
Is that really true, though?
I'll see you around, Carlotta.
I hope so.
Well, save and save often. But what can we do with what little we have now? Whew. I'm low on ideas.
I have a few more questions.
Tell them this is a manifest allowing us in.
I had a...
No, okay.
Does this...
That's nothing to do with me.
Gosh, you take a tiny step forward and then it's just Stumpsville all over again. Things are going so smoothly in Act 1, sans the short period of not finding the item in the office. But here I am, 5 hours deep, and not a whole lot to show for it. It's been ages since we went to the workshop. Maybe there's a reason it's still a location. That would be bizarre. Because I've checked this several times over, and there's never anything here.
The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and I had a feeling that it was important somehow. The thing was, it seemed to be empty.
It seems to be empty. Seems.
I wasn't sure what the charm had to do with anything.
There's a lucky charm, but the one idea I think to do with it, which is gambling with it, does not amount to anything. Hey Mankin, you're never very lucky. Do you want this charm?
Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
No.
I have no reason to think he has anything to do with Reagan, but here you go.
I had a feeling that...
No, okay.
I'm back.
Hey!
Yeah, yourself.
Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
Sorry.
I had a feeling. Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
The comms, sir.
I had...
Yeah, once again it tells us we've unlocked something we have definitely not. Gosh, is there anyone I haven't talked to about with this? I highly doubt Nobby has anything to do with this, but we can always try. How goes the puzzling? Asks Alpha Gemmo. I myself feel like puzzling for the big, huge, large. Oh no, is he going to be let back in? I need to spend some time looking through the games list and deciding what next batch of games to do.
Again, Nobby.
Alright, Corporal Knobs, what is this?
I found this envelope and I think it might be important. Only it's empty.
It's empty.
Why would anyone put an empty envelope in a safe place?
Maybe they were bluffing.
What do you mean?
Could have been a blackmailer's envelope.
An empty blackmail envelope?
Well, this is just an idea, but if someone thought you knew something and you convinced them it was in the envelope, you could use it to bluff.
Nobby.
It's a stupid idea, isn't it? Forget I mentioned it.
No, it's a good idea. I just can't believe you thought of it.
Hey, I'm not as dumb as I look.
You could only be as dumb as you look, Nobby, if you were a very good actor. The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box. The thing was... Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
No.
Yeah, we already talked to the butler. That's not a bad idea with the envelope, though, is it?
Only it's
empty.
Why would anyone put an empty envelope in a safe place?
Maybe they were bluffing.
What do you mean?
Could have been a blackmailer's envelope.
Does that mean that we could make use of it? What if we went back to Saturnalia's safety deposit boxes?
I couldn't open the boxes without a key. I couldn't... I guess enough...
The key's been used up, so we can't do that, can we?
I didn't want to put it back into the safety deposit box.
Is there anything we want to put in the safety deposit box?
The crowbar might be a better tool for that.
Oh, wait, we're actually going to try? Well, it's in my inventory for a reason.
I could probably have used the crowbar to open the boxes, but it was a safe bet that I'd be kicked out of the casino seconds later. I could...
Good thinking, Lewton.
The crowbar. The crow... I didn't need any of the card.
Maybe Quinn can analyze the envelope. He's awfully busy, though. But hey, might have been a trigger to make him want to analyze it. Maybe he could analyze the luck aspect of the charm as well. Because he hasn't done anything for us since we met him. The problem is we can't talk to him, he just instantly looks back at his device. But hey, one can try.
Hello again, Leonard.
Yes. Hello?
What are you doing?
I'm a...
Can I kept waiting for him to say something else, but he was lost in his work. I didn't want to disturb the intricate chaos of the table.
No, that doesn't seem to do anything for us. Can't seem to do anything at all here. In the off chance the guards know something about it.
I had a... Does this bracelet mean anything to you?
Well, it looks like a charm bracelet. You could probably sell it to my friend here. He's a sucker for that sort of thing.
Hey, I am not.
What about the poultice of protection you bought from Cut-Me-On-Throat Dibbler?
Hey, he told me that it would protect me from fatal physical attacks for the rest of my life, and I believe him.
So do I. Probably won't protect you from the fatal blow that kills you, but it'll protect you from any fatal wounds you suffer before then.
There's one born every minute.
Well, if you're so smart, why don't you tell us about the bracelet?
If I wanted to know about the bracelet, I'd take it to the Temple of Small Gods.
Not this Malaclypse charlatan again.
Don't knock it. He knows more than you'd think he does.
That wouldn't be difficult.
Problem is, I've already spoken to him about it, but maybe with this intel, he can tell us even more. If you try to use the hook on the warehouse, then Lewton says, well, you get up to the skylight, but he can't get down in. Although we can try again.
I need your... Does this...
Well, it's a Gluckdig.
What is it?
It brings luck.
Good.
Great.
Do you...
Give it to someone who's desperate.
Yeah, so I want to give this to the wizard, but the wizard has nothing to offer us is the problem. And it seems like the obvious place to use the item. Did we ask him about the envelope? Did we ask the mad lad about the envelope? I feel like I did. Yeah, he said it could be a vortex to some place, as I recall. Which made me want to check with the wizard, but he wasn't giving us anything either.
Any reason you can think of why a person would keep an empty envelope safe?
Just because it looks empty doesn't mean it is. There could be a hyperspatial vortex in there.
Nope. I'm pretty sure it's just an empty envelope. The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and I had a feeling that it was important somehow. The thing was, it seemed to be empty.
Sure seems it. I've tried putting things inside it. That doesn't do diddly. Is there any UV light or acid to reveal text? I have been thinking about places that have a light source, none that can be interacted with. None that I know of, at least.
I see, sir.
I had... Tempting as it...
There's still this book here, but it doesn't appear to have any use.
The book was The book was an old edition of Twerp's Peerage. Probably a collector's item. Why do rich families feel the need to leave old, valuable books lying around in their reception halls? It's bad enough that they have so much more money than you without rubbing it in.
So maybe I need to use this book if I ever need to look up some ancestry, but that's not right now.
I confess, I was consumed with avarice, but I wasn't about to steal an entire staircase.
Open flames could work as well, in theory. Again, I can't think of any fire or light source that we could interact with. We can go over this one again, but I'm fairly certain Lewton just does not want to enter the warehouse from here. Come on. And the matchbook that we once had is now gone. Look at that throw.
I damaged the skylight slightly when I forced it open with the crowbar. Gee, how would I sleep at night? When I broke in before, there was a stack of crates for me to climb down. Now there was nothing. I needed another way in.
There's not another skylight around here that I can barely see, is there? No, sir. And going down just brings me down here.
I wasn't the disc's greatest climber. I was going...
How awkward. Maybe we could just use the bracelet, trusting that we'll survive the fall.
I just wanted to forget about the skylight for the time being.
Seems weird that we can get up here without there being anything to do, though. Yes, there's Lewton, but bugger all else. Could I at least look down there? You can't grapple down? Nope. Trust me, it was one of the first things I tried.
I just wanted to forget about the skylight. I don't know. I just wanted to forget about the skylight for the time being. When I broke in before, there was a stack of crates for me to climb down. Now there was nothing. I needed another way in.
The only other way in is through the front door, and the watchman is there. And I have not found a way to disperse with the watchman. And there doesn't appear to be anything else here, unless you're telling me I can somehow walk under the building via the Ankh. Horrifying thought though that may be.
The River Ankh. I'd already had to dive onto the Ankh once. I wasn't about to do it again. If it wasn't for the watchman, I could probably get in through the doors. As it was, I needed another plan. I couldn't carry the crates even if I wanted to. I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, I didn't much care.
And we're not just going to break them open right here?
I was never going to get anywhere if I didn't learn to resist the urge to use the crowbar at every available opportunity.
Pretty sure if I remember what to do with the envelope, if I'm right, there seems to be something wrong. Well then, maybe you're not right. I'm fresh out of ideas though.
I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't something I should discuss with everyone I met. I have a few... Ordinarily, I'd have attempted after all, but well, let's... Does this...
That's nothing to do with me.
I'm all ears, Athelwyn, though, because I am out of ideas here. We haven't even found anything new to press people on in a long time. And the wharf is now completely empty, although we can walk right up to Pier 5 from here. I think you're supposed to rub it up against the label you picked up inside the ship. I picked up the label inside the ship an aeon ago, and I haven't had it for a very, very long time. What was that label in the ship again? It had the address for the Octarine parrot. And yeah, we showed it to this guy, and then it disappeared from our inventory. Nothing going on over here. There's the outline, the bed, the message, the rope, the painting. Been there, done that.
I couldn't think of a good reason to steal the painting, even though it would have looked great on my office wall.
Leave it all well alone. I think you could be stuck on this for long. Yeah, I am feeling stuck on it for long. Progress is glacial, and it has stalled out for a good long time, which is why I'm very open to any bright ideas. Of course, with this chat, that's already a stretch. I have all night, says Alpha. Oh, that's right, it's Friday, isn't it? I guess you do. It bothers me that we found nothing at the palace. Absolutely nothing. Not a sausage.
I'm back. I've got a few more questions.
Make it fast.
You need to speak with someone about something. Oh, wow.
This priest you mentioned, his name wouldn't be Malaclips, would it?
That's the one. Do you...
What do you...
I reckon he's the...
Which...
So...
So...
Oh, hang on. I was trying to talk about that.
I'm back. So... This priest... So... Is it real? What is it you're guarding?
Every way into and...
Do you know a lot about...
Oh, the whole...
How come?
Yeah, I've already talked about all of this with these people. Alex, off to get some whiskey to get in a noir mood. I wouldn't mind a drop of whiskey, but I'm very hungry. So it'll probably come after dinner. There's just nothing here. I don't even know why we can go back up to the inventor's room. There wasn't anything we could interact with here. Unless there's an area that's passed me by. Crowbar and bonk. Yeah, I tried that. Wasn't happening. Lewton is significantly less violent than Rincewind. Rincewind probably gets all his violence from being a wizard and being subjected to a lot of it, whilst also being long-lived. Probably gives you a different outlook on the frailty of life. And that's why Rincewind gets it done fast. Yes, he does indeed. I think this is so far being quite a bit longer. Where the hell do I go? See, I really thought we'd be able to check this for more clues after hearing that somebody exited the carriage and cut the ropes and let the horses go, but that did not unlock anything new for us here. I was so focused on warehouse because I remember that your next step is to locate the sword, so I advised digging in that direction. I have dug so much in that direction and found nothing. Yes, I would like a way into this warehouse, but the watchman won't let me pass. I suppose what I could do is ask the watchman about everything and see if anything will make him bugger off.
Ordinary. Do you know anything about the milkers?
Just that.
Yeah, yes, you won't talk about it with me.
I didn't want this.
Alright, we'll take it from this side and go forward.
I didn't want it this. Do you know anything?
That's nothing to do with me.
Problem, you checked something, but you didn't recheck them when circumstances changed. Sounds about right. Does Carlotta know anything about the cargo? I think we already talked to her about it.
Do you know anything about some...
That's...
Nothing to do with you.
Sorry, it...
Not socializing.
Do you know...
That...
Yeah, nothing there. Does this have magical phone calls like type triggers? Yeah, like going back to our office has triggered something a couple of times.
What do you...
That...
Do you...
That...
I think...
Really?
He's dead. Somebody murdered him.
Good. That's what you get when you break into my warehouse.
You realize that makes you a suspect in the investigation?
What? Why?
You just made a death threat against the man. I think that gives you motive, and I'll bet that no one can confirm your alibi when he was murdered.
You wouldn't falsely accuse a man like that, would you?
Hey, do I look like that kind of guy? Of course not.
What did you do that for? You really scared me.
That was the idea. Now that the crisis has been averted, would you let me into the warehouse?
No.
Okay, scrub the gratitude ploy.
Ah, we tried.
I think I've found your intruder. He's dead.
Right, so Mundy being dead is news to him, but that wasn't enough to get us in.
Do you know anything?
That's nothing to do.
Yeah, I showed Reagan's charm to the Count.
Do you know a woman?
Sorry.
Nothing new.
I guess he didn't recognize.
Nothing new.
What?
Sorry.
And nothing new, and I think that's everything.
That's...
I think I found your intruder. Does the...
That...
Azil is one big red herring, or so it seems.
Do you
just that?
Maybe you need to check on the box that was in the carriage that the now dead Gollum took. Maybe it's a now not so workshop. I tried that, and I couldn't find it.
If it wasn't for the watchman, I could probably get in through the doors. As it was, I needed another plan. The watchman had a look of mad dedication about him. It was the kind of look that could only be achieved by someone whose job was so mind-numbingly tedious that their only pleasure came from being blisteringly unhelpful to everyone who came along.
And that is just how it has been. Maybe I could go to the watch and explain that he is a suspect and he needs to be taken away.
I need your help again, Nobby.
Although I don't know how I'd be able to finger him from here.
I take it I'm still the prime suspect for Mundy's murder.
Afraid so, Lewton.
I take it you realize that Mundy was hung upside down from the rafters.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Was maybe worth a shot. So yeah, the idea of the box being here is a nice one, but I have already checked this place top and bottom for anything left behind from Rodan or from Malachite and found, would you look at that, absolutely nothing. Can't even walk over here. This is a question of whether or not Carlotta knows anything about the cargo. I can give her a shakedown again.
So, now... Where were you when Reagan was killed?
When was he killed?
Shortly after dropping you off at the Temple of Small Gods.
Well, there's your answer then.
I told Carlotta when Malachite was murdered, and asked her where she was at the time.
I was at a service then. Why do you ask?
A service?
I happen to enjoy services.
I bet I would too. Why don't you invite me to one?
I wouldn't be allowed to bring an unbeliever.
How do you know I'm an unbeliever?
I doubt you believe in anything.
A man can change. Don't you have a recruitment policy?
I'd rather not talk about religion. It's such a controversial subject.
Oh?
I can't help but notice that your recurring alibi for the murders is that you were at the Temple of Small Gods.
Everyone needs a little solace now and then.
You seem to need it a lot.
I'm not easily satisfied.
Which god is it that you worship?
I really don't like to discuss religion.
Come on. I only want to know the name.
All right.
Ah, here we go.
Errata, but I don't appreciate you prying into my spiritual affairs like this.
Can I pry into your physical affairs?
My affairs are never just physical.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
There we go. So we needed to probe her a few times about the Temple of Small Gods in order to get this.
Carlotta claimed she worshipped the goddess Errata.
Why would that be useful? It's Kind of bugged out on my list here, but there it is.
Carlotta. Carlotta.
I'll see you around, Carlotta.
Maybe I could talk to von Uberwald
see.
about it, but more likely I talked to someone in
Is the
the Small
I've got
God's place about it.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Please do not waste my time.
I bet someone somewhere knows about Errata and then can give us some kind of proof of about her, and then we can use it here.
Carlotta says she's a follower of Errata. Is that right?
Bah! I am the only true follower of Errata in the whole of Ankh-Morpork. Unless you have seen the light, Lewton.
Seen the light?
Do you believe in the ways of Errata?
How could I not? Surely, Errata is the most worthy of all gods to follow.
Either you've just had a miraculous conversion or you're learning to lie. Good. A useful skill in followers of Errata.
Okay, now maybe you could tell me about this bloody sword.
What do you know about a golden sword?
Sword? Sword? You are not worthy
No.
to talk of that. Be silent, lest I smite you. Never speak of the sword again until you have proved yourself worthy in the eyes of Errata.
We'll try that again after we've also given him the other spiel. So what we'll do is we'll enter
I need-
conversation, talk a lot.
Which day? Tell me about...
There is... Have you... Well...
So, is there...
Ah,
You... What?
And then we'll talk about Errata.
Carlotta is...
And then we'll talk about the sword.
What do you know about...
you be...
Okay, so close and yet so far. We need to prove ourselves a follower of Errata. Somebody must have a way for that.
I have some more...
Bah! Maleclipse's deranged goddess. I do not waste my time with such trivialities.
What a shame. But there must be somebody that does, and we'll have to hunt them down. Who could it be? Perhaps, for once, Samael will be useful. And we're going to find that we have more followers of Errata than we thought we did.
Samael. Mr. Lewton. What do you know about...
I wouldn't know anything about that.
You
Mr.
don't know anything about anything, Samael. I guess that's why we give you so much abuse. Right. It's also possible that the guards can finally be useful. Especially the chunky one.
I'm back. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I can't help you with that, son.
Yes, you can. You were talking about it.
This is...
That's the one.
Try that again, shall we?
I can't help you with...
Could it be that one of you know about it?
Can we talk, or... What do you know about the goddess Errata? That means nothing to me.
Stimulating. Warb?
Hello again. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
That means nothing to me.
Okay, everyone is busy being universally useless to us. Let's go and do the equivalent of calling Bess in this game and return to our office, where we save and save often. Jang's almost 6 hours for today. I highly doubt Nobby's into religion, but we can try him.
I need your help again. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Give me a break, Lewton. I don't know everything.
Quite right. Horst?
What do you...
I trust you are not trying to confuse me, Mr. Lewton.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I trust you are not trying to confuse me, Mr. Lewton.
Ah, of course, because Errata is the goddess of misunderstandings. Maybe the gargoyle? Come on, Gable End.
I'm back. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Could we try Carlotta again now that we checked with Malpocalypse? Sure.
I see.
Carlotta loves to hold out on us. No, I can't talk to her about it. My attempts to click on it just does nothing.
Carlotta claimed she worshipped the goddess Errata.
Is this the point where we rub everything against everything? We've been at that for like
I'll
2
see
hours now. It's been grim going, this act. The train of logic just ground to a halt. Okay, I'm running out of people to ask if I'm coming to Mankin.
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton? A man's gotta have a hobby. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
If you asked fewer questions, maybe you'd get more answers.
Do I even have anybody left to ask now? I have you.
I have a few more questions. What do you...
Can't help you with that.
I am shocked. Oh me, oh my. I think with that we've asked everybody about it and got nowhere. Still seems like you're the way forward in all of this, Malclips.
I need your... Carlotta is...
I am the only true follower of Errata in the whole of Ankh-Morpork.
Which... Tell me about the...
Alright, I'm going to talk to you about all of this and rub things against you until you give up.
Does this charm...
Well, it's a gluck.
What is it? It good. Great. Any reason... Tempting... I... Do you know what this... What?
Nothing.
The hash...
They...
I was... I would... Carlotta says she's a follower of Errata. Is that...
I am the...
Yes, yes, yes. You're the only true follower. Now, would you please tell me about the golden sword?
What do you know?
So? You are not worthy to talk of that. Be silent. Never speak of the sword again until you have proved yourself worthy in the eyes of Errata.
Yes, but how do I prove myself worthy in the eyes of Errata? Carlotta seems like the most likely source of information on Errata, yes, but I've tried grinding against her for it.
I see.
And she does not like to talk about it. Maybe the butler knows a thing or two.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Sir would have to consult the library on that.
May I go to the library?
I see.
I'd like... I needed to...
Yeah, she refuses to talk about Errata.
Can you tell me anything more about this golden sword?
I've told you all I know.
You must have known something about the Milka's cargo.
Yes, I had a crate amongst the cargo. It wasn't carrying anything important. It was just for Mundi to hide the sword in if it became necessary.
But the sword wasn't in the crate.
No. The last I saw of the crate, Reagan had it. I don't know where it is now.
Do you have anything that might help me find it?
I have a shipping order. You can have it if it's useful to you.
It could be. Any lead is a good one at the moment.
Can't believe I hadn't asked her about that. Right, well, if I have the shipping order, surely that will let me go into the warehouse.
I'll see you around, Carlotta.
I hope so.
Is that an progress? Yeah, painful progress. I could have done that hours ago.
Carlotta had given me the shipping order for the crate she had on the Milka. There was no obvious connection to Reagan's envelope. I've come to collect some cargo.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna swallow that, aren't I? I mean, you come up asking questions about cargo, and I won't tell you about the cargo. Then, miraculously, you're here to collect some cargo. You must think I was born yesterday.
Well, I can always take this shipping order to your boss and say that you wouldn't let me collect my cargo.
Okay. Well, let's not be too hasty, eh? I mean, I have to be skeptical, right? I'm a watchman. Where would we be if people like me weren't just a little bit cynical? All right. You win.
I eventually persuaded the watchman to show me the ledger for the recent deliveries. The Milka had been carrying some wine barrels that were shipped to the Café Ankh and some crates under the name Varberg. According to the watchman, they were collected by the Guild of Archaeologists, Antiquarians, and Tomb Evacuators. I guess somewhere was the von Uberwald crate that went with the shipping order, but the watchman didn't know about it, and there was no sign of it in the warehouse.
Fascinating. I wish I'd listened to any of it.
Ankh-Morpork was home to around 300 guilds, most of which festered in the space between Unseen University and the Patrician's Palace like fungus. From the Assassin's Guild to the Beggar's Guild, every one a proud group of individuals basking in their mutual arrogance. I hated them for their smugness. I hated their petty bickering. But most of all, I hated that I wasn't part of one. The guild coat of arms was clearly displayed, along with the guild motto, Serpentis Odi. Hello? Open up.
All right. Hold on. What do you want?
Can I come in?
Are you a member?
No.
Then no. This is members only.
You only allow members into the guild?
That's what I said. I wasn't kidding.
What happens if something goes wrong with your plumbing?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you let the plumbers in to fix the problem?
Yes, we do.
Are they members of the guild?
No, we sign them in.
If you signed me in, I could come in, right?
That's right.
Then what do I have to do to get you to sign me in?
There's nothing you can do that'll make me sign you in. I just don't like you.
You don't like me? What kind of excuse is that?
It's the truth.
How else can I get in?
Find another guild member to sign you in, or become a guild member.
Great. So I have to wait around here for a guild member willing to sign me in to turn up.
Don't hold your breath.
How do I become a member, then?
You need to find a member of the guild to endorse you.
Never mind. I can spot a lost cause when I see one.
Could I just bribe my way in?
I suppressed the urge to ask for money. Do you know what this is?
It looks like a coin from the early Tsortian Empire to me. Quite impressive. Not exactly valuable, but a nice piece all the same. Should be in a museum, that should.
I could donate it to the guild if you'd like.
Ooh, that would be nice.
Would you let me in then?
No, but I wouldn't dislike you quite as much.
Forget it. Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
So close.
Stop wasting my time.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar. I really didn't want to talk to anyone about the grappling iron. I had a feeling. Some crates from the Milka were brought here. They're in the name Varberg.
I can't discuss that with you. That's official guild business.
Wow. I could almost hear the capital letters. Do you know anything about the crate belonging to the von Uberwalds that was on the Milka?
Stop wasting my time.
Do you know anything about the wine barrels the Milka was carrying?
He's right, I am wasting everybody's time here. Is there anything else in the scene other than the dog?
I wasn't an expert on dogs, but I thought that this black, thoroughbred dog was a Klachian hound, also known as the Kelef Klachani. Small, proud, and ruthless, the Kelef Klachani were prized by dog breeders throughout the Circle Sea. What this one was doing out on the streets was anyone's guess.
Can I take the dog?
I thought about petting the dog, but there was something about the way he looked that made me think twice, maybe even 3 times about it.
Well, I don't exactly have food for the dog. There was mention of it also being wine barrels to the Cafe Ankh, so maybe I can finally crack my way in underneath, but maybe I should just talk to Samuel about it. Hey, Sam.
Mr. Lewton.
How's business?
I need down.
Apparently, some of the cargo on the Milka was delivered here.
That's right. The Milka always brings us a supply of Ephebian wine.
Where is it now?
Most of it is still in the wine cellar. We sell some of it on.
Who to?
Lots of different people. I have a box of receipts in the cellar if you're interested.
Sure.
I'll give you the key.
Finally! Something useful out of Samuel! Unbelievable. Had to happen eventually, I suppose. I wonder if the golem is still working there.
Samael had given me the key to the wine cellar. Years ago, it would have been my dream to stand in the Café Ankh's wine cellar. So many barrels of fine wine. Even Chateau Hector, Year of the Weevil. My favorite vintage. I used to dream of Ilsa, too, from time to time. So when I walked in to find Ilsa there, I had to check I wasn't wearing my pajamas. My ex-lover Ilsa and her companion Two Conkers were hiding out from the Assassin's Guild in the wine cellar. Two Conkers wasn't looking so good. Frankly, he was lucky to be alive. Most of the wine barrels in the Café Ankh's cellar had been brought into Ankh-Morpork on the Milka. I didn't really need a wine barrel.
But you do want a wine barrel, no?
Hello again, Ilsa. I can see I'm going to have to get used to finding you where I least expect. You didn't say goodbye at the casino. What happened to you?
We got away, thanks to you.
It was nothing.
It wasn't nothing. You saved our lives, Lewton.
Lulu, is that you?
What's up with him?
He's delirious. He's been injured.
Let me have a look at his wound.
He'll be fine. He needs a chance to rest, that's all. He fades in and out a little, but he'll be okay.
What happened?
It was Remora. He's been following us. He won't quit.
He's an assassin. It's his job. Once they've been paid, the target is as good as dead. They never renege on a contract. They throw great soirees as well, and if they invite you, they won't take no for an answer.
That's not much comfort.
Well, at least you know if an assassin kills you, you're not going to be killed by some thug. They're very efficient at it. Practice makes perfect, you might say. I was going to be an assassin once.
What happened?
The usual. Forces outside my control.
It is you, from Casino. You save our life. We to be in your debt.
I guess you to be just that.
We need your help, Lewton.
Haven't I done enough for you?
I know it's a lot to ask after what happened.
Women. It's never enough for you, is it?
Please, you have to find us somewhere safe to hide.
Why? Why should I do that for you? Why should I do anything for you?
Not for what happened, Lewton. For what we had. Once.
We had a dream. Trouble is, I woke up and I could still remember it.
You think she's the guy from... We are the guy from the casino. We stepped in between the assassin and these two for reasons that were not very well explained and animation that was very poorly done. But we did step in.
Does he know about us?
2 conkers? No, I never told him.
Why not?
He's my husband.
You're married?
I always was, even when I met you.
Why didn't you tell me?
It's not as simple as that. I met 2 conkers in Ikalpon. He was on a secret dig for the Sun Emperor, and we fell in love.
I thought the Agateans weren't supposed to know about the outside world.
That's true, but the outside world isn't supposed to know about the Agatean Empire either. Trouble is, centuries ago, their empire spread beyond the counterweight continent, and there's archaeological evidence for the strange and charmed Quack dynasties all along the Turnwise Ocean coast. The Sun Emperor sent 2 conkers out to cover up the evidence.
This doesn't explain why you didn't tell me you were married when we met.
2 conkers went back to the Agatean Empire, and I stayed behind. He wasn't sure I'd be safe there as an outsider. I didn't think I'd ever see him again. He might as well have died. I almost died too, until I met you.
Great. I was your number 2 husband.
You don't understand, Lewton. I didn't love 2 conkers. I mean, I was infatuated with him, and he needed me. I was nothing before I met him. He gave me a purpose. He gave me a life.
Oh, that's good. Because he took mine. At least his accounts will balance. He came back, didn't he? That's why you left me.
Yes. I got a letter from him saying that the government had been overthrown, and the Empire was a new world. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't think you'd understand.
At least you got that right. So, you're Mrs. Ilsa Conkers.
No, I kept my maiden name. Our marriage was supposed to be a secret.
They need to make up certificates of non-marriage.
So you've been traveling with 2 conkers for quite a while now.
Yes, we've been making our way around the Circle Sea. There have been several digs.
And everything you find goes back to the Agatean Empire.
No, not now. There's no point. Most of it comes here to Ankh-Morpork. We give it to the Guild of Archaeologists, Antiquarians, and Tomb Evacuators. They have quite a collection of artifacts.
That's it? You spend your life digging up junk that no one ever sees?
We're looking for something. Something 2 conkers wants to take back to the Agatean Empire.
What is it?
A jewel.
Jewel. Find the jewel, yes?
Tell me about this jewel.
Gold-plated jewel. Very old.
I thought the Agatean Empire had plenty of gold.
Special artifact. Gold to be making it come from Agatean Empire. Stolen by one of your gods. Great fortune to Empire if it can be returned to us.
How will you know if you found it?
Gold-plated jewel not common. This jewel be having inscription. Unquam paratas.
It means forever ready.
You don't even know if this jewel actually exists, do you?
We've just come from a dig in Sorta. It's a village near the ruins of the ancient city of Sort. We found inscriptions there of many artifacts, including this jewel. It exists, all right. We just haven't been able to find it.
Well, she's not giving me reasons to want to help her, but I have a feeling we're going to have to.
If all these inscriptions were in Sorta, what are you doing here in Ankh-Morpork?
That's just it. The inscriptions claim that the jewel is here in Ankh-Morpork. Apparently, after the fall of Sort, the jewel was held by monks in the village of Sota. But over 4 centuries, the Knights of the Order of the Sacred Tulip went out on quests to find it.
Why?
They were knights. They went on foolish quests all the time. It was a knight thing. I think all the different orders competed to outdo each other in foolishness. I heard the Knights of the Fairly Pink Triangle spent 2 centuries looking for a better name.
And you think one of the knights found it?
Apparently. The inscription said he took it to Ankh-Morpork, there to guard it forever.
Forever?
You know these ancient inscriptions. They have a tendency to exaggerate everything. It probably meant nearly forever.
I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't something I should discuss with everyone I met. Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
No, sorry. It's wood. Most wooden artifacts don't survive being dug up, so we don't really pay much attention to them.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
I mean, what have I actually gotten out of this?
Does this coin mean anything?
My word! That looks just like 2305.
What?
Number 2305. One of the artifacts we dug up in Sota. It's an early Sortian coin, I think. Your having one would seem to confirm that.
What makes you say that?
Well, we only found one, so we thought it might be a seal with some symbolic or cultural significance. But if there's more than one, then it's probably just a coin.
Is it valuable?
Not really.
I wasn't about to...
The way that she said the number makes me think that she might know what the other number means.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I don't think we can help you with that.
Do you know a troll named Jasper Horst?
Horst? I've heard of him. He's a treasure hunter, isn't he?
So it seems.
I heard that one of his employees was in Sota when we were. I don't know what they were doing, though.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Sorry, Lewton. We don't know anything about that.
I think Two Conquers can speak for himself there, Ilsa.
What do you know?
I don't think we...
Do you?
I don't think...
Yeah, I don't think she'd know anything about these other murders.
Can you think of any reason?
I don't think...
Yeah.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
The what?
The counterweight killings. Word is all across town, it seems.
That's what they were talking about in the casino. A foreign assassin in town killing prominent officials.
That's it. The ritualistic murders in town. People must have heard about Two Conquers, and word has got around that there's someone from the counterweight continent in town.
The rumors must have got mixed up somehow.
There's no somehow about it. Rumors always get mixed up. Do you think the Duke of Earl is really as stupid as people believe? Of course not. But every time someone does something stupid and no one can remember who did it, it gets blamed on the Duke.
You mean he doesn't have the mental powers of a mushroom?
Well, there's some truth in all rumors.
So people think Two Conquers is an assassin. This is insane. He couldn't hurt a fly. He couldn't even catch a fly. Come to think of it, he couldn't even catch a cold.
It doesn't matter whether or not he's an assassin, only that people think he is.
Well, can't we just go to the patrician and get the whole thing cleared up?
We could, but his idea of clearing the whole thing up probably means handing Two Conquers over to the Assassin's Guild. He rates tidiness over justice.
Would they let us go if we explained?
They don't care whether he's an assassin or not. They've been paid. It's all over but the receipt.
Then you're our only chance. Help us, Lewton. You're our only hope.
What do you want me to do?
You have to find somewhere safe for us to hide Two Conquers. Somewhere that no one in their right mind would look for him. Please, Lewton.
Listen to me. Nowhere is safe. There's nothing I can do for him. I can't help you.
At least think about it.
That isn't going to take me long.
I can't think of anywhere safe to keep them, though. Maybe in the trash pile.
I didn't see any point in asking Ilsa and Two Conquers about themselves. Sheesh, they probably wouldn't know anything. What do you know?
Sorry, but...
What do you know?
Sorry, but...
Nothing there either. What was it I was wanting to ask him about? The numbers, that's right.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Well, it could be a catalogue number.
A catalog number? For what?
In the Guild of Archaeologists, they have a collection of artifacts there, and they all have a catalogue number.
Are you sure that's what it is?
No, of course not. It could mean anything, but it's a possibility at least.
I could ask them about it, but they'll probably say I'm wasting their time. If only I had a way to get in.
Does Azil mean anything?
Azil? That sounds familiar.
Azil is being mad. Mad Askari of Great Nef. Tell you about him if you're wishing.
No, that's all right. If I need to know more, I know where to come.
Okay.
I'm back. I'll be back. Two Conkers was in no state to talk to me. Two Conkers wasn't looking so good. Frankly, he was lucky to be alive.
Doesn't seem to be anything else really worth our time here. Does Samuel know that they're hiding down there?
Samael, Mr. Lewton. How's business?
If I asked him about Ilse and Two Conkers, what would he say?
Have you seen Ilsa recently? You weren't expecting her to be here, were you? No, I wasn't. I've not seen her for a while. Last time she was here, she was with a foreign gentleman. I think he might have been from the Agatian Empire. Yeah. How come you... That's not... work? Any idea? I don't know, but I think you could...
You don't know, but they're right underneath you, moaning in pain. I see. Unfortunately, has that given us anything to work with? Did we even get a note out of that?
Malachite.
I thought we took a note. The bestial attacker's still there. Ah, yes, this.
Two Conkers had told me he was looking for an ancient jewel, covered with gold. It was supposed to have Unquam Paratus inscribed on it. Somewhere between the Milka and the warehouse, Carlotta's crate had disappeared. According to Carlotta, it wasn't important, but I still wanted to know where it was. The Milka had been carrying some wine barrels that were shipped to the Café Ankh. The Milka had been carrying crates under the name Varberg, and those crates were now in the Guild of Archaeologists.
Maybe I needed to talk to Ilse about the crates to the Guild of Archaeologists, and then she would maybe give us a way in, since she seems to know a whole lot about it.
I'm back. I'm trying to track some of the cargo on the Milka. A set of crates that were supposed to belong to a Varberg.
That's me, Ilse Varberg.
You never told me your name was Varberg.
Names weren't that important to us back then, if you remember.
I guess not. So the crates are yours?
Mine and Two Conkers, yes. They should be at the Guild of Archaeologists by now.
What was in them?
Artifacts from the dig in Sota. Nothing valuable, except in the historical sense.
I need to get to them.
I can get you into the Guild if you want, but it'll cost you.
What do you want?
Find us somewhere safe to hide Two Conkers. He's not safe while Remora is looking for him.
That's true. But nowhere in the city is going to be safe.
You'll have to find somewhere that no one would even think of looking for him.
It'd take a miracle to conceal Two Conkers, and the patrician has outlawed miracles.
That's my price. If you hide Two Conkers, I'll sign you into the Guild. You'll never get in there without me.
I'll do what I can. That's all I can do.
That's all I ask.
If I find somewhere to hide him, you'll take me to the crates?
I'll get you into the Guild, but you're on your own after that. That's my offer. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Now, who would know where to hide somebody?
Ilsa wanted me to find a safe haven for Two Conkers. That was her price for getting me into the Guild of Archaeologists. Does he...
Samuel, do you know anywhere safe? Who would know somewhere safe?
Samael, Mr. Lewton. With the Assassin's Guild looking everywhere for two conkers, I couldn't trust anyone enough to tell them I was looking for somewhere safe to hide him.
Perhaps our new acquaintance would know a thing or two.
Ah, Mr. Lewton, it is always a pleasure to see you. I trust you have brought something with you that will be to my liking.
Yeah, I brought a question.
With the assassin...
No, okay. Well, then I'm out. Samuel mentioned receipts down there. That's what you went down there in the first place for. Yeah, but I was scouring around and didn't find any. I guess I could check again, but I thought I was quite thorough in looking for items. Then again, I've thought that before. And I've been wrong. It is very dark down here, though. You see any receipts? I see wine barrels. I see Ilsa. I see more wine barrels. I don't see any transition screen. Aside from getting out of here. Wow.
Just like Samael had told me, there was a box of receipts in the cellar. I rooted carefully through the receipts, and the only recent purchaser was the patrician. It seems he'd bought a number of barrels of fine wine to take to the palace. I guess the golem I'd seen at the cafe was owned by Lord Veterinary.
Maybe I shouldn't have left so quickly. Last time I did that, I didn't actually get the trigger. Let's try that again.
I rooted... It seemed... I get...
There we go. Did somewhere new appear? I don't see anywhere new. But I've done a fair bit, so save and save often. Have you shown the golden collar in your inventory? I missed the comment. I have a golden collar in my inventory? I got this thing.
I don't know why Reagan kept a charm bracelet in his safety deposit box, but I guess he wanted to keep it safe.
I showed that to Ilsa. She just said, oh, that's a wooden artifact. It doesn't normally survive digs.
I'm back. With the assassin...
Yeah, not happening. I don't see another entry point here. That's strange. Why did it say it unlocked a new area? Whoops. Hold on, I clicked off of the game and ruined chat for a moment. Well. Not more so. That's weird. I certainly don't see any new areas. Oh, but look at that. The pier is gone. Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know why the wharf is still here. Maybe somebody will appear, but Pier 5 being gone is good. Somewhere to hide. Well, there is the mausoleum. It's huge. There is also, I suppose, the Uberwald mansion itself.
Sir. With the Assassin's Guild... Is Carl... Is the... I've got a few more... With the Assassin...
No.
Do you know any...
I'm sorry.
Do you know anything about the crate belonging to the von Uberwalds that was on the Milka?
Please.
Okay, well, I think we know someone who would know about that.
I see.
Is Carlotta home?
Alas, no. What a shame that Sir's trip has been wasted. Perhaps Sir would like to leave now.
Tell her I called by.
Why, my loins stir at the very thought of serving you in this way, sir.
Where in the world could she be? Well, she might be at the gambling hall, right? No. The palace guards might know about the wine barrels. That is true if it was delivered here. Or they might know about the trash coming away. It would explain the barrels.
The palace buys a lot of wine, doesn't it?
Why do you want to know?
Just a casual interest in wine.
Your only interest in alcohol is whiskey, and that's more than a casual interest.
It's a hobby.
Most hobbies don't leave you unconscious on the barroom tiles.
Where do the barrels end up?
Around the corner.
Well, when they've been emptied, they do.
Is that of any use to me, though? We've already looked at them. They're barrels. We've covered that.
The empty barrels at the foot of the palace wall looked like they used to have wine in them. As far as I could tell, the barrels were just like the ones in the wine cellar of the Café Ankh, although these ones were empty.
There's not, say, an item around here that I'm missing, is there? There's barrels, there's wine. That seems to have been quite the waste of time. Hide 2 conkers in a barrel in the Patrician's palace. Nobody would look there for him. I think we need a better thought process than that. Not to piddle on your vast intellect there, Alpha. Hey, Mankin, you know any hiding places?
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton?
With the Assassin's Guild looking everywhere for 2 conkers, I couldn't trust anyone enough to tell them I was looking for somewhere safe to hide him.
Yeah, we don't really trust anybody now, do we? Maybe the gargoyle? I mean, who would he speak to? Anyone coming up to the roof, I suppose. Could Carlotta have gone to your office? I was just in my office, but I could always check the office again.
I'm back. With the assassin...
Yeah, not happening.
Do you know anything about...
Sorry.
Do you...
Sorry.
Do you...
Sorry.
Gotta keep in mind that we're also curious about, well...
What do you...
I wouldn't...
Not just errata, but the golden thingamajigger now. Yes.
The jewel wasn't the kind of thing I wanted to discuss with just anyone.
I'm not sure it's something you would just want to discuss with absolutely anyone. She's not in the office, and we don't have a message waiting for us this time. Thank goodness. Nobody's back on the bridge. Any bright ideas, Nobby?
I need your help again, Nobby. With the Assassin's Guild...
No.
Do you...
Give me a break.
Yeah, I can't imagine why you would know about any of these things.
Do you know anything about...
Give me a break.
Do you know any...
No.
Of course not. How about this new golden artifact?
The jewel...
No, okay. Hiding place seems tough. Maybe, just maybe, something changed over with the inventor. And Bear Dango is also considering that. Now, the problem is this guy has never wanted to talk to us, but maybe he's been busy.
Hello again,
now has some
Leonard.
time.
Hello. What do you... Can I kept...
Yeah, no, not at all. Alright, well, there's sod all there. This remains concerning.
I need your help.
Ever our helper, Malaklis.
Do you know anything about obscure jewels?
I know that the tear of Offla has been stolen again.
Again?
They spend 1 month of the year admiring it in the lost jeweled Temple of Doom, and 11 months of the year tracking it down after someone steals it.
And the other month?
In the 13th month, they have to fill out all their insurance forms.
Insurance?
An Agatean concept. People pay money against the odds of a particular disaster or theft occurring. It's complicated.
Two Conkers had told me he was looking for an ancient jewel, covered with gold. It was supposed to have Unquam Paratus inscribed on it.
That's not particularly helpful. How about the hiding?
With the Assassin's Guild looking everywhere for two...
No.
The Milka brought some interesting cargo into Ankh-Morpork, I heard.
Oh, yes. Most people know that the Milka is part of the advanced fleet for the Klatchian Navy, but not everyone knows that they are smuggling top-grade Klatchian pornography into the city. It's all part of the Brindisian Illuminati's plot to corrupt the moral minority and make Ankh-Morpork the most depraved city on the Discworld.
It's already the most depraved city on the Discworld.
Now you see what we're up against. Actually, the porn wasn't a patch on the homemade stuff.
The Milka brought some...
Oh, yeah.
Mooncalf, any bright ideas? It would be a first.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
With the assassin... Do you know any...
I prefer to involve...
Do you...
I prefer...
But do you know anything about the golden artifact?
The jewel wasn't... What?
You should talk to Malaclips, the mad priest over on the other side of the temple. I'm sure he'd be delighted to talk to you about Golden Sword.
Well, that'd be great, but he doesn't want to talk to me until I'm initiated in the ways of errata, which I'm struggling to get initiated in.
I need... What do you...
You are not worthy to talk of that.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Which... So...
Covered all that. Yeah, I could also ask the guild about the jewel. They don't really care much about me, but I could try. Could also try Jasper with it.
Carlotta says she... Is that...
I...
Seen...
Do you?
How could... Sure.
Either you've just... Go a useful skill in followers of errata.
Yeah, great, but that doesn't let me query you about the sword, sadly. Right. Jasper, do you know anything about this fancy jewel?
The jewel wasn't...
No? Okay. Running very, very low on possible leads. We try the archaeologist again.
Open up. You only allow...
That I was...
If you sign... How do I...
Right, sans all of that.
The jewel...
No, they won't talk about that.
Do you know anything...
A golden sword, you say? The gods must be growing unimaginative. Swords to steal souls, swords to proclaim kings. You'd think they could come up with something new after all this time. It's always swords. Or if it's not, it's horns. Horns to summon the armies of the dead. Horns to bring about the apocalypse.
Forget I mentioned it. Do you know...
Yes.
Some crates from the Milka were brought here. They're in the name Varburg.
I can't discuss that with you. That's official guild business.
Wow. I could almost hear the capital letters.
Still not helping us out, though.
With the... Do you know anything about...
Yes.
Okay, now I'm very low, potentially out of ideas. Again, this just keeps happening. Don't know why this act is proving so much tougher than the first one.
I had a... I wasn't an expert on dogs. I thought about petting the dog, but...
Yeah, the well of ideas is running decidedly dry, Alpha. Weird that we had that thing about delivery to the Patrician's Palace. It said it unlocked a new area, and it absolutely did not. Is there anything we can climb up at the palace with the hook? Yeah, we can climb into the hole in the wall. We've already done that. That is not the place I was.
was still following me, but he was concealing himself better since my little discussion with Horst.
That only happens when I revisit an area. Right, Guild of... No, stop! I'm trying and failing to click here. Yeah, no matter where on the wall I click, it brings me up. Although I suppose I could try using the grapple hook to go to a different part of the wall. Don't think it'll change anything, though. I'll see
It
what
always looked much easier in the clickies.
The expense. Which yeah, just brings me up here and this guy won't talk to me.
There was nothing useful to me on the table. Well, nothing useful that wasn't glued down, or that I thought Leonard wouldn't notice missing.
And again, our attempts to steal this using the crowbar.
What was it about the crowbar that made me want to try it out on everything?
Get defeated early. It's a way to ask him about the hiding place. He doesn't want to interact with me at all, although it could be tried. What you can try is using the clue directly on the person, but I've tried this stuff before and it just has the same
Hello
effect.
again, Leonard.
He turns around, he says he's busy.
Hello?
What are you doing?
I'm deeply immersed in a mechanical problem.
Can I help?
It's not likely.
I kept waiting for him to say something else, but he was lost in his work. As far as I could tell, the barrels were just like the ones in the wine cellar of the Café Ankh, although these ones were empty.
Could you investigate further, Lewton? Say we check wine barrels against them.
It was possible that these barrels had been on the Milka once. The empty barrels at the foot of the palace wall looked like they used to have wine in them.
Don't think we got anything decent out of that.
Carlotta's crate remained a mystery. I really didn't know that much about the Varberg crates. I should probably apply my lateral thinking elsewhere, because I reckoned I'd know the right hiding place when I saw it.
So perhaps rather than a person, I meant to use hiding place on a location.
The empty barrels were not much of a hiding place, especially since someone would eventually come and take them away.
So we need to think about all the places we've been and then apply this to it.
Right under the patrician's nose. It was just crazy enough to work.
Oh. Well, that was fast and easy. Is there anywhere here that we could call hiding place?
Hello again, Leonard. The table was a mystery to everyone but Leonard. Useful though they are. With the assassins...
Okay, does that mean I could just go to them and say, hey, I found your hiding place? Go and hide at the Patrician's Palace itself. Right under their nose. It's 1,000,000 to 1.
I've done it. I've found somewhere to hide him.
Where?
Where no one would even think about looking. Somewhere that only the patrician and I know exists, I reckon.
The patrician and you? What if the patrician finds 2 conkers there?
2 conkers should be able to hide without too much difficulty. Besides, I have a feeling that if Lord Veterinary meets 2 conkers, he'll have a different take on this situation. He doesn't like to see useful people get killed. Besides, I am sure this is the only place in Ankh-Morpork that he'll be safe from Remora. Is it okay to move him?
He should be okay.
To be feeling much better in thankings.
Sure he's not still delirious?
Sometimes I wonder.
Let's go. Hello again, Leonard.
Hello. I'm afraid I had to go back to the drawing tablet with the spinning blades radiating from central hub. It was too heavy. The device flew all right, but only in a downward trajectory.
That is looking like some kind of fluttering machinery.
Yes, I call it a flapping wing flying device, but it isn't working yet.
May I take a look?
Be my guest.
Are you to be considering the increasings of the wingtitude?
The span of the wings? I considered it, but the weight is still the problem.
What if you be using bombastic wood for the frame?
It hadn't occurred to me that 2 conkers would have any practical skills. But I guess you didn't carry out complex excavations without learning a thing or 2 about engineering. I left him to get to know Leonard and hooked up with Ilsa. She had a deal to keep. With 2 conkers safely hidden away, Ilsa kept her word. She took me straight to the guild and signed me in as her personal guest.
Alright, we're finally getting somewhere. I can't believe how well that worked out and how quickly that worked out well. We got it in 2 shots. 1, shove them in a wine barrel. 2, shove them in the hole in the wall. And yeah, number 2 worked.
You mustn't touch that.
The fireplace was home to a roaring fire, providing light and warmth. There was something distracting about it, but I couldn't work out what.
It will reveal the hidden letters on the envelope, right?
Honestly, you're like a little child. Leave it alone.
Oh, would you bugger off?
Excuse me, can you help me?
That depends on what you want.
I'm new here. I'm just trying to get a feel for the place.
Are you a member?
Not yet.
What's your name?
Lewton.
Laredo Kronk. Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
The pleasure is all mine.
Of course it is. So you're a guest, are you?
Is that a bad thing?
Only in so much as 8 out of 10 guests who confess to preference stole something before disappearing.
I'm not going to steal anything, trust me.
No, I think you're wrong. You are going to steal something, but don't worry about it. Almost everything the Guild of Archaeologists owns is stolen, and frankly, they should expect people to steal from them.
Do you steal from them?
Golly, no! I never steal from any building less than 1,000 years old, and with really exciting puzzles.
The reference is on the nose here. How in the world is that new information for us, though?
So, what do you do for a living?
I'm a tomb evacuator.
And what does that involve?
It's a lot of fun. It means breaking into ancient buildings within which no man or woman has walked for thousands of years, apart from whoever it is who leaves all those medical kits, of course, and working my way through fiendish traps and puzzles, and eventually stealing some priceless treasure.
And do you sell the treasure?
Goodness, no! I'm far too well-bred for that. I bring it here, and have to watch as they slam it into a vault that nobody will look in.
A vault?
Forget I said that. Suffice it to say, the Guild of Archaeologists has a priceless collection of artifacts, but no one gets to see them.
Isn't that a waste?
Well, nobody said archaeology was rewarding.
Why do you do it then?
For the excitement, silly, and the fame. Everyone has heard of Laredo Kronk.
I hadn't.
Well, most people have. I was on the front cover of Archaeologists Monthly twice last year.
I don't read it.
Those long words can be so tiresome, can't they?
So, what does a tomb evacuator do?
Nothing special. I break into places where priceless antiquities have been locked away for centuries, overcome the elaborate and convoluted security systems, defeat my rivals, and make away with the treasure. Typical day's work, really.
So, you must be pretty rich then.
Oh, I've got absolutely pots of money. Anyway, the whole thing with the tombs and so on is just a hobby. And of course, it's great for making friends.
What? Among fiendish tomb-guarding monsters?
No, I kill all those. I meant people are always asking me things like, how do you get to the third ledge in the tomb of Tex-Mex cuisine? What's a walkthrough?
Never heard of it.
People are always asking me for one. I hope it's nothing to do with sex.
My mind just boggled. Sorry. Broken into anywhere interesting, have you?
Well, I knocked over the Grand Temple of Offla several times. Such sillies. Every time they get the Tear of Offla back, I take it. It's getting a bit boring recently. Then there's the Catacombs of Genua and the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. I don't know, it's all a little routine. I'd like to do something new for a change.
Ever thought about retiring?
I'd love to, but the public seem to want me.
You mentioned vaults.
I told you to forget I mentioned that.
I take it all the treasure that people find is kept in vaults under the guild.
I shouldn't discuss that with you since you're only a guest.
Worried I'm going to steal something?
Worried? No. I'm certain you're going to steal something. I just don't care.
Why not?
I'm very philosophical about this sort of thing. It's like I said, everything in the guild is stolen. It seems only fitting that someone else should get to steal it back, assuming they can overcome the traps, of course.
Good lord, are you the only person here to talk to?
I wasn't about to ask Laredo about herself. I've heard that a bestial attacker is loose on the city.
Try and imagine how much I care.
Somebody else has used that line, have they not? Right, what I'm really curious about is the crate. Where is it? Oh, do you know about the killings?
What do you know about the counterweight killings?
Sorry, I'm not interested in politics.
Oh, very good.
Have you heard of a gold-plated jewel with the words Unquam Paratus inscribed on it?
That's the jewel Two Conkers is looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
He seems to think it's here in Ankh-Morpork.
And you don't?
If there was a valuable antiquity protected by an intricate and ancient security system anywhere in Ankh-Morpork, I'm sure I would have already found it.
What can you tell me about a golden sword?
Huh, you'll have to be more specific than that. Golden swords aren't that uncommon, you know. I must have evacuated about 30 in my career, and that's not including the golden daggers, golden lances, and golden kebab skewers.
I'm sorry.
The ancients seemed to think that gold was the best material to build everything out of, and I mean everything. The ziggurats of Tizuma had golden cutlery, golden swimming pools, golden bed sheets, and golden chamber pots.
Really?
Well, not anymore because I stole it all. But for a while it was very impressive.
All right, not Lara Croft. What I'm really here for is the Varberg crates.
I understand the Varberg crates were brought here.
Really? Whatever gave you that impression?
You've not heard of them?
If the Varberg crates were stored safely in the vaults beneath the guild, behind many intricate and cleverly designed traps and pitfalls, I certainly wouldn't tell you.
I get the impression that you really want me to try and break in.
What's the point in my sitting down and designing a security system if no one is going to try and overcome it?
Aren't you worried I might succeed?
No.
Is there anything else you could possibly have information about for me?
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know anything about that.
Good. This really hasn't given us much, though, but maybe she knows the catalogue number. Just having a quick look to see if there's anything else she might possibly have information on for us. Well, you might know about Jasper since he's a treasure hunter.
Do you know a troll by the name of Horst?
Jasper Horst. Yes, I know him. Horst and I go way back. And I don't mean that in a good way.
How do you know Horst?
You could say that he and I are rivals. We have this uncanny habit of turning up in the same place at the same time, looking for the same archaic treasure.
You sound bitter.
Well, I always win, of course. But that doesn't mean I don't resent his interference.
Must keep your life interesting, though.
Perhaps. I could stand a little less excitement in my life, though.
Pots of money. Quite happy to see lots of things scratched out on our list, though. Probably means we're making headway here.
Do you know Ilsa and Two Conkers? I understand they're members of the guild.
Why, of course. I have a lot of respect for them. Of course. They do all that boring excavation work, which isn't really my thing. Still, someone has to do the boring stuff, I guess. Not everyone can lead an exciting, action-packed life like me.
Haven't played a single Tomb Raider game, they just don't seem appealing to me.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
Absolutely.
Care to tell me what it means?
No, but I promise that the answer is here somewhere in the guild.
Why do I not like the way you said that?
Probably because you have a strong survival instinct.
I don't understand.
You will, sooner or later. Mark my words.
Okay, maybe I want to show you some of my fancy stuff.
Do you know what this is?
Looks like some kind of charm bracelet from Uberwald. Might have some value, but it's obviously not very old. There are far more interesting artifacts out there if you're interested, and just a little foolhardy.
Just a little foolhardy?
I mean, if you're prepared to spend your typical day dodging poison darts, falling weights, pit traps and mechanical spears.
Okay, I think we're done here unless I want to start beating her up with a crowbar.
Does this mean anything to you?
I'd say it was either a Sortian or a Sortese coin. Not especially valuable.
What's the difference?
Between Sortian and Sortese, about 2,000 yards. Sort was a city, the site of the famous Sortian Wars. And Sorta is a village, the site of the famous Sortian Wars tourist trade. Where did you get it?
It's not important.
You stole it, didn't you?
No.
Oh, come on, I can see it in your eyes. Don't worry, I'm proud of you. The disk needs more tomb evacuators. We're really not that common. And there seems to be a never-ending supply of tombs, catacombs, pyramids, ziggurats, burial chambers, wrecks, caves, lost cities, temples, mines, crypts, mazes, barrows, castles, forts, vaults, swamps, chasms, labyrinths, mountains, mausoleums, tunnels, and dungeons to raid.
Tunnels and dungeons?
And trolls and dragons. You'll get the hang of it, I'm sure.
I wasn't a... Does this mean anything to you?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know anything about that.
Showing the crowbar. Can you have some money? Nah, okay. Right. Did that get us anything?
Keep your grubby little hands away from that.
I really wanted to use the fireplace.
It was only a small bookcase, but it might have something interesting on its shelves.
Honestly, you're like a little child. Leave it alone. Keep your grubby little hands away from that.
I wasn't an expert, but I was pretty sure the hinged book was a switch of some kind.
Yeah, the problem is Discount Lara Croft here doesn't want me touching anything. But I want to touch lots of things. Oh, but I don't want to go outside.
Laredo Kronk, the upwardly nubile tomb evacuator and the focus of the fantasies of 1,000 post-pubescent adolescents. I had to admit there was something about her.
I don't see the appeal. Right, perhaps I can check for the number specifically against the bookshelf.
Honestly, you're like a little child. Leave it alone.
Right, she needs to be dispatched. Perhaps I could kindly ask my friends to get rid of her. But where is Ilsa?
Can I ask you a few questions?
Well, we are a little busy at the moment. Can it wait?
How long?
Just a day or so.
No, then it can't wait.
Very well. What did you want to know?
What is that thing you're working on?
It's my flapping wing flying device. I had put it to one side, but I had an inspiration and decided to go back to developing it.
What was the inspiration?
It occurred to me that if I modified my turning the wheels with pedals and another wheel machine to turn the spinning blades radiating from central hub, I might be able to produce a flapping wing flying device that could be driven forward by a human operating the pedals with his feet.
Will it work? If we can to be solving the minor problems, it might just maybe will be yes.
What are the problems you're experiencing?
Mainly weight. If it is going to fly, it has to be light. But Two Conkers has suggested using bombastic wood for the frame, which is extremely light for its strength. I have to rate one of my floating designs to get enough of the stuff, but it should work.
If weight is a problem, why does it seat 2 people?
The patrician said he would be most interested in the device if it could be used to fly 2 people.
You don't know why?
Well, he said he was interested in how far you could travel in it.
Come to think of it, I suppose Veterinary might be interested in getting a long way from the city in a hurry one day. Could you fly a long distance in it?
I imagine you'd get very tired. Still, if it were moving over a flat surface, you might get some additional lifting things up force reflected off the ground, which would mean it would be easier. I call this the reflecting some of your lifting things up force off the ground effect.
Well, this is all very interesting, but it isn't helping my case much.
Now, Two Conkers, I want you to tell me a few things. Although he might not be the one talking to me here.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
I wouldn't to be knowing anything what that was about.
Of course. But you should know about some of the more archaeological things.
Do you know where Ilsa is?
To be knowing is not the me I am in.
You don't know?
No.
I think that's the first time I've heard a straight answer out of you. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
What are you being said?
Do you happen to know Laredo Kronk?
I'm sorry? The name means nothing to me.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I am sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening.
Yes, it starts to feel that way in this game. Right, but surely you know something about the Golden Sword.
I didn't want to discuss the Golden Sword with just anyone. This was...
Okay, the jewel?
This jewel that you're looking for, Two Conkers, are you sure it's here in Ankh-Morpork?
As shoring as I can to being. Found inscription in hole, in dig, in sorta, leading to city here.
And what language was the inscription in?
Inscription in Sortian is being.
And how well do you speak Sortian?
Oh, at leasting as well to be speaking your language.
That's what I thought.
That smug grin on Two Conkers.
Do you know anything about the Varberg crates that were on the Milka?
I wouldn't to be...
Okay, this has been illuminatingly useless.
Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you? I still haven't worked out what this is for.
That's a nice.
To be a coin from Sorta, that much is clearing. Had one at dig in Sorta, just like that.
Are you sure it's a coin?
Sureness hard to be.
You got that right. I had a feeling that...
Baffled at the envelope. I still think I want to use it over the fire. But I need to dispose of not Lara Croft. Perhaps her rival can help out with that.
Ah, Mr. Lewton, it is always a pleasure to see you. I trust you.
Where is she on the list here, though?
A woman named Laredo Kronk is in town. It seems to me that you might know her.
Laredo is here in Ankh-Morpork? Really? I thought that we had dealt with her in the temples of Tezuman. She is full of surprises, that one. Would you do me a favor, sir, as one friend to another?
Perhaps. It depends on the favor.
But of course, Your prudence continues to speak well of you. I'd like for you to arrange a meeting with Laredo for me.
It seems as if I'd be doing you a favor. It seems as if I should be getting something in return.
Very well. Arrange this meeting for me, and we can discuss the sword in detail. Do we have an agreement?
Works for me. I'll go give her the news. I can't guarantee she'll turn up, though.
Oh, she'll come. We have much to discuss.
Excellent. That should dispose of her. Then I can play with the fire to my heart's content. Apropos of nothing, do you think the dog has something to do with beast attacks? Well, I mean, we could investigate that train of thought. Not much of a train, though. More of a trainlet. Bestial attacker. Dog.
I didn't have time to waste on dogs.
Oh, there's your answer. Long session today.
I'm back.
Apparently so.
So, what do you do for a living? So, you met...
Was it a note about the meetup? Not under temples and gods. Miscellaneous, no. Killings, no.
I've got a message for you from Horst.
Horst is in Ankh-Morpork.
Absolutely. He wants to meet with you to discuss certain matters arising.
Super.
I have to say that it's probably a trap.
Of course it's a trap. That's what makes it interesting. I'll see you later, Lewton.
Best of luck.
You too.
Laredo made her way over to Horst's quarters and didn't look back. I had no idea what the two had to talk about, but I was sure it would lead to a new and exciting adventure, one even more complex and challenging than her last. For the time being, at least, Laredo was out of the way.
Great.
It was hard to search a blazing fire. The fireplace was home to a roaring fire, providing light and warmth. There was something distracting about it, but I couldn't work out what.
I don't exactly have items to quench a fire with, but I strongly think this is where we use the envelope.
I had no intention of throwing that on the fire.
Well, then I'm completely out of ideas for you. Can I burn the charm?
I had no intention.
Could I... Gosh, does anything else make sense to put in the fire? Melt the coin?
I had no...
No. The tooth?
I had no...
Very literally burn some money?
I had no...
Well, turn my crowbar into a branding iron?
If you can hear this, he must be a games tester. If I wanted to heat up my grapple, this would be a good place to do it. As it happened, I didn't.
Okay, well, at least we can use the bookcase.
I heard a faint click, and the next thing I knew, the fireplace was revolving. I won't bore you with the details of the guild's security system. After all, if you've seen one intricate and fatal collection of pits and traps, you've pretty much seen them all. Suffice to say, it took a lot of trial and error, some scorched eyebrows, and more levers than I could count. Up on the wall of Vault 51 was a sign reading, "Unseen Securities, Magical Alarms, Wards, and Hexes." I guess a place like this needed the best security around.
Well, we know somebody that deals in security, don't we? Wow, animation.
I punched away at the runes randomly, but as far as I could tell, nothing happened.
Right, well, for once I think I actually know what to do here.
One of the vaults grabbed my attention more than the others, Vault 51. Whereas most of the vaults were open, this one was sealed behind a large oak door with the words Nil Introitus written on it. I once knew a man who had that tattooed on his buttocks. This wasn't turning out to be one of my better days.
Don't worry, we know exactly what to do here, right? We've had all the pieces all along. Just get me back to the gambling hall. And grill the wizard. Maybe ask him a few questions, too.
Can we talk? Hello again, Warb.
Lewton!
You a regular in here, then? If you're... So...
The question is, how can I talk to him about the vault? It doesn't seem like it's something that we have an entry about.
Do you know anything?
I'm afraid I can't...
The jewel was... I'm looking for a magical... Does that...
Go...
Why? What are you...
Nothing.
Yeah, not liking that. What else do we have that even relates to that item there? There is the catalog number. I was hoping I could use the crate thing, but that wasn't having any of it. Croft herself, I think, has been scratched off of this.
Does 3712V mean anything to you?
I'm afraid I...
Does...
I'm afraid...
Thermic case is done like dinner. Sapphire case is done like dinner. Where was not Lara Croft on this? Yeah, I think that was her and she's been scratched off. That's a problem then. I really thought that I could buy you.
I think this charm bracelet is worth something to you.
Really?
The charms are carved from serendipitous redwood. It's a genuine luck bringer.
Where did you get it? And if it's so lucky, why do you want to give it to me?
It used to belong to Reagan, and I'm not going to give it to you, but I might trade it to you.
Reagan, the dwarf, yeah. I remember seeing him wear it at the tables. Do you think that was why he always won?
I'm no expert, but anything's possible.
You're right. I'm interested. What do you want for it?
What have you got?
I haven't got any money. Actually, I don't think I've got anything of any value to offer at all.
I guess we'll just have to think of something. I have an idea of what you can trade me for the bracelet.
Go on.
You work for Unseen Securities, right?
Yeah.
Well, I need to get into Vault 51 under the Guild of Archaeologists, and you can help me.
No. That's a bad idea. I could get into serious trouble.
Face it, Warb, your life's a mess. You've got nothing to lose. But if this charm bracelet is as good as it seems, it could make a world of difference to you.
Whoa, if they traced a break-in back to me, my life wouldn't be worth living.
In the first place, no one is going to know I broke in. And in the second place, there's no reason they need to trace it back to you. And in the third, your life is already not worth living. What difference is this going to make?
Oh, maybe you're right. All right, I'll do it.
How do I switch off the security system for Vault 51?
I don't know what their watchword is, but all the Unseen security systems have a back passage.
What's that?
It's a way to switch them off that only we know about.
What is it?
You'll have to find the rune panel.
What's it look like?
It's a small panel with runes marked on it. You touch the right runes in sequence to switch it off.
What's the sequence for the back passage?
Give me the bracelet first.
Here you are. Now, what's the sequence for the back passage?
Whatever the runes are on the panel, make an X, starting in the top left and finishing in the bottom left. That's the back passage.
A pleasure doing business with you, Vorb.
You won't tell anyone about this, will you?
Don't worry, I'm feeling honorable today.
What was that? How would you make that X? Start with the top left and end to the bottom left. How do you draw an X like that, I wonder? Well, maybe Lewton understood it better than I did. Point is, we should be able to get through. 7, 5, 9, 3, 1. That doesn't make any sense. You're speaking nonsense, Berdango. And if you can double back on yourself, there's no limit to the combinations you could do there. Top left to bottom right, and then top right to bottom left. That makes a bit more sense. You think you do 5 twice? Boone seems to think so. Anyway, be that as it may, let's go and break into the vault.
I punched away at the runes randomly, but as far as I could tell, nothing happened.
Use your brain, Lewton. We've already figured this out.
I'd traded Reagan's charm bracelet to Warb for the Unseen Security's back passage code. All I had to do was find the rune panel and make an X. Just as Warb had told me, I made an X on the control panel. I just hoped he was telling the truth. Vault 51. I couldn't deny it. It made a big impression on me. Not quite as big an impression as some of the traps on the way would have done, but at least the impression it was making wasn't fatal.
Fatal or not, we save and save often. And we find what we came here for, which I hope was the golden sword. I don't know why I hope that, though. I don't even know why we're doing anything here.
Vault 51 was filled with crates and displays of all shapes and sizes. I couldn't even begin to guess what treasures were lost in its cavernous interior. Perhaps even that pen I lost the other week. The crates were labeled with some kind of 4-digit reference number, and there did seem to be some sort of a pattern as to how they were organized.
Well, in that case, let's use our information and track down 3712 something. Very diligent, Lewton.
I worked my way around the vault towards Exhibit 3712V. The glass cabinet contained urns from Zorta and was labeled 3711 to 3713V. It was one of the most boring things I've ever seen. The fat urn was clearly a very ancient piece of pottery. It looked very boring indeed. The tall urn was probably a priceless antiquity, but I really didn't care. The small urn was as boring as the other 2 urns.
I think there's only one way forward here.
Great idea. Shame it won't work unless you're a playtester or you've hacked the game.
In that case, maybe we can scratch it out using the diamond.
The troll's tooth scored through the cabinet's glass like an accountant through a rich man's wallet. I smashed the tall into tiny pieces, and inside was the golden sword. Finally, this was it. The artifact that Carlotta, Horst, and who knows how many other people were looking for. Frankly, it was a bit of an anticlimax. I expected it to at least glow a little, or perhaps sing to itself quietly, or hum with the stolen souls of 1,000 men. But it just felt cold and hard in my hand, like any other sword. Suddenly it came over me that everything would go wrong. It sounds crazy, but it's true, so help me. I couldn't hear my footsteps. It was the walk of a dead man.
Okay, but I do have the sword.
The golden sword had already caused me a lot of trouble. I had a feeling it was going to cause a lot more before long.
Doesn't seem to be anything other than all the crates and displays that we just had. Now, can we please leave promptly and not get caught?
When I made it out of the guild alive, I thought I was home free. But there was something wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I knew I was in danger. I'm not a suspicious man, but I am a cautious man. I decided then and there to start running and not look back until my office door was safely locked behind me. But something else had plans for me not to make it that far. I don't know when I first began to suspect that I wasn't dead. I guess it must have been when I realized I was thinking about whether or not I was dead. The anthropomorphic entity with the scythe hadn't turned up, so I figured I was either alive or undead. And it didn't take me long to work out which. I wandered through the streets in a daze, not really knowing what was going on. At first, I couldn't make out any colors. Then gradually the city came alive with vast clouds of pigmentation. Against it all, there was an ever-present mist of bright green, cloying and unpleasant. There was a dissonance about it that I couldn't place, until I realized I was smelling the rank odor of the River Ankh. I was smelling the world in a way I wouldn't have thought possible. Every smell fascinated me. The resonant scents combined into a symphony. Every street was an opera, every lamppost an invitation. I don't know how long I wandered the streets. It's hard to tell which way is up when your world has been turned upside down. I ended up back where I started because I didn't know what else to do. Plus, my coat was in the coffin, and Ankh-Morpork is a bad neighborhood to be caught naked in.
Woof, woof.
I haven't got anything to eat, if that's what you want.
Woof, woof, woof.
I haven't got any idea what's going on either.
Woof, bloody woof.
Hey!
That's pretty sharp. Most people don't catch on to that.
What did you say?
Woof, woof.
You can talk, can't you? I mean, really talk.
Nothing gets past you, does it?
How did you do that?
Well, I can sort of talk.
Nonsense. If there was a talking dog in Ankh-Morpork, I'd have heard about it.
Well, the thing is, most people don't seem to notice it.
Yeah, right. Like you wouldn't notice a talking dog.
Seems like people only see what they expect to see.
How philosophical of you.
I just calls them as I see them.
So how come I can tell you can talk?
I don't claim to understand it, I just do it.
Do you know what's happened to me?
I'm guessing you didn't know you were a werewolf till you woke up this morning.
I'm a werewolf. That explains what's happening to me. I thought somebody slipped something into my embalming fluid.
First order of business is to train you up then.
Hold it right there. I don't need your help.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Look at yourself. What's your name?
Lewton. I'm a private investigator. Well, I was. Then I was dead. Then I was, well, a werewolf, I suppose. I guess I spoke too soon. Maybe I do need your help. What's your name?
Gaspode the Wonder Dog.
The Wonder Dog?
Hey, don't knock the name. I was named after the famous Gaspode.
Never heard of him.
Most people haven't. He belonged to an old man in Ark many years ago. When the old man died and was buried, Gaspode lay down on his grave and howled for a couple of weeks, growling at anyone who came near. Then he died.
And they called him the Wonder Dog because he was such a paragon of doggy faithfulness and loyalty.
Until they discovered that his tail had been trapped under the stone, yeah.
How do you think I became a werewolf?
Well, presumably you got bit by a werewolf.
Bitten?
Right. Lesson 1. Don't correct me grammar. All right?
Sorry.
Okay. Well, once I've trained you, I suggest that the first thing you do is try and work out how you got infected.
Infected?
With lycanthropy. It's the blood disease that werewolves have. Now, since you don't have any cubhood memories of romping with your pack, I reckon it's a safe bet that you got infected somehow.
So someone I know is a werewolf.
Give the wolf a cigar.
So can I change between being a wolf and a man at will?
Sort of. There's a certain way the change works.
The change?
There's two things you got to learn about being a werewolf. The nose and the change.
The nose?
Yeah, the nose. Werewolves have a unique perception of the world, a sort of a different point of smell.
I've noticed that. I can see scents as colours, and they have a certain feel about them, too.
Those colours are unique. Each smell has its own signature colour. So you can tell whether or not someone has been somewhere by whether or not you can see their scent there.
Even as a man?
No, only when you're a wolf.
And how do I switch between forms?
That's what the change is all about. It's a skill you've got to learn how to do. Now, you've already used it to turn into a wolf. Soon, you'll be able to change whenever you wanna.
How did I change this time if I didn't know how?
That's the other thing about the change. You have to change at the full moon. I guess that's what brought this on in the first place. Other times, it's voluntary.
So can I change now?
Give it a try.
At first I didn't know what to do, but Gaspode talked me through it.
Alright, we're Gabriel Knight now.
Then, when I could see the world in all its psychedelic
Good Lord.
glory, Gaspode started teaching me about the nose.
You look around, tell me what you see as a wolf.
There's a lot of colours.
Phew. I can see how you became a private investigator. You get a lot more information about scents with your werewolf senses. You can see them as colours.
I can see a mist of bright green surrounding everything. And there's something that looks like a long stream of purplish red cloud with some tiny fluorescent greenish yellow purple specks in it. Also, there's a ground fog of some kind of unpleasant blue.
Well, the bright green is the stench of the River Ark. No mistaking that. That long stream of cloud sounds like the scent of someone having gone through the cemetery recently. Does it smell like a privy carpet?
No, it smells like Carlotta, but with less treble.
Well, it wasn't me then. I guess I'm the ground fog of unpleasant blue.
Who was it?
I don't know who it was, but it was someone.
I can't see my own scent.
Well, that's normal. You're so used to being around it that it's invisible to you. And that's handy for me, what with my stench and all.
So I can follow the purplish scent to find this person.
If you want, and assuming you don't lose the trail, other smells eventually drown scents out, especially out on the streets.
What about the coruscating dots?
What's it like?
It's like flashing green, yellow, purple.
Is it like mature mould with an earthy echo?
No.
It's not you then? Dunno what it is. See where else you find it and you might be able to work out what it is.
According to Gaspode, I could learn a lot from comparing different scents. I figured that could come in handy in my line of work. Assuming I could change back to being human, that is. I gave it my best shot.
Nicely done.
I learned from a master.
Right, that's about it. Apart from the full moon, you can be whatever you want to be. But as of the full moon, you're sniffing lampposts with the rest of us.
Oh my, quite the change that I did not see coming, this. For it to actually just turn into Gabriel Knight. Do I still have control of the game? Yes we do. The third act, I'm under the impression, is the final act, and that is something we will finish in the future. End of Act 2. And when will that future be? I was thinking tomorrow. It'll either be the end of this or it'll be Caesar 3. I don't know exactly which one or the other. See how I feel on the day. But in any case, until I am back with that, it is a cheers and a cheerio from the beast within.